am very high on painkillers, and my balls look amazing. I just want to give you an update because I'm high, and I figured I should give you an update. I'm so happy. I am so fucking happy. Thank you to everyone who donated a fundraiser. Thank you to all my friends for your support and shit. I'm just so happy. I'm so fucking happy. I'm so fucking happy. You know what's wild? Maybe TMI, if you don't want to hear about my balls, just swipe. I don't mind. Totally understandable. One of my balls, the left one is lower than my right one. And that's like what happens with cisgender balls. And I did not realize how euphoric that would feel. It feels fucking amazing. I've had a scrotum since last November. I've had a penis since last November. And they're wonderful. They're beautiful and I love them. And after this surgery, I got the scrotal implants. So my ball sack, it's plump. And I got the rod. And when I went to pee for the first time, my dick was standing up on its own. And just the difference. I did not realize how euphoric and wonderful that would feel. It's like they've come alive, you know? Like, I thought they were alive before. But now just these little things. And the head, I have a head on my penis now. I got glands plasty. I'm high right now. I'm sorry if I'm slurring my words. I didn't think I could get happier. I love y'all. Fuck, I'm happy.
I brought you a really nice present too.
Oh, thank you. That was very nice. These are perfect for Dallas. They wrap around, they're staying still when I move, because I wear sunglasses to the grocery store because, like, oh, Jesus. To let you know where we are in the timeline right now, it's been over 100 degrees in Dallas for, I want to say, like 86 days or some shit. Like, it's so fucking hot. Once the sun comes up, you're fucked. And you might have heard me in previous vlogs talking about that, how, like, I gotta get there once the sun, it's been real hot. And, I walk everywhere because I don't have a car. And by the time I have walked to the grocery store and walked back, I get sweaty under the nose part, and I have bags of groceries and my glasses have dipped down to here and I have to keep pushing them up and then they pull down and then I have to push them up. Real pain in the ass, especially when you're trying to get them inside the door. These are really nice. It feels so good that these suit my face now. You know what I mean? It's like when I was wearing the backwards hat and I was like, I can pull this off now. I can wear these glasses that kind of look like I do water sports. I wish I did either of those. I meant boats, you perverts. I'm doing so well right now. Holy shit. If you think this place looks familiar, it's the same room. We got the exact same room as last time. What's that saying? I swirl around and eat my tail. The Ouroboros, we begin where we end. I don't know. I like it. It's great. It's so wonderful and nice and a sign of growth that I'm just sitting here using both my hands to like grab shit. You wouldn't be able to tell that I got a big surgery yesterday. So I tweeted the picture of me in the wheelchair and someone said, your hair looks great. And I'm like, yeah, it kind of does. It doesn't look like I got my dingus operated on me yesterday. I have not recorded the previous day's like surgery notes yet. So I apologize if I repeat things, but I'm just gonna go off of what we're doing right now. Yeah, I'm high right now, in case I'm slurring my words more than usual. You don't have to see the takes where when I start a sentence and then, you stop and then you start over again and I use that take. I might just be slurring my words during this. So the painkillers, and it's taken me a while to think also. Damn, it's like I got too much tea, The more testosterone I've gotten, the slower I have become in speech and thought. I was talking to my mom just now before she left for the grocery store, and we were talking about sandals, and she was like, do you ever like step weird on your sandals and like just knock your knee or wipe out or whatever? And I was like, yeah, and I especially used to do that pre-transition, but I've gotten so chill about it now that I'm just a clumsy himbo. Like pre-transition, I would hit my elbow on something, or I would scream and cry. I was just like totally like erratic when it came to like me hurting myself. I was like, rah. But now I just like walk by something, bang my elbow really hard, and don't even notice it, or I notice it 5 seconds later, and then look at it and go, and then just keep going. Hey there, kings, queens, in-betweens, and neither beings. It's present Jesse, which is past Jesse for you. Anyway, I recorded this update on day 1 first, and then I recorded me talking about the notes and stuff of what happened during the surgery. So I'm gonna bring us backwards a little bit. Let's rewind just a sec, and I'm gonna give you that. And then we can fast forward to the present, where I'm talking about what I'm doing sitting in this hotel. All right, you ready? Here we go. Let's imagine we're back. Ooh, we're back. We're going back to the fucking surgery. Here we go. It is currently recovery day 1, but I'm gonna go through and narrate all of the stuff that happened yesterday for you. I forgot Cheezer. Fuck. I made a note to remember Cheezer, and then I just didn't write him on the official list, so sorry buddy, you are at home. This is my first surgery I'm having without him. You will be missed. I check into the hospital, they take me back, I get undressed, I get in their very fashionable gown. They told me I could keep my phone because there'll be some downtime, and thank God, because last time I just like put my phone away way too early, and I was just staring at the ceiling waiting for anyone. She was getting ready to give me my IV, and I was like, damn, I just want to warn you, it might be really hard. The last 3 IVs have been a whole process. It's been hell because like they just haven't been able to get it. She was like, you know what, I got you. Before we do your shot, I'm gonna wrap your arm in a warm towel, and we're just gonna let it sit there for like 10 minutes before I stick you. Because think about it on like how you look on a hot summer day where your veins look all freaky. It just brings everything to the top. And I was like, okay, let's try it. So she wraps it in and goes to wait 10 minutes. I mean, she's doing nursey things. I'm waiting 10 minutes. I'm starting to get hungry. That makes sense when you end things early, because I stopped eating at like 10 p.m. I didn't even wait until midnight, so I'm just gonna be hungry. She gets back after 10 minutes, gets the IV on the first go. Fuck yeah. It's great to know that life hack. Santucci comes over, he starts marking up my arm, he starts marking up my areas, everything that's gonna get done. And I apparently still have staples in my arm. There are 2 places where he pokes something and he's like, I guess your body just does not like these staples. And I was like, do I still have some? And he's like, yeah, this might be the bad area too, where you were like struggling. And he showed me that if you push on a certain area, you can see the staple inside my arm poke up. And I'm like, what the fuck? That's been in my arm this whole time? I thought it was just a fucked up scar. So he makes a note and he's going to get rid of those. And he asks me like, he starts off being like, so without you telling me anything, I would put the steroid in here, I'd put it here, I'd do it here. Now, where do you want it, And I'm like, those are all the spots that I wanted it, and also here, like just around this part of the scar, around my wrist, And he said, yeah, I can do that. I have a limited amount of the stuff that I can put in you, but I will, mark it just in case. And I'm like, oh, thank you, I appreciate it. And also, I point in the direction of the little scar here. There's a line going up this way, and then there's just like a oval scar. And I say it's not responding to scar treatment just because it's so thick. And he's like, yeah, I got you. And he marks it. Then he starts handling my penis, and I'm like, ooh, because I can't help it. It just like hurts. And he's like, oh, I'm sorry. And I'm like, oh, no worries. I think as soon as the fistula gets fixed, it'll be fine. It just hurts because of that. And then through us conversing, we realized there's been a miscommunication where I thought I was getting the fistula fixed this time, and he did not, because you can't get a fistula fixed at the same time you're getting a penile implant. And I'm like, oh fuck. So he's like, you gotta make a choice. And he gives me my 2 options laid out, and I'm so grateful like that he just goes with things. Sometimes he will give you suggestions and then he puts forth something, because I think he could tell that I was like, I was trying not to freak out, because I'm bad at decision making, and this is a huge decision. This is going to affect a lot of things. It's going to affect my insurance. It's going to affect, So he puts forth, he says, I think we should do the penile implant, and then give your fistula more time, and we can do it in like 6 months or something. And I'm like, yes, let's do that. Thank you for suggesting something, because I was gonna be here all day and we don't have time. And as we got talking more, he was like, it's a good idea I'd like to give the fistula more time because it's so scarred up that more time will do it good. And he was also commenting on how small the fistula is. Like, even me, when I urinate, the urine is coming out below my penis and above my scrotum, but it's so little that I wouldn't be able to tell unless I put a piece of toilet paper under it and felt it. So like, it might just heal on its own. And it was funny, while he was messing around with my penis, he was having difficulty like pulling it in places and stuff to show me what alterations were going to be made. And he said, sorry, most guys are softer, so I'm able to manipulate it easier. And then that got me thinking, like, no, most guys are softer. I guess I might be extra hard. So when they put the rod in, I'm gonna be super hard. But yeah, he showed me on my body where the lift was going to take place. And he was like, honestly, you're not gonna need that much of a lift. And he squeezed, he folded up the bit of skin here on my front where it was going to happen, and it wasn't that much, because he was like, yeah, you're already set up correctly, your dick is on the hip bones, so you're not going to get much of a lift. And I was like, oh, cool, all right. So I'm just hoping that the amount of lift that we're going to do will be good enough to fit in my underwear, and I won't be able to tell, fast traveling to right now where I've gotten the surgery. My dick is enlarged and my balls are enlarged because I've just had surgery, and that the scar, it's difficult to tell. I won't be able to tell how well I'm going to fit in my underwear until everything has calmed down, because I tried putting on my underwear last night just to check. It's just going to be impossible. While he was marking me up, he also like commented like, what's that? And I was like, that's where my T-shot is. He was like, huh, how deep are you going? And I was like, not... Yeah, I mean, deep enough that to get the T in. And he was like, try going further in, deeper. And I was like, deeper, really? And he's like, yeah, I think you're getting, that's why you might be getting a reaction, is like you're getting the dermal layer, or he said something like that. And I was like, oh, that makes sense. I was nervous to go deeper in, but maybe I'm just not going deep enough. I was also telling one of the nurses before she came over, before all of this started, the one that wrapped my arm up and did my IV. And actually, oh, I see it now. Yeah, my IV went in like right below my tattoo. Barely noticeable right now. That was a great IV job. But anyway, I was telling her about the shot, because I was like, in case I go under and no one knows what that is, that's where my T-shot goes. And she was like, oh, really? Like, I'm sorry you get a reaction. Is it a reaction every time? And I was like, yeah, it's like a 50-50 shot. I take a Benadryl and I put clobetasol cream on and wait half an hour usually. But it's probably worse than usual just because I had lorazepam in me last night. I just wanted to fucking fast travel to this surgery. And she was like, yeah, understandable. Do you think it's something in the tea? And I explained, well, we started me off with one that had grapeseed oil in it, and we thought maybe I'm allergic to that, so we switched it to another tea, but it's just like this every time. So it's interesting. Like, there has to be a solution, and Santucci would be the one to know, so I appreciate it. So maybe that'll get better for me. But yeah, as Santucci was checking out like my previous sutures and stuff, he was just like, I think your body just does not like the sutures, because there's certain parts that are still a little irritated. And the staples in my body's just holding on to everything. It doesn't want to let go. You put the staples in me, now I get to keep them. I lick them, they're mine now. But yeah, with the news that I'm not getting all of my shit fixed at once, it's tough not to be a little crestfallen, but I realized, like, yeah, you know what? This is the best choice. This gives the fistula more time to heal. It gives everything more time to time. Mm-hmm. I'm so high. And I'm like, let's just focus that good vibes, them good energies in my body, because I'm about to have surgery and everything's gonna go fucking great. I'm so lucky to be having this surgery right now. I'm so lucky for Quinn who drove me up here, and Andrew for ferrying me around, and he also drove me to the surgery. I'm so grateful for everyone who donated to the fundraiser. There were some people who donated like huge amounts of money to the fundraiser that I had never interacted with before. That's just crazy to me. Like, how I don't have low self-esteem, but it's really difficult to like deal with losing so many people when you transition. Because like obviously I don't feel bad that I'm trans, but in the beginning it's really hard just being alone. And there were people who cared about me, but I couldn't accept that they cared about me because I'm so used to the opposite. I'm so used to like everyone leaving. So I'm the best I've ever been. I'm the happiest I've ever been. My confidence is through the fucking roof. I am so lucky to be here. I am infinitely blessed to be here, right here at this point in time. And I need to remember that, you know? So I do, and I take a deep breath, and everything's gonna be okay. The anesthesiologist comes over. I remember to tell him, hey, I took half a lorazepam last night at 8 p.m. He's like, great, thank you for telling me that. I don't think that's that's not gonna interact with anything, and you're good. I was like, great. And then he was like, cool, well, we're gonna get you started in a few minutes here. And I'm like, awesome. And he leaves, and I'm like, a few minutes? Really? And I look at the time, and yup, it's just time just flew by. It's time. It's time. They unlock my bed, they start wheeling me back, and I say, this is the part that I remember before I wake up in the recovery room. And that's what happens. I go back, they start putting oxygen on me and all that after I switch beds. Because you go back there, you get wheeled into like a cold room, basically, which is the operating room. They need to keep it cool for science reasons, I'm sure, so I don't overheat or whatever. And I transfer to the next bed over, where there's like a little divot for my butt, and she's like, sorry, it's cold. And I'm like, no worries. They start hooking me up to everything. They put stickies here and here. And I remember they put oxygen on me, and I wake up later. It's a fucking cakewalk when I wake up. I'm just so used to it. Nothing surprises me anymore. There's someone beside me, there's a nurse click-clacking on a computer, and I lean over and I'm like, was it a success? And she said, yes, everything went well. And I'm like, oh, thank God. I get some crackers and some water. I'm in pain. My abdomen I'm in more pain than I thought I'd be. My abdomen especially, you know. And I look down at it and I can see the scar where they did the lift. I also see a little scar on the right that's identical suturing to where they took the head, you know, for my penis. And I look at my penis. It's great. There he is. He's got his hat. And before when me and Santucci were talking about which operation I should do, the fistula was going to get fixed at the same time as getting rid of my suprapubic catheter scar. But I look down and my suprapubic catheter scar is no longer there. Like, it's just gone. I guess he was just able to do it while he was down there. It's just gone. This scar that I've had for 9 months is just poof. How incredible. They say I need to leave. I'm so high. They say I need to pee before just get out of here. Fucking go. They say I need to pee before I leave. And she gives me some choices. I could go to the bathroom, by myself, or I could pee in this bottle. And she gives me a medical, clear, see-through liter, like I'm gonna get some milk or some shit, but it's shaped like you're supposed to pee in it. And how gender affirming that is. That someone could just give you a bottle and be like, piss in this. Like, I couldn't understand what the feeling I was feeling was at the time, but God, incredible. I try to pee there, I stand up, and trying to pee, I can't, just 'cause, like, there's, nurses and people talking. There's a curtain drawn, but I can hear them on the other side. And I'm like the last person there, because I've been snoozing on and off, after my crackers and stuff. And I could see from the clock, I'm probably the last one there. So I open the curtain, I'm like, hey, I don't think I could go here. And she's like, what? You don't want to go? You don't want to piss in the middle of the floor while there's people around? And I'm like, yeah, I don't know, I'm weird like that. So she helps me in the bathroom. And I stand there, and I brace myself, and I go to pee, and I look at my dick, and it's standing up on its own. And it's incredible. It's amazing. It has personality now. And from that angle, I'm able to look at my balls, and one is lower than the other. My junk just looks like cisgender junk now. which is not what I was expecting, but it's... I thought I was gonna have to wait until I get tattooed in order to feel happy, but like, wow. Yeah, I wasn't able to go the first time, just sitting there waiting for it to pee, trying to convince myself, stood there for 5-10 minutes, couldn't go, and I got lightheaded while I was standing there, because of my fainting condition, plus not eating, plus surgery, and standing up and all that, wasn't able to go. But just, I didn't realize how amazing it was gonna be seeing my dick stand up on its own like it was. I'm like, holy shit. I feel incredible. Doesn't matter that I didn't pee. We're gonna fucking get it. So I lay back down, I eat some graham crackers and drink some more water. And she also puts more IV fluid in me. We're just gonna fucking just blast the boy with water. Just fill me up, daddy. So because I wasn't able to pee, I was like, did they do the Optilume on me? And she was looking through the paperwork and she was like, I don't see anything about it. I can contact a nurse and see if she can find out. I'm like, that'd be great, because I don't know. My stream, it's not coming out, and I'm wondering if they like put something in there. Was there a catheter in there? Is there a reason my dick, my urethra is shy right now? But I take a little rest. I apologize to the nurse because I'm like, I'm so sorry, it's embarrassing. I should be able to pee. And she's like, not the first time, don't worry. After I rest for a little bit, I'm like, let's do it. I go to pee again, and I am able to go. It takes about 5 minutes more of just standing there, but I feel incredible. I feel on top of the world. I can do anything. My dick and balls look amazing. I'm so fortunate to have gotten this surgery. I can do anything. Fuck yeah, we're gonna piss. Fuck yeah. So it takes some rounds of, because like you need certain conditions to pee. You can't just be totally ramped up, but you also can't be too relaxed, because it'll just fall over. So it takes a combination of like going back and forth, and I am finally able to piss, and it's fucking great. And I miss the toilet a bit, and I'm trying to like turn my body so that it goes in. I think I'm just gonna miss the toilet for a bit, but it's coming out of me, and yes, that means I can go. That means I can leave. Get out. I go back, I tell her it was a success, and she goes to tell my mom so that she can start preparing the car. So apparently Santucci had texted me while I was passed out and my phone was off. Just being like, hey Jesse, everything went really well. Everything went great, very straightforward. The cool thing is you didn't have a stricture. Urethra was wide open. So yeah, and he's just telling me that next week he's going to be out of town, but I'll be seeing his team for the follow-up, and he's got a great team in, also a great group of 3 other full-time transgender surgeons in the extremely unlikely event that you might need them. And yeah, I'm like checking things out. I'm like, I don't think I'll need any follow-up stuff. Knocking on wood. Where's the wood? Knock, knock. Gently, that's a silly joke. But I respond and I'm like, awesome, that's great, thanks so much, and thank you for the update. I'm just really happy with my results and my surgeon, and everyone is so nice here. Just like all of the different doctors that you get in this area, everyone has been so wonderful. And it's funny that we've prepared so much for the worst, So like last time, I hop in a lift with my mom, we come back here, and I'm realizing that my dick is just going to look like I'm hard for a while, or maybe forever, I don't know. But either way, I get out of the lift and realize I've looked hard the whole time. And I hope that Lyft driver did not see, because, man, I'm all bricked up for this fucking hotel. It's real nice inside. I got a jacuzzi that I can't go in on, but I'm bricked up. We get the hotel a little more comfy for us, bring out all the stuff that I'm gonna need. I brought puppy pads, but I don't think we're gonna need them, so we just lay towels on here just because, 1, just in case any fluids happen, and 2, I remember how itchy this chair is. It's not a particularly comfortable chair. And I also brought compression socks, but my feet are the same size and so are my hands. It's funny that we prepare for the worst, we brought all the stuff, and I might not need the socks, I might not need puppy pads. Another major difference between stage 2 and stage 1 is that stage 1 this was all new material. My dick, I was like trying to form a mental connection to it. I was trying to think sexy thoughts. I was trying to like focus so that I can get some nerve endings connecting and the mental connection and all that. Stage 2, there's something about just seeing an erection, especially your erection, where I just felt very hot all night. just like very attractive. Just walking around with like with an erection is like, I don't know. It's really interesting when I see things that are attractive on a cis man or a non-binary person with a penis, and I find it hot for myself. You know, like when I was jerking it and found something that cis men like when I do to them, and I like to do it on me, there's an extra layer of ooh. Because I assume nothing is gonna feel good on me that feels good to a cisgender guy, because like I want to not expect things, because then I won't be disappointed when they don't work, because my dick is distinctly different. Different things are gonna feel good on me. Stuff like that, stuff like walking around and I'm just hard. I felt very sexy. I haven't had to try. I went to bed and was just thinking sexy thoughts, and I'm just feeling very confident. Just so confident. It's fucking rules. And before I go to bed, I take a lorazepam, and I prepare to just go to sleepy town. The incisions don't hurt. They're just a little bit numb. But yeah, my dick is all wrapped up in a nice little bow, as I call it. It's not, it's gauze. And I'm not allowed, there's different instructions for everything, right? After 24 hours, I should take off this bandage that's around my arm, which got the steroid shots in it, and I can start washing that with soap and water. After 48 hours, I can wash another thing, I think, and then after 72 hours, the other parts of my body is after 48 hours, and then after 72 hours, I'm allowed to take off the bandages on my penis. But until then, I need to keep my dick dry and wrapped. And that makes me so nervous to have all these different washing times for these different things. So before I left the hospital, I asked the nurse, like, can I just not shower for 72 hours? I'd rather err on the cautious side. She's like, yeah, for sure, you can do that. If you want to, you can give yourself like a sponge bath. You can like wash around the other areas. But I understand not wanting to fuck with your dick right now. I'm like, tight. But she did not say it like that. So yeah, I'm not showering for 72 hours. But luckily, I'm not really doing a lot. Just vibing. Mom went out to get groceries, and I brought some protein powder. What did I bring? Oh God, can I reach it? I'm not gonna try to reach it. But it's marshmallow cereal milk flavor of Ghost protein powder. And it's a good one, and I was trying to think of what protein powder would work best with the kind of smoothies we're gonna be making here. We're gonna have peanut butter and berries and yogurts, so I assume marshmallow would be the best way to go. If I had chocolate protein powder, because I believe that's what we did last time, I'd probably use that. But I did not have a lot of choices. The others were like coffee ice cream and another thing or whatever. Not gonna lie, I almost got sick in my mouth just now. I wonder what that was from. Maybe it's from me talking so much. I should rest. I will see you later. But in the meantime, I'm very happy. I'm so happy. Fuck, I'm happy. Let's get it. Let's get it. I miss Cheezer. Miss my little guy. Okay, now you're all caught up. Let's dive in. My scars here don't hurt. I don't know how much I'm gonna show you. I might show you in a drawing game again. But yeah, they look way worse than they are. I have a scar across my abdomen, kind of lower area, where Jesus, it's so weird to not see my suprapubic catheter scar there anymore. Just took it out. It's just gone. It doesn't make any sense. Surgery's incredible. Like, he's a really good, like, plastic surgeon. My mom was telling me about, she used to have a mole on her chest here, and she got it removed by a plastic surgeon because she would be, like, wearing a fancy evening gown or something, and someone would be like, oh, you dropped something, and she'd be like, nope, it's just a mole, I'm sorry. So she got it removed, and you can't even see it anymore. And then on her back, she had a couple things that she got removed by a dermatologist, and it left some scarring. So it really just depends on like where you're getting your shit from. And also, yeah, so I was like, yeah, it makes sense. This really good plastic surgeon will be able to just get rid of a scar completely. There's no trace of it. It makes sense. He can just make penises appear out of nowhere. He's a magician. What witchcraft is this? So I've got 2 of these incisions, one on my leg area. We went to go to surgery, and to avoid any further, oh, I see what he did. Yeah, that fucking rules. To avoid any extra scarring, because he was gonna take it from the haunches of like, on my hip area, And this is like, I'm not sponsored by the Crane Center. I have no obligation to like say good things about them. I just do because they're legit like really awesome. I've genuinely been really, really impressed with the PAs and the nurses and Dr. Santucci. It's just been a wonderful experience. And you know me, I can't be bought. I would not be saying that if I didn't genuinely mean it. I love him because he improvises. Like he suggests things. He's actively thinking about what is best for that patient, not what everyone else, what would be good for everyone else, you know. I think there's been 3 or 4 times where we have thought we were going to do something, and then he was like, I'd like to suggest something. We're like, why don't we do this? And that was one of these things. As I got in, he was like, you know what, to avoid further scarring, would you like it if I took a little section right here? And he took a marker, because he was marking me up, and he marked a little section where my leg scar already is. It was like on the outside of that. And I was like, yeah, let's do it. And that's great. So now I just have to deal with these 2 things right here. And this scar is the same, it's puffy and it doesn't look great right now. And if I'll be honest, I was a little bit, I don't want to say crestfallen because I know I say that in the previous, but crestfallen. I feel a little like, oh man, because I did want to avoid a scar there from when I got my hysterectomy, which is why I got the kind where it's 1 in the belly button and 2 on the sides, because those scars are like barely there anymore. And I wasn't sure how well 1 across would heal. But then I realized, oh shit, these scars, they looked familiar. I realized they are identical to the scarring that he had put down here on the side scar where my vagina was removed. And that healed amazingly with like no treatment. So I just have to deal with that for a bit and it'll be good. If it healed that well without treatment, imagine what I could do with like the super pulse laser or whatever the fuck, if it so happens that it doesn't heal correctly. But my mom was commenting on it and said, you know, it looks like the scar that she had gotten from the C-scan, C-star? No, this is Patrick. Cesarean. C-section. Why did I think of the technical name before the... Anyway, and she said that hers just healed. Like, it's just a scar that heals. So, fuck yeah. I'm so fucking happy. Yeah, I don't feel too bad. The pills that made me sick last time, I'm not feeling anything from, I'm not feeling, what's the word? See how my brain's just not working right now because I'm high. I'm not getting motion sick. I've been able to be on my phone and stuff. And we're hoping that's a good sign because my mom was like, that's great. But last time you didn't start getting sick until you had like days of it in your system. So let's hope that it's different because there is something different about the names of the pills. Like they start the same way and then they end a different way. So maybe this one isn't going to make me sick because maybe I'm on a lower intensity or something because this surgery is not as intense as the previous one. The pills I was put on to make me high and pain kill for stage 0, great. I just got high, I didn't get sick. Stage 1, I got high, I got too high, I got sick, I got motion sickness. And now stage 2, we're doing great. I am a teensy bit nauseous, but I think that is solely just because I barely ate yesterday when you think about it, because I had to stop eating at midnight. I was on IV fluids and shit. Yeah, yesterday, within that 24-hour span, I had saltine crackers, graham crackers, and a little bit of chicken and macaroni and corn, but like a small portion, and some chocolate ice cream. And that's all I consumed yesterday. So it makes sense that I'm a little nauseous. You gotta be fueling your body. Just a pro tip, if you're recovering from stuff, your body needs protein. Your body needs stuff to recover. And I am not allowed to take my vitamins yet. We have to wait a couple days, the sheet said. So, oh, and a little popcorn. I had a little with this, you know, salted mom popcorn. You know the popcorn that moms get where it's like low calorie or whatever the fuck. It was not bad. It's also been sitting out for 12 hours. So. I can get out of bed, I can urinate, I can sit here and do things with both my hands. It's wonderful to return to the same place, you know, just like the previous hotel where I stayed the night before surgery, how I had stayed there before stage 1. Really nice to just be able to get out of bed on my own. Like, I'm so happy. I'm just gonna keep repeating I'm happy. It was a little chilly because my mom likes it cold in the room and I like it hot. It was a good move for me to bring this shirt. We've also got a heat buddy. For this time I brought one with dinosaurs. In case you're new, I used to have a little business where I sold heat buddies, which are just like these little guys full of rice. And I sewed a shit ton of them. And this one has dinosaurs. It's very cute. My pee is a little delayed and I have to stand there for a bit, just like yesterday when I had to pee. You're standing there, you're trying to get comfy. This morning waking up, already less sore in the leg area, because like you gotta brace yourself to pee, you know what I mean? Like cowboy stance, like dig your toes and your feet into the ground in a certain way, like let's fucking go partner. I'm sure everyone has their own method. And so it's coming out in spurts, but I'm urinating and I'm so happy about that. We gotta get me to shit. And I'm nervous because no one has told me I need to shit, but we brought all the stuff. So the milk, the what's it called? The red cherry milk of magnesia. It's so fun seeing how my brain is working right now. Miralax, stool softener, we got all that shit. Came prepared, poopared, prepooped. One of those. It sucks because I'm missing the bowl a lot. Like, we brought the puppy pads to put here on my seat, but I haven't been bleeding or anything. No blood. But I pissed. I'm trying to focus on peeing, and you close your eyes, and then you can sense when you get some out of the bowl, and I'm like, shit, got some more out of the bowl. We'll just have to clean that. But then once I was done, I looked over and I was like, oh, I've gotten like half of this urine on the floor. I'm so sorry. And I had to tell my mom, and she was very gracious in cleaning. At least she doesn't have to clean any blood. And I was like, you know what? Let's put the puppy pads there. Like, we at least can get some use out of them. I forgot to bring Cheezer. And it's been like a bit of a joke this whole time where, it's like, gotta bring Cheezer. No one panic. Cheezer is here. But now I've woken up the next morning and I'm like, you know what? Cheezer isn't here. I'm like, am I legit sad that I didn't bring my little stuffed animal mouse? And I told Mom and she was like, oh no, how'd you forget Cheezer? And I'm like, I know. And then she was like, well, I guess that means you didn't actually need him. And in my heart, I didn't need that, right? I'm like, oh, he sent me on my way. Oh, I'm gonna give that little bitch a little hug when I get home. Fuck. I looked at my T-shot today, and the reaction is way down, which it healed faster than it usually does. And that makes sense, because there's so much going on with my body, with pills and IVs and all that. Something healed it. Don't know what it was. Something had to. Welcome to Recovery Day 2. This is an illusion. I'm wearing a shirt for this, and I'm not wearing a shirt usually. I'm usually like walking around letting everything breathe, but I feel weird. Just not, I want to break up the days somehow and have things be different, and I fear if I'm just like naked for all of them. But you know what, I wore a shirt yesterday, I'm remembering. I wore the long sleeve blue. Anyway, I'm letting everything breathe, but a lot less intense so far than stage 1. It's not even comparable. You'll see in the notes. But yeah, just for a little background, this is 55 days of triple digits. That's how hot it is. 55 days of triple digits. It's a hot one. It's a scorcher. I have not been outside for many reasons, but I'm glad I don't have to go out right now. It took a long time to record all the logs when I wrote down everything last time, day by day, so I thought if I just do one of these a day, I can get them done pretty quickly. I can just like edit the video footage together. And now it's a lot more doable because I'm not constantly high, you know what I mean? Speaking of which, 9 p.m., I need to take my ibuprofen. I'll show you here. There are different sizes of all white pills. So I really had to be specific about like, okay, the ibuprofen is the medium white pill. The hydrocodone, whatever the fuck, is the small one. The antibiotic is the large one. So this is the medium. This is the one I take. And then we got my Mitodrine in there, but I know what that looks like because I take it every day. So I woke up at 12:30 in the morning in too much pain. I couldn't get back to sleep, so I just kind of got up. My penis and my left incision especially hurt. And, I had to pee really bad. So I got up and there was a steady stream of urine. It's still hooking to the left. And it's still, They're pretty small, like I'm peeing through a pinprick, but it was steady. It wasn't like a spurt of urine and then 5 to 8 second delay and then a spurt of urine like it usually is. And that specifically I'm talking about after surgery. That's what started. My abs are sore because I've got the lift, where the lift happened, I don't want to call it an incision, but like the folding up of skin that happened. And that was sore, so I iced that 15 minutes on, 15 minutes off, like the paper recommended. And I understand what they meant by surgical glue now. I did not know what surgical glue meant in the paper, and they said to just let it come off on its own. And I see now when I look at my donor site and also the part of my stomach where the lift happened, that there's like, it's shiny. It's glue, you know, like it looks like you were working on a birdhouse and you got glue on yourself. So now I know what that means. Yeah, I was just thinking about how long this is going to take me to recover, and I realized a few weeks. Like they said, this will knock me down for a few weeks, not months. You know, I don't need to relearn how to use my arm. This is fine. I can do this. I had to take better pain meds at 3:30 in the morning and, the hydrocodone, and I was hoping that nothing bad would happen because it really seems, and the theory was proven correct, that it only really affects me when there's enough in my system. I was like, what if I just take one of those pills a day? Maybe that would be enough. And I had to take it at 3:30 in the morning, and I just sat there thinking, no matter how high you get, like no matter how shit this makes you feel, at least you're not in the amount of pain that you're in right now, because that's how bad the pain was. I was like, I'm willing to get high and feel like shit. Not mutually exclusive. I like being high. I don't like feeling like shit. And sometimes you can get so high that you feel like shit. But I'm not sure if that's what's happening. I don't know. But either way, I was willing to put up with it, is the point. At like 5:15 in the morning, I remember someone, like in the back of my head, I remembered someone on Instagram talking about how their stitches got infected after surgery, and I forget if it was a gender surgery or not. I don't think it was, actually. I think it was like something else. But they had infected stitches. And out of curiosity, I looked up the other signs of them, and I had like 4 out of 8 of the signs of infected stitches, like redness around the area, increased pain, bleeding, swelling. So I woke my mom up, and we considered going to the ER, but last time we went to the ER, if you remember, it was here, and to take out my suprapubic catheter, and they did not know what to do, so that wasn't really encouraging. So we were like, let's just wait like a couple hours until the Crane Center opens, and we'll call them and figure out what's up. And then you're paranoid about it, so I can't help but notice my right side hurting. And in case it wasn't clear, specifically the left side, the donor site, that's where I thought the stitches were infected. But we wake up, we send them the pictures, and it turns out my stitches are not infected. They're just gonna look like that because I just got surgery. So what a relief, because I was trying to look up what happens if your stitches are infected, and I couldn't find anything. And one of the things said like they might need to take them out, and I was like, don't take them out. Those stitches, they belong in my body. Oh no, Santucci's leaving for a week. I don't know who's gonna be touching my stitches. I want to leave them alone. So, whew, we're good. And we can also start ibuprofen now. And the ibuprofen fucking rules. It really takes the edge off. Like, I feel so much better after taking the ibuprofen. Really a game changer. And we realize this is the hardest day. 48 hours out, the anesthesia has worn off, things are starting to wake up. This is usually the hardest day of any kind of surgery, and it's not terrible. My balls are sore in the best way. I can feel them waking up, and they look great. And now over to Jessie in the bathroom to tell you some stuff. Thanks, Jessie. So my mom is sleeping in the next room, and she's out like a light. She wouldn't have been able to hear me if I was narrating from there anyway, but I'm just paranoid. It's not something I want to talk about in front of my mom. So here we are. Here's the spicy portion of my logs. I do wake up from my nap spicy. I'm horny and everything is like connecting. I'm horny enough to masturbate if I wanted to. Like my T-dick is as hard as my penis, my party dick should be, And it's funny, I'm not sure how to describe it. There's like an icy cold feeling down there where my T-dick is horned. My T-dick is hard, but my party dick is still healing. And so it's like a computer where there's parts of it that aren't on and it's trying to connect to it. It can't access any of the other stuff. So it like keeps just checking and checking, being like, hey, just checking in. Can we do something about this? And the other part is just sleeping. It's like, no, we're making repairs, we're doing stuff. I can't connect to you right now. The signal is off. The signal is off. You can do whatever you want over there, T-Dick, but Party Dick is shut down for a bit. So then after this happens, I get up to pee, and after all the urine comes out, I see some cum come out, because that's still working apparently. It makes sense. Everything is hooked up. So like if I'm producing cum, it's still gonna come out somewhere. And I'm looking at this being like, ah, you dog, you fucking, I see you there. We're still awake down there, even if we can't do anything about it. So that is good to know. And if I'm honest, it's I've never felt sexier, which is like maybe an odd thing to some people, but I guess it's like, yeah, I'm seeing my junk big and as it's supposed to be, and just seeing yourself walking around with an erection it's hot. Like even when I'm like attracted to like cis men or people with penises, you see a dick and you're like, nice. You see a hard dick, you're like, nice. I don't know, this is maybe not relatable to people who aren't attracted to people with penises, but it's just attractive, like seeing one, you know. So I'm feeling real masculine, I'm feeling real good. Anyway, back to the Jesse on the chair. Oh, also one more thing that I realized like an hour ago, I can move my balls. Like I can just flex them like up and down. I learned how to move each individual pec just by isolating the muscles. And I was a little disappointed that I would never be able to like move my dick like I've seen some guys do. But then I was flexing the muscles today while I was like doing urinary stuff, and I realized I'm able to like move my balls, and that's pretty fucking cool. It's real goofy. I can at least make someone smile with it, and people like funny people. People want to fuck funny people, and sometimes if you just have a party trick like that, I'll be the most popular boy at the orgy. Again. Thanks, Jesse. My pinky's been asleep for a while at this point in the story. It's awake now, but when I was sleeping with my arms like kind of like this, like I'm in a coffin or something. And I guess my elbow was pressing against a certain nerve or something in the bed, where like my pinky finger and the ring finger, that's a specific zone or whatever, I looked it up online, where your fingers can go a little numb. And it was barely the ring finger, but the pinky was falling asleep. And this had happened yesterday also, but I didn't pay much attention to it because I was able to get up and like do activities and stuff, and slowly my pinky got feeling in it. But today I was a real sleepy lad, and so I was like in bed a lot, and so my pinky was numb for like 8 hours straight. So it was more difficult to get it to wake up. But I went on the internet, I searched WikiHow, I found out like, oh, if you're clogging your chakras or whatever the fuck, but like actual like, you know, stuff that's happening. Not to say the chakras aren't real. I don't know what's real, so I don't want to talk about it. But the point is, there was a clog here, and you needed to touch here on the arm to get rid of it, and sometimes loosening up your back would help. I did some things where you like reach your hands up. Eventually, now it is like 9-10 p.m. and finally my pinky does seem to almost be back to normal. I think it's like 99% feeling. And you know, that's fucking nothing. I had to like relearn how this hand works, and you know, all the stuff that I did with physical therapy with this. So this is a cakewalk. I noticed that I have a little bit of hair on the end of my dick, on the head where we did glanceplasty, and that was something that I had to accept in my head. I had to reroute it, you know, because I was like, oh right, we didn't go with the hairless donor site of like the flank area, like around on the hips. That's where he usually takes it, but then at the last minute, if you remember, he was like, what if we do it here where the leg donor graft was, so we can avoid another scar. So that's great. It's perfect position there. Just a thing that I had to be like, okay, right, when I get hair removal, when I start electrolysis up again, I will have to do the head of my dick, but that's fine. It looks really good. Like, it looks really, really good. And it's still wrapped up with blood-stained gauze, you know. It hasn't been 72 hours yet, so I haven't been able to wash it. So if it looks this good already, I'm extremely happy. As recovery day 2 has gone on, there are 2 things that have noticeably gotten better. My pee stream and maneuvering in bed. The pee stream, it started out like a pinprick and not being able to go as well. And now, as the day has gone on, I've been able to take a few trips to the bathroom, and I have gotten more confident in my stream. It's still like I'm peeing out of a pinprick, but I'm at least able to get longer streams of urine to come out. And also maneuvering in bed, especially being in the same hotel room, you really get a sense of familiarity where you're like, oh, I know how this goes. So I go to get into bed and I think it's going to be more difficult than it is. But then I'm able to maneuver in, and especially today, over the last 24 hours, it's been a lot easier to get in that bed and get comfortable. And also sleeping on my side has been a lot easier, where I put the towel between my legs. And I think that's due to just how much easier this surgery is going to be to recover from than stage 1. And also the ibuprofen. I think the ibuprofen really, really helps. Because I do usually have an overall pain feeling in my body, but since taking the ibuprofen, it really makes a difference. I also shit, which is great. It took me a lot longer to poop during stage 1. I even took a stool softener and I drank some milk of magnesia today as well as yesterday. Just trying to get everything moving down there. And sometimes it's just mental, where as soon as I took the stool softener, I felt something going around, rumbling around down there, and I was like, I might be able to go in like 10 minutes. So after dinner, I tried, I went, I conquered. Extremely good news, and I just feel so much better about the whole healing process now, because it's really showing just how much faster a recovery this is going to be. And it's funny, I was sitting there trying to maneuver. I'm trying to figure out the new position of my penis when I poop, you know what I mean? Because before it was low enough that I was able to just dunk it it would fit in the toilet as I was sitting there. But now the lift has happened and the rod is in, so it's just a little more elevated and a little more upwards pointing. Not like upwards, but it's a little more upwards than it was. And also peeing through a pinprick now is not helping, so I don't know what my positioning is gonna be until everything is healed. But for the time being, I just it was aimed in the toilet, so I was able to pee after the poop. I just got some toilet paper and balled it up and put it around the edge, so just creating a dam so it wouldn't go everywhere. I didn't know if it would go everywhere, but I just don't know it well enough yet. This is an old friend that we're getting to know after some enhancements, so I will assume that I should take care of him a little better. So we'll I don't know. I don't know if it would have gotten everywhere, but I prevented it. So aren't you so glad? Aren't you so glad you watch these videos to know the intricate details of my piss and shit? But yeah, this is supposed to be the hardest day. And if this is the hardest day, I can fucking do this. We've got 10, 11, 12. We've got 3 more hours left in the hardest day. This is fine. I can do this. Real good sign. Things to come. I'm going to take my hydrocodone in a bit, and also my midodrine. And yeah, things are looking pretty good. I'm still on the antibiotic, and I take that around midnight. Things are looking good. This is the hardest day. I got it. I apologize if you can hear the washer dryer. It's going right now. Mom just left to go to the gym for a bit, so I'm here alone vlogging. I've kind of just asked her to not be in the room while I do these things because, oh boy, I knew these were gonna get sexual. I knew they were. I don't want to talk about any of this stuff in front of my mom. It is recovery day 3. It has officially been 72 hours since surgery, so I've been able to take a shower for the first time, and we'll get to that in a bit, but oh, I feel better. I feel nice, I feel clean. There's always that moment, before you're able to shower, you're like, oh, I wish I could shower. Then it's time to shower, and you're like, oh, fuck, that means I have to shower. That means I'm gonna get cold and wet, and I'm not comfortable in my body because there's, pain going on. I don't know how this is gonna go. And then afterwards, you're like, I'm so glad I did that. And that's how I'm feeling. I am fluffy and warm and moisturized, and I'm feeling good. Here's a weird thing I'm gonna suggest if you get this surgery. Pack crop tops. There are so many times at night where I'm cold because my mom likes it cold in the room, and I'm like half naked, you know, but I want to put some clothes on. And if you put a whole shirt on, it's gonna rub against some of your areas. It's gonna rub against this donor site on my left side, and also the lift site here in the middle in the abdomen between my penis and my belly button, basically. And I wish I just had something on. Like if I just had a crop top, just anything that like cuts off here, I would love that. So pack crop tops and pack long flannel shirts. And also maybe a third option, you know, shirts that button up but are short sleeved. See, you might want something different. Pack all three just to see what you're comfy with in the moment. God, I wish I had some slutty crop tops right now. I'd fucking kill for some. But yeah, luckily every day I'm getting stronger. Every time I get in and out of that bed, it's better. I feel less pain. Walking around, I'm starting to move around the room faster. I did not comment on my shit color yesterday because I just didn't think to. But when I pooped for the first time after surgery, it was just regular brown. Shit brown. It wasn't gray, it wasn't green. The anesthesia was not like soaked into my body to the point where it was affecting my shit color, you know? And that just really shows how much easier on the scale this fucking surgery is than stage 1. Stage 2 is, it really is a fucking cakewalk. Like I said that before, it's a fucking cakewalk compared to stage 1, Jesus Christ. I wanna jerk off so bad. It has controlled my every thought for the last 24 hours. Like, the more I've gotten healed, the more horny I've gotten. And I can't, it's so much. Because now I have this big, beautiful dick and these great pair of balls, and I just have to look at them and not touch them and not think about them, but I'm gaining full feeling in my penis. With stage 1, you're slowly gaining feeling as the nerves are connecting and shit, but now it's just like I've had a surgery and my dick is like waking up a million times faster, and I'm so horny. There's a really hot, cool girl who's also been messaging me, and that has not been helping. You know when girls flirt with you and it's like, well, you might not know, but if you don't, sometimes girls flirt with you in a way that is like very, like, it's like aggressive in a good way, where it's like, I'm glad that you're coming on to me because I don't know how appropriate it is for me to come on to you, and because you communicated that you were into me, I'm able to just sit here and be flustered because I don't want to touch my penis. But anyway, yeah, I'm just sitting here with my dick on full display, not being able to do anything with it. But speaking of things that'll make you not horny, before my mom went to go to the gym, I decided to take my shower, and that means I have to take the bandages off of my dingus. And God, you know you're not in for a good time when you see gauze surrounding your penis wrapped in dried blood. But I got it off, luckily, because that's the only thing I'm getting off right now. I can't reiterate how horny. I just keep hammering it. I'm so horny. Every dream that I've had has been a sex dream. I want this to stop. But luckily, this is the time to not be horny, when I have to like pull this gauze off of my dick. Luckily, they wrapped it in like a little bow, so I was able to like pull at one side, and then you just slowly unwrap it, and the closer you get to the core, the core of where the dick is, the more you're like, oh boy, this is getting stickier and stickier, and I'm feeling more of it with my penis. But I got it all off, and funny enough, there's like, I don't know how to describe it, there's like a gap in my dick where, if this is the head of the penis, there's like a little gap here, and then there's the rest of my penis. And it looked weird to me at first, where I was like, huh. But there was something familiar about it, and I don't know for certain, but I feel like maybe there was something like this for stage 1 also, where it just looks odd to me right now, but it's gonna heal fine. I'm used to like doing a lot of shit with like transition stuff, like going through stage 1 surgery, stabbing yourself with a needle once a week, you know. I've got my fanning condition. I'm a little woozy when it comes to some stuff, but because of transition stuff, I've toughened up a lot. Just because when you're exposed to it so much, I can't help but like have a stronger stomach. And when I got all the bandages off, I was like a little lightheaded for like a second, because you're feeling the pain in your penis, you know, as the gauze and the dried blood has come off. And I looked in the mirror, and I took a breath, and I was fine. But I got in the shower. I'm supposed to lightly wash it, you know, with soap and water. Same thing with the donor site on my left leg. The lift site, I'm supposed to not wash. I messaged them, I sent them an email just to make sure. I was like, do I wash that gently with soap and water also? And they were like, just let whatever soap and water naturally gets on it, that's fine. But I washed my body, under my arms, felt good. You get you get a little smelly. You're not moving, you're not doing too much physical activity, but just like sleeping in a bed and not being able to shower for 3 days, you know, you smell a little. But luckily not as much as stage 1, because I was sweating a lot. I was in a lot of pain during that time, so you sweat more the more stressed you are. But I washed off, everything was good, and then I was able to, you know, just really gently and slowly wash my business. I washed the left side, and then I went down to my dick, washed that gently. It was real nice. I think he enjoyed his first bath, the head at least. It's interesting. It's like a Pokemon evolution, where this is familiar to me. This dick has been my dick for a while now, and it's just like it's changed in a way. It's transitioned into something else. So I touched my shaft, and I just have feeling. It's not full feeling, but it's like the familiar, like I'm not going from scratch. Like with stage 1, I touched my dick and I couldn't feel anything. But now all the nerve endings are knitted together nicely, so I can feel it. A little bit sore, took its time, you know, sometimes the water going down on it was a little too intense. I made it just like slightly, you know, not too much. But I made the water a little cooler than I usually like it. I usually like hot showers, like hot showers, but not good for materials on your body that might not be able to feel if they're getting burned. So yeah, I made it a little cooler. My guy's got a little bit of a bounce to him. I don't know if I've described that before, but I like, you jiggle and it like has a little buoyancy to it, which makes sense because I've seen the rod, you know, not in a penis. I've seen they had to show us a video of someone handling the rod, and like they bend it this way, they bend it that way, and it makes sense if you're like, it's a meat popsicle. If you're putting it in a penis, it's gonna have some buoyancy because it's gonna have a little bit of weight to it. And funny enough, I touched my balls and they're pretty fine. There's like no pain in my balls. They're just like harder and tougher. They're like boulders, and I know they're gonna get a little smaller as they heal. It was very funny that I'm like taking like really gentle care of my dick and like making sure it's like pampered and like treated really gently, and I'm washing nice, and then I go to my balls and they're like, hey, you gonna wash me, dude? Cool. And I like lather my hands with soap and I'm like gently caressing them. They're like, you can go harder than that if you want. I wash them off, they're very solid. They're like, tight, see you next time. So, okay, my balls can just handle themselves right now, I guess, but I'm taking very dainty care of my penis. I got out of the shower and I dried myself off, and I can't tell you like how cool that felt, because this is the same hotel room we've had, so I'm experiencing all these things again after stage 1. I went through a million fucking showers in that exact bathroom, in that exact scenario, you know, for like 3 weeks or whatever, where I was an injured baby bird. I got out and I needed my mom to dry me off for me. Where I got out of that shower and I was like an injured baby bird. I needed my mom to towel me off immediately as soon as I came out of the shower. Like she dried me off, and then we dried my genitals with a hair dryer. And I was just, I felt so shitty, like I got the shit kicked out of me. And for me to get out of that shower on my own with no one else in the bathroom and be able to towel myself off, and I just looked in the mirror and I just smiled, because like I could just do everything myself. Yeah, I've just gone through surgery. Yeah, my body's just gone through trauma, but I'm not helpless anymore. And that felt really good. But I dried myself off gently. That's what you're supposed to do. And I got out and I got over here. And if I'm honest, I had a little moment of vulnerability where my penis is not totally symmetrical. And so I was looking at it and I was just like staring at it, because this is the first time I've actually really gotten to see it without the gauze on it. I'm letting it air dry before I put Neosporin on it and wrap it up in a bandage again. But I was just looking at it and I was like nitpicking it. You can't do that with surgeries and stuff. Nothing's gonna be 100% symmetrical. But I was just looking at it, and my mom was like, what's wrong? And I'm like, I don't want to, this is like an embarrassing thing. I don't want to like talk to my mom about this or whatever. But I was like, I don't know, I'm just feeling a little insecure about it, I guess. And she was like, Jess, I've seen so many penises. And I was like, this is not the way to start this sentence, mother. And she was like, none of them have been symmetrical. You don't want to have something symmetrical. When I got veneers in, I asked them to make one smaller than the other, just a little bit. Just because like it's too eerie if something is symmetrical. They look fake. Your penis would look fake if it was perfectly symmetrical. My teeth would look fake if I didn't make them a certain way. You don't want anything perfectly 100% symmetrical. And oddly enough, that is exactly what I needed to hear in that moment. I was like, yeah, you know what? Holy shit. And it was incredibly fast how I just felt better. It almost just automatically. It is wild how quickly the insecurity just vanished and it's never coming back. And I love how it looks now. Because I was in Scotland a couple years ago and it made me think of when I hooked up with a dude on Tinder over there. And his penis, he's a cisgender man that I met on Tinder. And his penis looked perfect. And it was eerie that it looked perfect. We were hooking up and I was convinced that this was a trans dude and he just wasn't telling me. And I mentioned it to him and we had a conversation about it and he was like, oh, I've never heard that before. And I'm like, yeah, you have a perfect penis. This is insane. I was like, can I just study it? Can I just look at this thing? And he's like, yeah, sure. And I just studied it from every angle and it looked perfect. And I wasn't attracted to it because it was perfect. It literally looked like it was made with a mold in a factory, like you were making Packers, you know, like it was a 6 or 8 inch model that they made and just stuck on a man. Every detail about this dick, the balls, the shaft, the head, all of it was just so perfect that I had trouble getting aroused. And I had totally forgot about this interaction. I had like tucked it away in my back pocket in the back of my fucking head. And now, in this moment, I remembered it. And I was like, oh, of course, right. It has to be not 100% asymmetrical in every way. Otherwise, I wouldn't be attracted to it. So how can I expect someone else to be? And I don't mean to body shame anyone out there who has a perfect penis. I'm realizing now that maybe if you're out there and you have a perfect penis, listen, I'm sure someone is attracted to it. We're talking about me right now. Let the white man speak. Let trans people speak. Anyway, yeah, that's how I just instantly got over any insecurity I could ever have, and I'm like totally in love with this boy. My lift site is bleeding just a teensy bit after the shower. I think it's just healing. You know, right now we're kind of in this stage where, especially the lift site is like purple and black and blue, and it's like it's healing still. It's wild to think we've only been out of surgery like 3 days max. Like I look great for being out of 3 days of surgery. The left side especially has gotten a lot better. My left nut is bruised. There's a noticeable bruise on it, but that is expected, you know, and they're solid enough. These nuts are solid enough that they don't even give a shit. They're just hanging out, just being like, cool, we're here. Awesome. Let's party. I'm really happy. I'm so happy. Even in my moments where I'm not happy, I very quickly become happy. I think right now this is the part of the process where you don't look perfect. You're a little bruised up and you just gotta like chill and realize 9 months from now you're gonna look great. Because that's exactly what these incisions are and these the donor site is, like I was talking before. This is the exact same stitching that was used on the left lower side where the vagina was removed. It's so weird to think that I had a vagina. I don't remember it. That's so odd. I didn't use it for anything, so I guess, yeah, I'm just gonna like forget. This is what I was meant to have. So you just take out the cartridge, replace it. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I could wiggle my balls. I could bounce my pecs. I'm a action figure with all the top model shit. But yeah, that incision, I'm looking and it's like fucking nothing. And the lower area where this lift took place, there's all my hair is just shaved there. I have a lot of tummy fluff, and by the time this scar sinks down and is covered with hair, might not even be able to see it. And if not, we could always do some treatment on it. So, yeah. Oh, also, taking the codeine pill once a day has been proving great. It doesn't build up in my system, so I don't get like so high I feel terrible. I've just been able to just take it once a night and just vibe, just get real high and listen to music and work on my writing, and it feels fucking great. So good to know that I can consume it and experience the lovely side effects of it. Yeah, because I work in video editing and Photoshop and stuff, and I just pictured, like, what would you do if you were to make this dick look more symmetrical? And I made the changes in my head, and then I don't like them. Now that I'm looking at it in my head, I'm like, I don't like that. I would like it to go back to the way it is. And poof, wow, what a cool thing. It was all in your head, Jesse. Because right now your dick just looks like it was before. And I'm like, good, okay, I wouldn't change anything. And isn't that a wonderful, magical thing? Where you think, you're like, I want to change this thing about my body. And then you think about the changes in your head and you're like, oh, I don't like that. What, great, you didn't have to Control Z anything. You have what you have. Let me tell you something. Society doesn't want you to like your body, so fuck them. Society doesn't make any money if you like your body. How are they supposed to sell you makeup? How are they supposed to sell you, what is that called? A butt lift. A BBB? Brazilian butt lift? How are they gonna convince you to inject filler into your lips if you like how your lips look? You know what? Daddy Nowak here to tell you, whatever, you're fucking beautiful, you bitch. You sit down and you love yourself. I'm tired of all this shit. I'm tired of America trying to make us insecure. We've gone through enough. We've gone through a whole fucking pandemic. Monkeypox is on the loose. We've got enough to worry about. You're great the way you are, and it's such like a stereotypical shitty thing to say, but it's true. You're the only one who can be you. There's my soapbox for today. I'm gonna slather my dick in Neosporin and put some bandages on it, and I'm not gonna jerk off, because I can't. I can't right now. Jesus, I was gonna say I hope she doesn't message me again, but I hope she does. I'm so horny. Ugh. Okay, 2 things to note real quick. My mom is out of the room, and I had some notes, and I was like, oh fuck, I had a eureka moment. So I, earlier in this vlog, had talked about how there's a piece missing, just like a really thin piece of skin missing from where, if this is my head, this skin is missing here, and then here's the rest of my dick. I realized I took a picture of my dick and I was just looking at it for a second because I was like, oh, I should like save this in a place that I will be able to draw it if I need to do the drawing thing. You know, last vlogs I drew what'll happen to my body because I can't show you pictures. And looking at it, I realized, oh shit, so I know what that skin is. The head of my dick, there's a little rolled up piece, you know, in order to make it look like the cap, the mushroom cap of the head. You know how dicks have like a little cap around it, and then there's the rest of the penis. That's what that skin was. They took a little skin, they cut it there, and then they rolled it up like a pizza crust, to make the little mushroom cap. And so that skin here is going to fill in just naturally from healing. That's what it was. That's where the skin went. It didn't go anywhere. It was on the dick the whole time. So that's something that I took note of, and I was like, oh fuck, I need to write that down so people, you know that I figured it out, in case some people like look at it and are like, oh, I know what that is. I knew, I found out, I just had to think about it for a bit. And the second thing I wanted to note that I wrote down when I realized it was that right now my dick is on the absolute perfect spot on my body. It's something that I wasn't able to really think about before, because you're taking note of a million other things at once, all of the different things that are happening to your body, and I'm not able to really look at myself in the mirror, you know, because and have an accurate depiction of what I'm going to look like, because I'm hunched over, because I'm healing from the lift site, you know, so I'm kind of hunched over. My back isn't, my posture isn't good, my back isn't fully flexed up or whatever. And looking at my dick and thinking about like realistically what sex would look like, I've realized like this was perfect. I needed the lift. Because before jerking off, it was a little difficult to jerk off from a sitting position, especially because my dick was soft, it didn't have the rod in it yet, but now it's in a perfect position where I think I can grab that bad boy and just let her rip, as they probably say in Beyblades. Anyway, that's all I wanted to add. After dinner, my mom asked what, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much pain I'm in. I was like, I think like a 2. She was like, oh my god, that's amazing, you're doing so well. And then she came over to help me. She got dishes after dinner and was like, you already put the Neosporin on everywhere it needs to go? And I was like, yep. And she was like, this is so much easier than stage 1, this is way easier. And I was like, yeah, it really is. It really is so much easier. You really just gotta get over stage 1. You gotta get through it, and like smooth sailing anything else I get from here. Not only just transition surgeries, but like any surgery. I was in the shower thinking about washing my chest off. It was reminiscent of after I got top surgery. And you gotta wash in the particular areas and put the Neosporin on the areas or whatever the fuck. I don't super remember it, but I had a flash of like remembering washing my chest, and it's really crazy how much stuff has happened since then. That's the beginning. That's baby shit. All the little steps prepared me for this step, and now nothing I go through will even compare. I'm doing great. I'm real happy. It's just gonna take some time, and I know it's gonna take some time because stage 1, 9 months of healing, and my scar looks like that, and it looks great. So I know it's just gonna take time, and I've got time. Like I said before, COVID, monkeypox happening right now, this is the perfect time to have surgery because I'm not going anywhere, I'm not doing anything. I just get to sit back and relax and just heal. I'm gonna have some Oreos and chill out, maybe listen to some music. I hope you're having a good night, or morning, or day. I don't know when you're gonna be watching this. All I know is right now, in this moment in time, the door is open and it's letting in a nice warm breeze, and Donald ducking it. It's funny, after the clip from the stage 1 recovery logs where the beginning where I draw and I accidentally make my dick look like Donald Duck, someone replied to the tweet where I tweeted out that one clip, and they were like, you can really say you're Donald ducking it now, and yep. For those who don't know, Donald ducking it traditionally means like wearing a shirt, no pants, and yeah, that's more than one meaning to the expression now. I'm gonna eat some Oreos and Donald duck it and just fucking vibe. Oh, you know what? I was gonna stop the camera, but I'd like to talk about something, and I didn't know I was gonna talk about this, but I think it is related to transition stuff, so I think it's important to like tell you about what's happening right now in this moment in time. So this girl has been flirting with me that I told you about, and no matter what happens with us, because like everything is up in the air, I never count anything, nothing's gonna happen. Like, as far as I'm concerned, if you just say nothing's gonna happen, then you can't be disappointed. And I meant that in a happy way, not in a MJ in Spider-Man No Way Home way. Like, I'm honestly happy with whatever the results comes from this, because that's my way of hooking up with someone or dating them or whatever. As long as we can leave things on amicable terms and we both had fun and there's no hard feelings, then I have grown and changed from the experience, and it's a nice time. I just like spending time with people, whether it's in a romantic or platonic or sexual or any other kind of context. And she actually helped me heal from something that I did not realize that I really needed to heal from, which is this girl. She's a cis woman, and she started flirting with me, and it wasn't anything weird. I'm just a guy to her, and there's no, I don't know, cis women love to fuck the trans dude because it makes them feel good about themselves. They feel like a good person, and then they can go brag to their friends while we wonder where they went, why they ghosted us. But it's not like that right now. She's just flirting with me. She finds me attractive, and she's said that, and she's just flirting with me as if, I don't know, there's nothing weird going on. I'm just a guy. She thinks I'm a hot guy, and she's flirting with me because she's attracted to men, and she thinks I'm attractive. And afterwards, I really sat with that and thought about it, because I wasn't thinking about it in the moment. In the moment, I was like, flattered, and it was a cool thing, but I actually had to think about it for a bit. And I've talked about it here. I haven't dated or hooked up with a cis woman in maybe 3 years. They're not nice to me. I haven't had good experiences. For the reasons that I've talked about. I've grown and changed enough as a person that I decided that that's not something I want, so I'm just not dating or hooking up with people who don't respect me. I'm very communicative, and if you can't match my vibe, then I don't want to share that time with you. I don't want to waste each other's time. And it made me realize that all of the cis women who have done me dirty in the past, all of them that are not very nice people, are white cis women. And I'm flirting right now with someone who is not a white cis woman. She's a cis woman, but she's not white. And I realized that's the real difference. There's a lot of like white savior shit that an anti-feminism that comes along with like growing up as a white cis woman. Like I know the experience, I understand where they're coming from. I think a lot of it comes from, if I could dissect this for a second, I think a lot of it comes from how cruel cis men have been to cis white women, and so they think that they can be assholes because they're better than white cis men. They're like, these guys treated me so bad, and they don't realize they're treating other people poorly. They find feminism and they kind of latch onto it, and they don't do intersectional feminism, and it just turns into this white feminism like fucking echo chamber shit. So they'll fuck the trans man and think it makes them a better person somehow, and they'll be like, I'm doing all this shit over here and not thinking about anyone but themselves, really, because they've treated me so cruel. And as someone who internalizes all that shit, and I'm like, I must have done something wrong, you know, and I've dissected all of my behavior, and I don't know, I used to be a fuckboy, but nothing that I've said or done to them warranted how they treated me. It's not okay, the things that they've done to me. And for a long time I thought it was my fault, and I blamed myself entirely, and a lot of stuff comes with that. And saying all this, catching up to the current time that we're talking about right now, it made me realize it's not cis women who are bad to me, it is white cis women. I shouldn't blame an entire group of cis women for what specifically white feminism has done to rot white cis women's brains who try to flirt with me. And it took a while, but I was just thinking about that last night, and it was long after we had stopped talking for the night. It was, you know, a couple nights ago when we talked, but I actually teared up thinking about that. It was like this healing experience for me. It was like a relief. Like, a cis woman can treat me good. Like, I don't have to be closed off to a whole group of people that I'm attracted to because they don't treat me correctly. And I'm sure there are white cis women out there who will treat me correctly if I wanted to date them or whatever, because I'm friends with them. They exist. But for a long time, I was really, really damaged by, you know, the number of them that were not very nice to me, and I closed myself off to them. So it really meant a lot to me that she just treated me like a human. A lot of cis white women subscribe to the, you know, I can't be transphobic, I fuck trans people all the time kind of narrative, and it sucks. So it feels really good that that doesn't have to be my life. That there are people out there that give a shit about me in a real way and do research on their own and are friends with trans people and are able to accept criticism and grow on their own as people, and I don't have to babysit them and hold their hand through every interaction with me. I don't have to just be bracing for something they say that's gonna hurt me, because they can make mistakes, but it's not like it's been in the past. And it feels really good. So, you know, years could pass by and maybe nothing is gonna happen with me and this girl, but she's done something for me that really means a lot to me. And that's real cool. So, yeah, that's what's happening in my life. Of course, I have to say something serious and then make a Borat 2007 reference. When did Borat come out? 2006? It was close. Anyway, we're healing from trauma. We're doing great. I'm not horny yet. I think the shower really helped. Just take a cold shower. Even if you haven't had surgery, that's probably a good way to not be horny. I'm gonna have some Oreos and vibe out. I'll catch you later. It is recovery day 4. I just got done with my second shower, and it's one of those things where like I'm getting used to the whole routine of doing the shower, air drying my junk, applying the Neosporin in the correct place, and applying the gauze and taping it up with paper tape in the right place. You know, I gotta put it in just the right area so that it doesn't like fall off the head of my dick, but it also covers the area that it needs, while also making it free enough that I can pee without getting urine on it. And as soon as I master it, it will be done. As soon as I get the routine down and I fucking perfect it, I'm not gonna need it anymore and it's gonna be fully healed. I know it is. It's always that way. But I'm getting pretty good at it. I'm getting better at the shower. Like today I took my shower and I felt amazing and I was able to wash in all the areas. I just needed one test run yesterday to make sure that I can shower good. It's a process with each different surgery because different areas on you are sore, you know. So last surgery, it was a matter of making sure I didn't get my left arm wet, but now I can get it as wet as I want. In fact, I should gently wash it with soap and water. I'm not stretching my legs, obviously, because I just want to let everything heal, but I'm gaining more elasticity. That's a $20 word for you. In the shower, with being able to like, you know, not kneel but like bend my legs in order to like wash in between the areas of my inner thighs. That's what it's called. Body parts have names. I don't have to guess. The bendy boy, no, that's an elbow, Jesse. You can just use the word elbow. I'm noticing that the surgical glue is on more of my body than I had originally thought. Like you know, they mentioned the surgery glue in the paperwork and they say to just let it get off on its own, but I'm noticing parts of my body are shiny, and I'm like, oh, that's what that is. There are also areas of my body that I can tell are like green yellow, and you know, part of that might be natural bruising, but part of it might be the stuff that they like spray on you. I remember I was very yellow after stage 1, and it's just like health stuff, it's cleanliness stuff, sanitary stuff. I don't know what it's called. They spray it on you when you're in surgery, or maybe it's a liquid. I don't know. I've never seen it applied. I just know the aftermath. But anyway, I see it on my body, but it's a lot less than stage 1. It's so much so. It's such a lesser degree that I almost couldn't tell, and I can't tell. I don't know for sure if that's what it is. But yeah, parts of my body are shiny. My dick is very shiny, and I wonder if it's because of a glue of some kind or a coating. But I'm enjoying my shiny dick. It's funny, I didn't mention it before, but like there's a line in marker, you know, when they mark you up. I found a new one after surgery that just goes long ways down my dick. So if this is my dick after surgery, there was just a mark like where just not even at the top of the dick, it's more like here. There was like a little line that starts probably about here and just kind of went there, and that's already, you know, almost gone. I'm in a bit of pain today, but nothing like too terrible. Again, total cakewalk compared to stage 1. I'm able to manage it with Tylenol and ibuprofen and doing the hydrocodone pills once a day. I took a lorazepam late last night because I was high from the codone, and it was 2 hours in. I wasn't catching the buzz that I wanted to, and I'm like, well, if I'm not gonna be high and awake, I might as well go to sleep. So I took a lorazepam because I know they make me go to sleep, and I know that they don't have an interaction because last surgery they had me on a balance of both. So I headed to bed, had a nice snooze. I'm still waking up from it. I know that like a whole lorazepam, it takes me a while to wake up in the morning, and that's usually why I only take half a lorazepam when I'm like at home just having anxiety stuff. But I didn't see the downside to it. I need sleep, so I don't mind being sleepy. Still incredibly horny. So horny. It's so much. I don't know when I'm gonna be healed enough. And it's funny because like the cuties that I'm talking to right now, it's not like any of them are well, some of them are saying some sexual things, but some of them aren't, and I'm just turned on by their personality. So it's not that it's explicitly sexual things that they're saying to me that are making me so horned up. It's just they're saying things that turn me on. Like they're sharing their interests and they're talking passionately about things that they like, and I'm like, I want to fuck you so bad. I don't know, I'm fucking weird. That stuff really gets me going. I love passionate people. I love people that just sharing their interests, and like I want to fuck good people, and there are some genuine good cuties talking to me right now, and like I can't handle it. My dreams are so sexual. It's upsetting. I want to not have sex dreams anymore. I literally don't think I've ever had this many sex dreams in a row in my entire life. It's been days. End my suffering. Sometimes you're having a nightmare and you wake up and you're like, oh, thank God that isn't happening in the dream. But I get a dream and I'm like getting a hand job, and then I wake up and I'm like, well, I guess I just have to stare at my shiny dick and not do anything. Last night, the night of recovery day 3, was the first time I had a normal pee. You know, a pee that like, it had a good amount of stream and it also didn't jet off to the side. I've had 2 of those so far, and I count them as such a victory because I just want to pee normal. And I didn't make note of it because I thought it was just a normal thing that like maybe my dick was just doing, and I didn't notice it because I was wearing underwear and I don't usually walk around naked. But thinking more about it, I was like, this isn't a normal thing for me, which is that I will wake up in the morning and liquid, I think it's pee, will just be falling from my dick. Like, I get up and it just like falls out. And I told my mom about it, and she was like, yeah, you were very high, so you probably don't remember, but that was happening a lot during stage 1, where liquids were just falling out of your dick, you know, like blood, and maybe there was urine, I don't know, but that was a normal thing, because I think your head is just healing, your penis is just healing, so like, you haven't lost control of your bladder. That's just a thing that is happening during the healing process. And that made me feel better, because I was like, oh no, I don't know, I think I assumed it was just my penis healing. I also wanted to note yesterday, you know, day 3 of recovery was the first time I tried, speaking of covery, I slept with the covers on. If you remember before, I was avoiding it because my dick was so sensitive that like, I have a sheet and kind of a heavy-ish blanket. You know, I don't think duvet cover is the correct word, but like, you know, it's got some heft to it. And my dick was so sensitive that like me laying on my back, I couldn't have both covers on me. So I just had the sheets, and I kind of molded the top cover because I needed it. I like things warm, and I kind of molded it around so there was just a hole in the center where my dick was covered by the sheets. And then the heavy blanket went around it and covered my feet and like the rest of my body. And it was interesting. But I tried yesterday, just laying with it on it, and we're good. As well as sleeping on my side. Sleeping on my side, I'm okay doing now. I think the ibuprofen actually really helped with both of those things. I don't know, maybe it was a combination of finally being able to take the ibuprofen and also my penis healing enough that I can sleep on my side. Because when I sleep on my side, my dick, you know, kind of falls to the side a little bit. But it's funny, I'm used to it being soft, so it just kind of like falls completely to the side, like it's numb, like you sat on your hand and then it just like falls to the side. But now that it's hard, it is just kind of turned, but it's straight. Anyway, no wonder I'm horny all the time, because I have to stare at this thing being hard all the time. There's a new fistula that's been unlocked. Yay! Pew pew pew. I peed and there was a little bit of urine dribbling out of my ball sack. And that sucks, but like it is a very small one, so I imagine it'll heal. I saw it do that very slightly, like I want to say a day ago, maybe 2 days ago. But it was so little and it didn't come back, so I didn't comment on it. But now I definitely saw that urine was coming out of it. And I think it was like the first pee of the day or whatever, so there was a lot of urine, so maybe... I think it's just gonna heal on its own. I've had enough experience with fistulas in that area that like, I think it's just gonna heal. And honestly, I'd much rather it be there. I'd much rather it be a minor fistula where the near the bottom of my ball sack rather than underneath the base of my dick. So hopefully, knocking on wood, my penis is so sensitive. At least my dick is sensitive in the right ways. It's not a huge amount of pain. I'm still very shocked that I'm able to put Neosporin on my clean hands and apply it to the head of my dick where it needs to, so I can put the gauze on, and it doesn't hurt. Like, I'm able to just apply it. So it's sensitive in the right ways. It's not sensitive enough that it will hurt when I apply Neosporin to the head, but it is sensitive enough that if I'm to just like touch the shaft here, yeah, that's some feeling there. I'm glad that we have that amount of sensitivity, and I'm also glad there's technically a video of me touching my penis on YouTube. That was not my intention. It's for science. It's labeled for research and medical purposes. everything's fine. I gotta adjust myself while I'm doing streams and stuff, so technically there's lots of videos of me touching my penis. I just don't mention it. Have I made it weirder? I don't know. But yeah, not too much in the pain department going on, just anything of note I would note is that the hydrocodone, whatever the fuck, made me not as high last night. I don't know if it's because I'm getting more in my system. Blah, blah, blah. But, yeah, I'm moving around faster every day. It fucking rules. Shower was good and fun. I'm feeling more like myself than I have in the last couple days. I'm gonna have some soup. We got some Ovaltine so I can get started having some protein shakes. Can't take daily vitamins yet, but I do have these like fruit and vegetable ground up capsule things that I'm able to take. In fact, thank you for the reminder, Current Jesse. I'm gonna take those as soon as I stop recording. Yeah, I'm doing some writing. I'm doing some cool shit. I seem to just do my Instagram recovery updates at like 1 in the morning when I'm high, and that's fun. Sometimes I'm not high, but then I do the updates and then realize afterwards that I am high. You know what I'm talking about. You're like this edible ain't shit, and then I'm gonna eat some soup. I'm so horny. I have to tell Mom to stop starting the washing machine before she leaves because I forget that I record these things when she's out and it might be in the background. So, hello, we're doing this again. I apologize for the noise if it's annoying. Yesterday I was just kind of sleeping on and off, like it just keeps happening where I was just like tired randomly, which makes sense. It makes sense that you're tired randomly because your body's gone through a lot and also your meds are making you sleepy. Your body went through a lot, let it relax. Should I be wearing a shirt? You know what, fuck it, it's fine. What if I wear it like a cape? We're fancy, it's like I'm a guy from Game of Thrones. I'm just trying to mix it up, you know, I want the days to look different. Consistently, always forever. What do we say when we're feeling like shit? Drink water, bitch. You're dehydrated. I've been drinking water every time I feel like shit, and I'm like, yeah, I feel better now. You just have to drink water. Just drink water. Whether you're recovering from surgery or not, just drink more water. No one's drinking enough water. We're all thirsty bitches. So I had not shit since the time I had talked about it after surgery, and I was like, I gotta keep up on that, you know? Because I'm still assuming that this is gonna be like stage 1. So I was like, you gotta keep ahead of that shit. Because by the time you realize you haven't shit for a while, it's already too late. Like, you gotta be packing your body full of the stuff, and they told me to bring the Miralax and stool softener and milk and magnesia and all that fucking shit. I even brought the fucking jelly in case you gotta go up in your butthole and like make it slippery or whatever the hell. I don't remember a lot of the stuff that happened during recovery from that first surgery. I was on a lot of drugs. But I took a stool softener, and also I drank some milk and magnesia because I was like, yeah, let's get ahead of this. And I overkilled it. I am incorrectly assuming that this is going to be more of an intense healing process than it is. I'm assuming I had more anesthesia than I have because I shit, but oh boy did I shit. I had some real bad diarrhea up in this bitch. So I was just kind of waddling, because I'm still healing, back and forth from the toilet. So here's a recommendation. It's fine. Just try taking the stool softener or the milk of magnesia for the stage 2. You haven't taken as much of a beating as you have in stage 1. You don't want to overkill it, because oh man, is diarrhea while your lift wound is healing and you gotta shuffle back and forth. It's no fun, but I got through it. And you know what? We learned something. So everything is experience. The 2 things we always say here: everything is experience, and drink water. So something I realized is that I've been, taking my shower, washing my dick, and applying the Neosporin and like wrapping it up in a gauze once it air dries every day. And I've realized something that I hadn't thought about. I assumed that they were gonna go into my dick to put the rod in through the bottom, like the stitches were at the bottom of the hot dog, long ways, where I can't see when the sausage was made. And I assumed they were gonna go back in there, but feeling around, there's no stitches there. So I'm not quite sure how they got the rod in there. And I'm realizing, they probably went in through the little intersection that was taken out to roll up to make the cap of my penis, the head. They probably went in there and just like stuck it in but I don't fucking know. But that's something I had not considered. I just assumed, like, looking at the bottom of my dick, I was like, yeah, the stitches and all that, the scar looks great. And I don't see it anyway because it's on the bottom of my penis. But I had mentally prepared for that to get opened again. And I was like, well, you know what? It healed great once. I think it'll heal great again. And then for me, days later, to be like, hold on, they didn't go in through there. How'd they dang do this? But I was also incorrectly assuming that it was like gonna go in the middle like a hot dog tube, like a straw going through it or some shit. But they're not messing with my urethra at all. It went somewhere else. I don't know. I'm just gonna let the surgeon do their thing. They've done more of this than I have. So something happened last night that kind of freaked me out a little bit, which was that I went to pee and I couldn't pee anymore. Like, we've been talking about how my urine has been like shitty urinating. I think it's called dysfunctional voiding. I believe that's the term for it. And he said he'd be able to talk to me about it once he's back in a couple of weeks. But it's one of those things where I just assumed my peeing was normal, or rather I assumed that it was a stricture and we were going to get that fixed during surgery. But it's not really until someone points out that something is fucked up that you realize it is. Because I went to pee and then I couldn't pee anymore, and it's been coming out in like spurts, where I've peed for a few seconds and then it stopped, and then I peed for a few seconds and it stopped. But there was more dead air than there was actually peeing, and then I just couldn't empty my urine out anymore, but I could feel that there was urine in my body. And I was just kind of frustrated, like, looking at the toilet, being like, come on, dude, fucking do it. I want to go back to bed. So that was a little scary, and I went back to bed and just kind of felt like shit, because I was just laying there, and it kind of feels like a UTI, you know what I mean? Where you feel like you need to pee, but you can't. And honestly, I was really, really tired before I went to bed, but I just couldn't sleep after that. I was just like laying there feeling like shit. But it's okay, because Santucci said there were things that we can do about this. And I Googled it, because of course I did, and all of the articles about dysfunctional voiding are just about like 4-year-olds who are trying to use the bathroom for the first time. So I'm not sure how helpful that is. But basically what I've learned about it is that part of it is mental, and part of it, they can give you a medicine or something to like relax your bladder. And thinking about how that made me feel, it might actually be something that was before any of these surgeries. I've talked about it briefly because I talked about how I was getting frequent UTIs, because that is a possible side effect of going on testosterone therapy. And so my doctor had prescribed me some medicine, my sex pills that I took whenever I got blowjobs or anything with my T-dick, because I thought I was getting frequent UTIs, because that's what the feeling felt like. And sometimes the feeling wouldn't go away, and so I told my doctor about that. It was just my general practitioner. And she said I might need to see a urine specialist. I don't know what the word is for that, but I might need to see someone about pee problems. And I didn't think it was worth it, because I was looking into phalloplasty and it was coming up anyway, so there was no, in my head, there was no point. Because any junk, it's way, way easier to get UTIs and stuff, because there's a short distance between your junk and infection and stuff. It's much more difficult for people with penises to get UTIs, because like there's a whole long ass urethra to get through to infect you. At least that's how I understand it. I'm not a doctor. But I didn't look into it, and laying there feeling like I had to pee but I couldn't made me realize, like, this is the same feeling that I got before. Maybe I just thought that I had UTIs, but I didn't. It was like a voiding problem of some kind. I don't know. And I honestly don't know. I don't know what the answer is. But it also might be something hereditary, because I was talking to my mom about it, and, you know, she sometimes pees in spurts or something also. And then a third option is this could just get better once I'm healing from surgery. I did not really think about what a catheter is, but it's apparently something that like pierces your kidneys or something, because I thought of it as like, oh, it's a straw or some shit that goes in your pee hole. But my mom has had surgeries and stuff, and she's said that, you know, it's a thing that like pierces an organ, so you need time to recover. And after her surgeries, it took her a long time, quote unquote. She said it took a long time, but she did get back to normal. And I was like, how long? And she was like 2-3 months. It might take a while. And that does make sense. It makes sense that if your kidneys are like stabbed with a thing, it's gonna take them some time to get back to normal and feeling like they can do their job properly again. So these are 3 very different options. Might get better because part of it is mental. My mom wanted to massage me. She wanted to massage my back and my feet, especially because there are pressure points in your feet that lead up to like your bladder and your kidneys and all that shit. And you'll remember that's something that she did for me during my previous recovery from stage 1, and it did help. But this is like a direct root of like, oh, there's something that is damaged in me that does need healing. And I'll be honest, I'm not super knowledgeable about pressure points and shit, and I was feeling really stressed about it, so I didn't really think it was gonna work. But she massaged my feet, she pulled up the chart or whatever about where on the feet the leads to the places in the body, and she worked on it for like 5-10 minutes, and then I was able to urinate properly for the first time in a while. I emptied my bladder, and I did not feel like I had anything left in it. So it worked. I'm just really grateful for it. I think part of it might just be time, and it also might be just relaxing your body. So I don't know if the pressure points were the cure for that, but like my body needed to relax. I've been sleeping in, like on my back. I've been nervous about my dick when I go on my side. It's not ideal for body relaxation. So either way, I got a nice foot massage, and maybe that just helped because I never get my feet massaged. So maybe they just fucking needed them. I don't know, but I'm very grateful for it, and I hope that it keeps it up. Washing machine, you gotta cool it. I don't know how loud that's gonna be. Fucking let trans men speak. So while I was freaking out about my bladder stuff, I was just a reminder, when I am laying on my back, my dick is just fully, you saw the picture, it is in an erect position, and the sheet is laying on top of it. And I wasn't even trying to feel or do anything, but my dick started pulsing. I felt a pulsing where my T-dick is and my party dick, where they connect. And I realized it was being triggered because the sheet was on top of my penis. And the head, it's sensitive and it's regrowing nerves and shit. So all the stuff was like connecting, it's booting up again, and it was being stimulated by this sheet on top of me, and it was like, I just describe it as a pulsing. It was just a pulsing, and that was very cool. I'm glad there's like a little reminder where it's like your computer's been real fucked up and it's taken its time doing the update, but it wants to give you a little hope. So it makes the keyboard or the mouse light up briefly for a few seconds to set a reminder and be like, hey, listen, we're still working on this. It's taking some time, but don't worry, we're doing it. I'm trying to keep a healthy balance of like, when I go to shower, the gauze, I need it, if it's wrapped around where the skin was taken from my dick to roll up, that's where the gauze was when I came home from the hospital. And when I peel it off there after a day, it sticks to it because there is blood there and it hurts to take it off my skin. So I don't want it directly under the head of my dick, but if I put it up too far on the penis, I don't want to get it wet when I pee. But that does seem like the best solution because I don't want it to like stick to where I'm injured. So I'm trying to find a good balance. I think I have today. It bled a little bit when I took off the gauze today. There was some, I think 3 total drops of blood on the ground that I had to make my mom clean because I can't lean down, and it's good. Shout out to your caretakers because I'm so glad I'm not alone for this. But man, when I got out of the shower today, I looked at my dick, and it's healing so well already. This is recovery day 5? It's already like I figured that it would. Because I can't imagine they would take that portion of your skin from the dick and still have the amazing results that the Crane Center has with penises. But it's already like full, like healing in it. It looks like it's already turning the color of the rest of my penis. It looks great. It feels great. It's healing really well. And it also was not sore when I washed around my genitals in the shower today. Just my dick is sore, like the head area where that skin is healing. Specifically, that's really the only place that my dick hurts. But I was telling you before about how like the genital area was sore after surgery, like where the incisions were and stuff near the base of my dick, where the fistula was, where they like sewed things up. And I was able to wash fine in the shower today. Now, mind you, I am on painkillers, but a day ago it was sore, And today it is not, which is a really good sign. All of this is like healing really well. Like everything, my side, my donor sites, everything is healing well. I know it's just going to take time, and I'm willing to exchange time and discomfort for good results. I'm also writing a poetry book. A friend of mine inspired me to get back into poetry writing because poetry is one of those things that I loved doing my whole life. I won awards in school for it. It was like my shit, especially in high school and college. And then I lost the ability to write poetry when I got happy. Once I transitioned and I was happy, I realized that all of my poetry, the source of it came from depression and sadness, so it makes sense that I'm not able to tap into that anymore. But poetry, I found now, is like firebending. You know how in Avatar there are different sources for your firebending? Like Zuko wants to... I don't think I have to say spoilers for Avatar. Go watch Avatar. What the fuck are you doing? Why are you listening to me talk when you could be watching Avatar: The Last Airbender? Don't watch the movie, watch the cartoon. Also, it's not about blue people. You've gone too far if you're... Anyway, some characters tap into anger to firebend, and they could also tap into a calmness and a steadiness and like the other sources. You don't like firebending sometimes can't be controlled when you're like angry all the time. That's what I've realized poetry is. I don't have to be sad in order to write poetry. I need to tap into a new source and a new way of writing. And I've done that. And so I'm actually busting out some poems, and I'm realizing it would be a fun idea to make a book that I wrote entirely like on painkillers while I'm recovering from penis surgery. I'm still thinking of a name. I'm not sure what yet, but I if I can get enough poems going, I might make my second poetry book. My first poetry book was called Raw, and I released it, I believe, in 2016. I made 150 physical copies of it, and I sold all of them. I just wanted to make an attainable goal. I didn't want to make too many of them. And we'll see what I do for this one. I might release it online for like $5 or whatever the fuck, and then make like 50 copies or 100 copies that are physical copies that I'll mail out to people. I don't trust the mail is the thing, especially nowadays with the panorama and all that. That's with the pandemic. It's like I want to make sure people get their stuff, and I feel bad if they don't, because I can't do anything about that, you know. And I want to make sure people's addresses are correct, and you know, there's complications that come with that. But that's a fun idea to me. Maybe I'll just make like 50 or something like that. But I'm getting ahead of myself. We'll see if the book happens. I'm having a lot of fun with it. My style is doing some serious stuff, doing some like romance-based poetry, some poetry about things that are important to me, and then there's also some goofy ass shit. And I'm working on one right now, and I'm very happy. I'm very happy with the things that I've produced for it so far. So we will see. If I'm just vibing at night at 1 a.m. on painkillers, healing from dick surgery, writing poetry, I think that's very fun. I like if there's a theme for it, you know. I never like to do anything unless I can put my own unique spin on it. I don't like to make something or say something if someone has said or done it the exact same way as I have before. There has to be a reason that I'm doing this. Like, what am I bringing unique to the table? You know what I mean? So we'll see if that happens. I'm having fun with it so far. We also got Chipotle for lunch, which I'm excited about because my body's been very angry at me because like my mom, she eats salad a lot. She's an older woman and she takes care of herself. But the thing is, I, before surgery, was working out every other day. So my body, after eating salad, like, you know, I've been getting some meat, but it's mad at me at the amount of salad I've been eating. It's like, we need protein right now. You are slowly dying, you stupid piece of shit. Where's the chicken? So it's made me feel better in my mind and body to get something that I was eating before surgery into my body. You know what I mean? That isn't cock. Haha. I miss sex. That'll be fun. Anyway, that's all I got for now. Excuse me, I must attend to the wall or some shit. What do they say in that show? I have a cat named Khaleesi, I should know. Brothers. Oh, I can't do that accent. Brothers. Blah, blah, blah. I'm a bastard. Oh, fuck. I haven't seen Game of Thrones in so fucking long. What is that accent? They were born on the wrong side. That's Scottish. I don't know. What do you sound like, sir? You all crown me your king. It's just Scottish. I didn't even know I could do a Scottish accent, and I think it's me fucking up Jon Snow. I have not seen the show in so long. Side note, very weird note, might just be a niche thing. I can't hear the word cock in my head without hearing it like Tyrion says it, you know what I mean? Tyrion has a very distinct way of saying cock, and it's... Today was my first outing. Oh, I have to wear my shirt in a funny way. Today was my first outing, so I went outside and I wore pants. I have not done that in a week. Really takes it out of you. You don't realize like how much like walking and getting in and out of a car is going to affect you after surgery, but I remember this feeling. Definitely nothing compared to stage 1. I was able to keep up pretty well. We saw Nope. It was my second time seeing it. It was my mom and my friend Andrew's first time seeing it. So good. I can't say anything about it without spoiling it, but it's real good. It really... This is maybe dating the video, but like, go see Nope if you haven't seen Nope. See it a second time. It's one of those movies that I feel like you can't just watch once. I caught so much the second time. It's fucking dope as shit. I learned something about writing from Jordan Peele from this second viewing of Nope that I didn't notice the first time, and I really appreciate it. I love that like I'm going off on a rant about Jordan Peele. He seems really dope. He seems like he's just kind of like a weird dude, like the rest of us, you know? He seems like he has anxiety and like he has trouble making eye contact with you, but then he'll just like bust out like a really great script, and he's like very into horror. I would love to pick his brain about shit. I would love to just like have dinner with that dude. But both of us would be a little bit awkward, right? Because we're both, I don't know anything about Jordan Peele. This is absolutely me just like being a weird freak, and maybe it's because I'm on the spectrum, but I'm like seeing spectrum things about him. But I feel like if he is on the spectrum, both of us mask really well. And that's so fascinating to me. It gives me hope, you know? It gives me hope that someone like me can make it in this industry. There's always people in my audience at panels and stuff, you know, when I talk about being on the spectrum or being autistic and being in the industry and writing and acting and producing all that shit, that have questions about it during the panel. They'll ask questions. I had a really interesting question what month was I a guest at this con? It was earlier in the year. It was the one con I did this year, where someone asked like how masking affects you in the writing room. And that was really interesting to me because like I forget sometimes that I have audience members who are autistic or audience members who are on the spectrum also, and it's another form of representation, you know, like me being trans and like me being queer and on the spectrum and mixed race and all this shit. Like it means something to someone out there, and that's very cool. And now I get it. I get the same feeling, I think, seeing Jordan Peele succeed. Again, I don't know if this man is autistic. It totally could just be me projecting. But if he is, I can see it. And for him to like start on like Mad TV and like make all these fucking really good movies, it's very inspiring. And he married Chelsea Peretti. It makes me inspired. Maybe I can make good movies and marry a really funny, attractive cis woman. You know, maybe that's in the cards for me. God, I hope so. It's recovery day. What day is it? Recovery day 6. I'm getting cum out the dick. That's very cool. Obviously not able to like do anything about my sexual urges because everything is my ding dong. Still healing. Still far from being able to touch that thing. Which, side note, apparently I will be able to like adjust it into other positions when I'm 2 weeks post-surgery. Because I emailed them about it because I knew I was going out today, and I was like, am I allowed to wear Sepratech? Am I allowed to wear underwear? What's happening with that? I am not supposed to be wearing Sepratech right now. They suggested just getting some big tighty whities, which I am not gonna do, but I had some other underwear. Basically the only concern, you know, for me going out was just that like I wore those black sweatpants shorts and I tied them, but you can't really see here, but my lift line, the incision, the lift, is between my belly button and my dick. I would say it's more towards my dick. So there is a space there where the underwear goes. And I really don't mind a scar being there because one, like 9 months from now, it might be fucking nothing. I'm able to treat it and stuff. But two is that I don't think anyone will ever see that unless I'm like full frontal. So like sex partners would be able to see it worst case, but like I can't imagine it being in any selfies unless they are real spicy. How spicy does that fucking selfie have to be? You could almost see my fucking chorizo. So my only real concern was like my pockets being weighed down with my wallet and my phone and stuff like that, and it did a little bit. I had to like hold it up at some point because my lift line was feeling achy, and I was like, ugh, I don't want to push things against that. So I was very cool. I felt like a cowboy, where I was just like holding my pants, doing a little walk like I'm wearing spurs. But yeah, the outing went well. I went to the movies. It was a theater where the chairs go up, you can put your feet up, so that was real dope. I didn't realize how badly I would need that to sit through a 2-hour movie, so I'm really appreciative. And that's kind of becoming like the standard for movie theaters, I feel. Maybe it might be different if you're like in bumfuck nowhere where they haven't made a new movie theater in like 50 years, but it seems like every theater that I've gone to in recent memory, it's they have like seats that have a leg rest or the back of the chair goes back by default. I've also only lived in cities the last like 6, 7, 8 years, so it might be that. I'm just spoiled. I'm just fancy. Oh, he fancy though. Anyway, yeah, we went to a diner after that, and that was very cool. And I was fine sitting in regular booth tables for that, but I was getting tired as I got up. We were going to get in our lift, and I felt like something in my right leg muscle where I was like, ooh, I'm glad I'm going home right now. So I was very grateful for the chairs that I got to see Nope in. I sat down in those and then saw that the leg rest could go up, and in that moment I was like, yes, I would love that, please, and put it up, and was like, oh fuck. Very useful. Oh, I'm still recovering from surgery. I'm doing great, and I got pain pills in me like an hour ago, but like, fuck. But it was nice. It was nice, some normalcy. When I went, I put on my underwear and I was dreading it because I was like, how erect am I gonna look in public? Because I asked the Crane Center when I can adjust my phallus, because it's gonna suck looking erect everywhere I go. But I put on underwear and it wasn't that bad. Like I looked in the mirror and was like, not as pointy as I thought it was gonna be. And then I put pants on top of the underwear. It was fine.
What, Bolner?
I thought it looked fine. I thought it looked great. You can't even like tell really. And I asked Andrew at the end of our outing, I was like, okay, you've spent hours with me. Just checking. Would you notice anything's weird about my pants? And he looked and was like, I wouldn't think anything if you hadn't pointed it out. And I'm like, well, now that I've pointed it out, do you see anything? And he looked at me, and went to another angle, and went to a third angle, and he was like, no, looks fine to me. And I was like, good, awesome. Just some bros checking out each other's junk. Just guy things. You wouldn't understand. It's a guy thing. But yeah, coming out the dick. Really appreciate it. It's some return to normalcy, just like putting on some underwear. I feel good. I touch my dick very lightly in the shower, and I can feel, the nerves connecting. It gives me a little spark of hope, that I just need to let this shit heal, and I'm gonna let it rip. My first orgasm out the gate. I can't wait to touch this bad boy. It's also just wild that I don't get acne when I'm recovering from surgery. Like, I think it must be working out, right? That's the main thing that's stopped. But after both of my major surgeries, I've noticed my skin has never been clearer, or if I do have pimples or zits or whatever, they just magically, like, they do their thing, they pop in the shower or whatever the fuck, and I just have wonderful skin that I don't have to put cover-up makeup on at all. Usually I have to cover up a bit when I'm, like, doing vlogs like this, but I'm going all natural because, like, I'm healing from surgery. I don't have the energy to fucking put makeup on. This is all me, baby. No Photoshop. But yeah, I'm enjoying the clear skin. At least there's that. At least if I can't work out, we've traded something. I had a really successful pee first thing this morning, and I don't know if it's, like, because my bladder is more relaxed in the morning, but then I peed at the movie theater, and I also peed here. I legit think that I might be just getting better with time, and also the foot massages have definitely helped, and that's so weird to me, at least. I don't know. I I'm weird about what I believe in. I don't know if there's a God, but I do know there's like a force out there somewhere. I don't know if it's my ancestors or ghosts or whatever the fuck, because weird shit has been happening to me ever since I was a kid. Like, my entire life has just been weird synchronicity after like circumstance after like I've led a very blessed and odd life, but I had trouble believing that there are points in your foot that go to different parts of your body, like organs and shit. And it's apparently connected to like ancient medicines and stuff, but like I'm an ignorant white dude. I don't fucking know. I don't know any of this shit. So I don't know what to believe. But now there's like definite proof that it's just wild that I was suffering for so long, and then like you push a couple fucking things on your foot and like really you massage, you focus on that point, and then all of a sudden your health gets better. So I don't fucking know. And I like massage, I just don't like my feet touched. But yeah, my stuff has been like solid streams. I've been getting all the pee out. It didn't falter. That's a successful pee. I think it's a combination of getting further away from my surgery date, you know, like healing from surgery, plus the foot massage, plus my mental state getting in a better place. I wish I didn't have high anxiety. If I didn't have an anxiety disorder, I would be even more productive. And maybe that's why God nerfed me, you know what I mean? I gotta have some things bad about me. I would be unstoppable. I would be truly a force of nature. Yeah, gotta have something slowing me down. Just normal people they go to bed, and then they go to bed. And me, I can't go to bed if I'm like not fully in it. If I'm not gonna pass out, I can't do it, because I will just lay there and think about all of the terrible things. What if we weren't a disaster? Wouldn't that be nice? You know, if I could jerk off. That's the thing. If I can't sleep ever, if I'm trying to take a nap, or like I need to sleep for work, where I've gotten up and I'm like, okay, you have a shoot at this time, so you need to sleep this amount of hours, you can't be fucking around, I'll jerk off and I'll have an orgasm and then I'll just fall asleep. But can't do that right now. I haven't been having my protein shakes. I need to be doing that. I brought back food from Kirby Diner though, and I miss Kirby Diner. I would kill to have Kirby Diner near me. So good. Best fucking pancakes. Lemon poppy seed with chocolate chips. I had another today. They always have like a special pancake or whatever the fuck. So good. Anyway, that's all I got for now. Don't be like me. Don't be anxious. You know, life is so short. If you died like tomorrow, would you be happy that you spent hours today just doomsday fucking predicting, fucking thinking of the worst things that could happen to you? Just go out, touch some grass, jerk off for me. I can't jerk off right now. Fucking just do something else, anything else than being anxious. Tell your brain to fuck off. It sucks shit. You know, take a nap. You know, I might get a haircut tomorrow. I need to look into that. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll go to sleep. I'll look into a haircut. That's what we're doing right now. Besides being a fashion icon, this is good. I might keep it. Whew. I feel so good. I don't know what it is about haircuts. Like, I feel like it is just a general trans experience where even though my hairstyle doesn't mean that much to me, just getting a fresh cut makes me feel so fucking good. Especially after not getting one for, you know, several weeks. Well, I was trying to debate, like, do I want to get it now? But I'm waiting too long. If I get my haircut now, what if I get, like, COVID or monkeypox, like, right before my surgery? So I just didn't get a haircut for, like, 3 or 4 weeks or some ridiculous shit. My hair grows fairly quickly. Got my smoothie, got my haircut. It was 2 of the 3 things that I'm getting done today. What was the 3rd thing? Voodoo donuts. My mom's bringing back voodoo donuts. They're so good. They're some of my favorite. I love the Dirty Old Bastard, I believe. It's either Dirty Rotten Bastard or Dirty Old Bastard. I believe it's old, because I had to look it up last night. I looked up for my mom the types. Gordo's also so fucking good. The cherry bombs at Gordo's, fucking out of this world. I'm just big on donuts. I have a sweet tooth, and donuts are a good donut. I'm picky with donuts, you know? It's a craft. The dude was so nice and real good. Like, I sometimes get a little there's two things where getting my hair cut in another place makes me a little uneasy. The first is that I'm like, how queer friendly are they gonna be? But I went to Shed, and they have a few locations, and one of them is like right near my hotel, and I've only had good experiences there. I've gone there twice. The first time I just got in stage 1. The girl I got before, we talked about, you know, I said that I was in town for phalloplasty of some kind. I think I wasn't sure if I mentioned stage 0 or whatever, but we talked about it for a while. It was very, very cool. She was in the JoJo's, and I was like, oh, my friends are in JoJo's. That's really cool. Real nice, real lovely, and this time I got a dude who was so nice, so sweet. They really, the second thing I was about to say is like a $40 haircut. And I'm like, fuck. Yeah, okay, it's gonna hurt, let's do it. But it's worth it. I forgot that it's actually worth it, because they really, at least at Shed, they take their time, and this guy was like fucking crafting me like I was a bush in a garden that like you gotta fucking get the little ends correct and make it look like a goose or some shit. But yeah, really took his time, really nice, very sweet. Just the right amount of talking for my introverted, awkward ass. Because you have to like, you go in the mirror and you're like, okay, if someone, what are we willing to say about ourselves? Am I willing to say that I'm trans? Am I willing to talk about the fact that I'm having surgery here? And usually those two go hand in hand. Where if I'm all right talking to someone like that, you know, like someone who's you're gonna see for a small amount of time, like a dentist or a barber or some shit, I think about like, am I okay talking about transness? And I was, because Shed is like very vocally like a queer cool zone. They ask your pronouns like when you sign up for a haircut, you know, so I felt very safe there. And I got in there and there was a dog this time. There wasn't a dog last time. I was very excited. It was a dog. It was a cute dog in a shirt. I got to see a dog in a shirt. Very nice. I pet his head. He wasn't very interested. You can probably tell I'm a cat person. But I love dogs. I just don't, I wouldn't own a dog myself. I wouldn't go out of the way to own a dog. I feel like cats are better for my anxiety. Dogs are so cute and wonderful, but like, they be energy, they be happy. Cats, I want to be able to just like leave you with an automatic feeder, just leave you alone. Speaking of which, I remembered my cat exists last night, and I miss her so much. I think I'm gonna get to see her tomorrow, fingers crossed. Knock on wood. Oh god, do I have to do it? Well, yeah, he was so good. It was probably just, it maybe was the best haircut experience of my life, because like, usually you tell the person what to do and they do it, but he was like asking questions and making sure he got everything right. And then once we were done with the half portion, he was like, mind doing me a favor, run your hand through it, make sure it's the right length. And I was like, that's so nice, I appreciate that, because I am one of those people that like, someone gives me an awful haircut and I'm just like, cool, great, thank you, and I leave and I tip them. But I ran my hair through it and I was like, it's actually a little long here, can we cut more of that? He's like, you got it. I'm like, this dude fucking rules. But yeah, just the right amount of talking. We got to know each other in the beginning, very sweet. And then the second half of the haircut was me just like closing my eyes and vibing and just like enjoying it, because it's a very nice experience to just like get your hair cut, especially when someone's like taking so much care to make sure everything is going correctly and is doing what you want. And then at the end he showed it to me and I was like, nice, this fucking rules, thanks man. And he was like, yeah, do you like a straight razor to the back? And I was like, huh, I don't know. I never tried it, because I was holding up the mirror like looking at it and I was like, I don't know. And he's like, well, let's find out. And I was like, okay. And just put the back of my shirt back and like lathered it up, and like I got a straight razor on my body for the first time, and it was lovely and gender euphoric. You know, a lot of cis dudes who are like trying to be supportive of trans dudes, you know, like all my, you know, a bunch of my buds with like big beards are like, dude, you gotta go and get like a straight razor shave sometime, like they lather you up, it feels so good. And I'm like, I appreciate that. I fought so long to grow my facial hair. I don't ever want to get rid of it. And eventually I will have to, because I am going to be shooting a series where I play a 17, 18-year-old. So I will be shaving at some point. So maybe I can do it then. I'm just realizing now. Yeah, you know what? I will get it professionally done once before we start shooting my show, because that's the time to do it. But yeah, I didn't realize like a dude like lathered me up and like doing a straight razor like on the back of my neck. Like, it felt very masculine and very cool. So thank you. Shout out to Shed. your guys fucking rule. If you're in Austin, I recommend it. It is worth a $40 haircut. I'm also fucking cheap. It's me, you know. I used to like get my haircut for like $15 at a barber shop in Brooklyn, you know, because I was living in like a cheap ass $300 was my part of the rent of my ex and I shared a tiny room in a railroad style apartment in Brooklyn on the Bushwick Bed-Stuy border, you know, so I'm fucking cheap. I get it. Maybe a $40 haircut is normal to other people, but it is Austin and it's more of an expensive zone, so to each their own. It's worth it to me. I understand if others do not want to pay $40 for a haircut. If you want to do it, wonderful experience. I did my tee shot last night and I went deeper like Santucci suggested. And yeah, it worked. I'm realizing now there's no allergic reaction at all. So he was correct. I was just hitting the dermal layer. I was not going deep enough. And that's like another thing that I fucking love about Santucci is just like, he will, you know, I was talking before about how he just like plays around with things. He like has ideas and are like, let's try this, you know, he's like flexible with shit. And, you know, he will just give me advice about things that have nothing to do with the phalloplasty, but just have to do with transition in general. Back when I thought I was getting frequent UTIs, like we were talking about something and I mentioned it in passing, and he was like, oh, are you peeing before sex and after sex and like doing this? And I was like, thank you, I appreciate that. And, you know, just like that, we just saw my reaction before surgery, and it was like, how deep are you going? I really appreciate that, you know? Because there really is not a guide to this shit. There's not enough information online for trans dudes to like say, I have this specific problem. I'm sure there's forums out there or whatever, but there's not, I have not absorbed any information about that just from existing and not going to specific places to seek it out. Yeah, I'm feeling so good. I got a protein shake in me. I added extra protein to it. It tasted great. It's right next to Shed, so I was like, I'm gonna give myself a little treat. You know, my body's been through a lot. Let's have a little treat for Jesse, where I'm gonna get a nice haircut and I'm gonna get a smoothie. It was chocolate and banana, and I added some peanut butter. It was fucking dope. And I'm walking around. I went to my appointment by myself because my mom, coincidentally, is also getting a haircut. She gave me the idea of like, maybe you should get a haircut while you're here because you're not going to be able to do a lot of walking when you get back to Dallas, I assume. And I managed it just fine. What I did was I put my, I felt a little silly, but I don't have a bag or anything, so I put my phone and my wallet and the things that were weighing down my shorts yesterday, I put them in a Ziploc baggie that was like, you know, the size of it, and I just kind of carried it around, and that really helped, because I did not have my pants weighing down, dragging on my lift line. And you have to factor it in, you know, you have to consider how silly am I willing to look in order to feel comfort. And that was worth it for me. It also was not too hot out. It was great, you know? I felt really good. I felt normal. And I got home and I looked in the mirror, took off my pants because now I can finally let my junk breathe. And I looked in the mirror with my haircut and my body. My dick looks amazing. I'm not super bloated. I just looked in the mirror and like, I felt like myself for the first time in a while, but also I felt the most like myself I ever have. And that's kind of what all of the surgical processes have led to, is you go through a lot of pain and a lot of trauma and shit, and then at the end there's a moment where everything clicks and everything comes together and you just feel the most like you ever have in your life. And every time you advance, that feeling when you hit it gets better. It just keeps getting better and better and stronger the next time you hit it. And so now, having gone through stage 2, stage 1, stage 0, top surgery, all this fucking shit, I looked in the mirror and my dick is standing up on its own, and I feel so good. I feel so fucking handsome and secure in myself. And I had an honest to God thought where I looked at myself, you know, pantsless, I had a shirt on, haircut, just looking at myself, and I thought, I could take a dick pic. And I have never once in my life felt secure taking a dick pic. Ever. And I'm not going to. Maybe far off in the future. I don't fucking know. I just don't really think it's my thing. I prefer to just, like, do things in person, you know what I'm saying? But for me to be able to look in the mirror as an almost 30-year-old trans man after all of this fucking shit and feel so sexy and confident in myself that I was like, I feel good enough to have photographic evidence of this. I did not think that could ever happen. Ever. I didn't think there was any amount of surgery, any amount of character development, any amount of personal growth that I could go through where I would feel comfortable doing that. I didn't think I could ever feel that good. Fuck, man. Holy shit. That's incredible. I'm still processing it, if I'm honest. I just feel so good. And I'm a week out of surgery. The Crane Center just called and left me a message because my phone is on Do Not Disturb because I was filming. So I just hit them back. They were just saying, hey, just want to confirm your appointment tomorrow. So I hit them back, and it's very funny that, like, you know that thing where someone calls your phone and sometimes it will fill in words for who is calling based on the last person who had that number? So sometimes you'll get a call from someone and it'll be like, Doug Smith, but, like, it might not actually be Doug Smith, it's just the last person who on record had the number. The Crane Center called me and it said that healthcare was calling me. And I don't know why that's so funny to me. Hello, it's me, healthcare. But I mean, they're one of the only fucking actual reliable sources of trans healthcare. The insurance would just fucking do its job. We have a family friend who is, like, dealing with the same shit, and she's not even trans. She, I'm not sure if she has one leg or no legs at this. I think she has one leg. So she's missing a leg, and for the last few years she's been having, like, surgery after surgery. It's been a whole fucking thing. She's gone through a lot of prosthetics, and she wanted to get, like, a real, like, a nice one that is good, because she has, like, good health insurance, and they were gonna fit it to her leg, and she was, like, about to fly out to New York to get it, and then her health insurance called and was like, hey, so we don't want to pay for that leg, but there's a place in the middle of nowhere that's, like, within driving distance from you. It's in the middle of nowhere, and they can make you a leg. And she, like, looks up this place, and they don't even advertise that they make prosthetic legs. And so she's been dealing with this, and my mom was like, yeah, Jesse's been dealing with health insurance too. It's real bad. Why are they so evil? Do you ever think about, like, the evil things in the world? People have to think them and then act on them. Like, I know insurance is all about, like, money and greed and shit, but also think about, like, people who say cruel, disgusting things about other people online. Someone had to type that out. Someone had to think it with their brain, which is bad enough, but then they have to type it out and send it. Like, I was just thinking about that today, and it's so fucked. The disgusting things that people say about, like, women online, like, if, like, someone, like, real trigger warning for something really bad I'm about to say. Just skip ahead, like, a minute if you just don't want to hear, like, me talk about bad shit. But there are dudes that write, like, I'm gonna assault you, or, like, I'm gonna find you and, like, do a sex crime to you or some shit, and they type it and then they send it to someone, and I can't comprehend it, that your brain could work that way, but also that you physically typed it out and sent it to someone. I don't understand. I don't get it. What the fuck is wrong with some people? What is wrong with some people? What is going on in their brain that they think this is an okay thing to do? I know there's narcissist disorders, and there's all kinds of, like, fucked up mental shit that can go wrong with a person, but it just baffles me that someone could write out a racist thing and then send it to someone. There's gotta be some part of you that understands that you're evil, right? Like, that is an evil act that you're doing. I just don't get it. But I was thinking about that today. I was thinking about that, and also, like, just all of the evil in the world. I'm writing a poem for my book, and last night I was high and vibing and writing, and it basically talks about how I love, and I write out all the things I love. And then I try thinking about a list of things I hate, and I realize the only thing I really hate is hate. I hate hate. Like, I hate racists and homophobes and transphobes and you know, bigots, people, the source. Hate is the source of all those things. If there wasn't hate in the world, then we could be a functioning society. But there's just this like evil that like possesses people and makes them say and think things, and it fucking sucks, and that's the thing that I hate. But I am so gracious and excited and blessed that the only thing that I hate is hate, and that I have so much love in my life and so much love to give, and that the list of things that I love is way, way longer than the list of things I hate. I love that I love myself. I love that I can look in the mirror and just adore what I see, because I hated it for so long. I didn't think that I could ever feel this way. I'm in love with life. I love that no matter how much hate and shit is in the world, you can find people that care about you and the same stuff as you. And that you're never really alone. The internet's caused a lot of bad shit, but it's also caused a lot of really good shit. It's made a community. It's made a source where people can go and find people like themselves. For better or worse. That's a double-edged sword, that you can find people like you. Depends what kind of person you are. But I love life. I love myself. I love that I got a second chance. I'm just really grateful. I love that I have friends that are gonna pick me up tomorrow. Tonight, my mom and I are gonna go out and have a nice dinner, because I'm confident enough that I can get out of the house, because I did my little errand today, and she deserves it. My mom is so great, and I feel terrible that I haven't been able to like properly entertain her while I've been like this. I haven't been in the mood to watch anything on Netflix or anything, so it's been pretty quiet around here. I listen to music sometimes, but I can't listen to podcasts right now or watch movies or TV. I don't feel like it, and I don't know why. It's been like that since surgery. I also shit alert. Update on Jesse's bowels. I am shitting properly. I think this recovery is going so well. I think this recovery is going better than stage 0. This might be the easiest surgery that I will recover from, and that's amazing. Easier than top surgery or stage 0 or stage 1. Yeah, stage 2 is going to be the easiest, because it's already it's a week. It's a week since I had surgery, and I'm walking around doing errands. I'm much faster moving around the house. This is great. So she deserves it. She deserves a nice dinner out to thank her for taking care of my ass. That woman had to blow dry my genitals. She deserves whatever she wants. I'm gonna buy my mom a steak. She's taking care of me in the ways that she would have if I was a baby. She never had to like deal with the you know, the stereotypical cartoon of like a little baby boy with a penis and it's peeing when you're trying to change its diaper. She never had to deal with that. So I guess equivalent exchange. And you know, she's gonna be old one day, and one day I'm gonna have to help her with stuff. She's getting older, her memory's getting worse. She has a colostomy bag. If I'm honest, I'm a little worried, because she's so vibrant and kicking and all that, but her memory's getting so bad. But it means a lot that she's doing her own research. Like, I gave her the trans coach on Instagram to follow, and from that she sprouted off and like followed other trans people, and she's like watching their videos and understanding things and learning on her own. You know, last night she was like, do you watch this person's videos? And it was a non-binary person, and she was like very careful to make sure not to use the wrong pronouns for them. And just to think of how far she's come, she's so proud of me, and like I can't help but be so proud of her. Because, you know, we don't know We don't know how long we have left. She's 60 something. She's getting up there. I don't care about my family, except for my mom. You know, she's a single mom. She raised me, and so family's never really been important to me. But I care about her, and I don't want to think about. I don't want to think about. I don't want to think about it. But just that, like, you could be older and not know how much time you have left or whatever, and you're still trying to learn. You know, I've given up on a lot of my older relatives. You know, just like, not that they're doing anything harmful, but it's just like I don't have the time or the patience to like educate someone who's like 80 or 90 and on their way out. Like, I'm just gonna, you know, let them it's very easy for me to be like, let them be racist or something. Just put them in a box and just push them away. It's, you know, but if they're transphobic, I'm just not gonna talk to them. Like, I don't want to bother educating someone. But, you know, she's putting in the work, she's doing the research. Because she's so kind. My mom's the fucking best, and she'll sometimes say an accidental racist thing or a homophobic thing, like not even meaning to, or not knowing that it is that way. And I'll correct her on it. She's like, oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you for educating me. And that's the response that everyone should give. Instead of like getting defensive or being like, I didn't know, or this, and this. It's like, okay, just say you're sorry and move on. Like, you've learned a thing. So it's really cool that she's just educating herself because she loves me. And because she loves people, and she just wants to be the best quality human that she can be. You know, last night we were talking, and she asked me where I got all this confidence from. And I said transition. I didn't even have to think about it. But then she was like, yeah, but where did you get the confidence to transition? And I thought for a second, and then said, I just didn't want to die. Because that's, you know, that was my other option. I knew that I was worth it. And that life was worth living. It's just that I didn't want to live my current life. But that doesn't mean I couldn't live a life. I wanted to change my life to something that I wanted to live in. I got my confidence from transitioning and becoming the person that I was meant to be, but I got all my kindness from her. Everything good about me came from her. And yeah, that's something I can never repay. So, I just got back from my post-op, post-op number 1. As I will remind you, this is the post-op where they tell me if I need a second one. It is 1:08 p.m. and how can I be here when my appointment was at 2, you may ask? Well, they called this morning. God, I was so tired. I took a lorazepam last night because I was like, I need myself to sleep. I need to sleep through this. You know, while my dick is doing this thing and while my other incision sites are doing their thing, I just want to pass out. Because otherwise you're going to be laying there with the blanket on you and it's going to be like touching things. I just want to be able to sleep. And I will say, with my pain pills and all that, like, in me, I'm able to sleep consistently. I'm able to go on my side, I'm able to sleep on my front, and it's not a bad amount of pain at all. I didn't even notice when I was on my side this morning. But they called around like 9 or 10 a.m. and it was like, hey, do you want to come in earlier? And in my brain I was like, no, let me sleep. God, I'm so tired. But then I realized, oh, if I go in earlier, that is earlier that I'll be able to let my friends know if I need to stay an extra week, you know, that they should turn around and not go back home. So I took the earlier appointment and got in there, and also it's better for my anxiety too. Like, I just want to know. The waiting is the worst part. I want to know, do I have to stay an extra week or not? I go to the Crane Center, I get dressed from the bottom down, and 2 people come in, and one of them is P, the PA that I have named P, because I don't want to. I don't know, I'm trying to figure out whose names I should use, whose names I shouldn't. I'll just keep everyone anonymous, except Santucci, because he is the star of the show. He is my surgeon, so I've been calling him Santucci. Santucci is short for Dr. Santucci. And also, just one of the weird synchronicities just that happened to me. If you bought my first poetry book, Raw, you know that I have a poem in there called Mr. Santucci. It's a name that I made up about a real life event that was happening to me, and I was like, I want to put some random guy's name in because I didn't want to label this guy's real name, but it was similar to it. And I named it Santucci, and then getting on the call for my consultation, it was with Dr. Santucci, and I was like, this is a sign! Something good is gonna happen, and it's gonna involve my dick. But anyway, I was in there, and P was like, hey, how you doing? I love P, he's great. They started taking my blood pressure, they saw that my arm looks really good. Both of them were like, well, like, your arm looks really good. And the nurse next to me was like, did you use Integra? And I was like, no. And she was like, wow. Which is like, just apparently, I heal well, apparently. Because everyone who has seen my arm, whether they're a doctor that has anything to do with gender or anything, or phalloplasty or whatever, just any kind of doctor that I've seen has been like, your arm looks really good. They were looking at my dingus, and P was like, last time I saw you, you were in the puffer vest. And the nurse was like, the puffer vest, yeah! So apparently, you know, it's a fashion choice. I guess that word had got around. People had seen me in my cool puffer vest that if you remember, I couldn't wear actual shirts around my cast, so I just wore a puffer vest and no shirt. I was the peak of fashion. There are lots of photos. Then as he was checking out my junk, he hadn't touched the phallus yet. He was looking at it and was like, are you pumped? And I was like, am I excited? Yeah, totally. I'm real stoked. And then he was like, no, I mean, do you have the pump? And I was like, oh, no, I have the rod. And he was like, huh. And he was just looking at it. And then he said, I've never seen one before. So it was very interesting for us to like figure things out together, because he had been in the room when surgeries had happened with the pump. He'd never seen the rod before. So I was asking him questions, and he was asking me questions. I came prepared with this list, and I was like, you might actually not know some of these. But it was a nice, fun learning experience for both of us. Like, it's fun to, like, troubleshoot things, and I also liked that he got my opinion on things, because he was genuinely curious about some things. You know, he was moving it, he was like, so you can move it back and forth. And I was like, yeah, but they told me not to for 2 weeks. And then I realized, like, oh, he's the doctor. Yeah, he can touch it. And he asked why I chose the rod over the pump. And I told him, you know, my reasonings of like, oh, well, the pump has more of a rate of complications. And he was like, yeah. And I said, you know, some people's lifestyles might not work with it, but with mine, I'm fairly what's the word? Sedentary. Like a rock? Sedentary.
Here's the definition. Sedentary. A person
Tending to spend much time seated, somewhat inactive. Okay. Yes, I'm somewhat sedentary. I do run and work out and stuff, but you know, I understand if someone is like powerlifting and biking, they might not want the rod. And honestly, for me, it just kind of looks like you have a hard-on all the time anyway. Like when I had stage 1, sometimes I would walk around and it would just look like I had a boner if I wasn't wearing underwear. You know, the cases where I was going to get chair massages and I couldn't wear underwear because it was like pulling up on a certain area. So I wore pants and no underwear. And I was very conscious of like what my body looked like, and I just felt like I was walking around with a big boner, and I was like, who's gonna see? And I held my bag in front of me, but like, if I'm gonna look like there's something in my pants anyway, I might as well go with the rod, which has less complications, and I'm like ready to go. And he asked, and you can use this for penetration? And I said, yes. And it was just like so fascinating. And he was like, I haven't been in the room for any of the surgeries with the rod. I need to change that. All of them are so cool. I just love this center because like even when you don't know about something, they genuinely give a shit about it and are like, oh, I want to learn this. I want to add this to my toolbox. Like, and they're asking questions and stuff. It's not just like some one and done doctor or PA or whatever that's like, oh, okay, you've got a thing. Sure, all right, I'll learn about that later or whatever. Like he was genuinely like just very interested in like learning everything about it from my perspective and from the doctor perspective. And I asked him about that little slits, that little cut in the dick between the head and the lower part. And I said that I had assumed it was rolled up to make the head the mushroom cap of the dick. And then I thought a second and I was like, oh, actually, is that just from the leg donor site? And he said, yeah, it comes from the leg donor site. And I was like, oh, well, then what's that little spot for? That's like cut open. Is that where they put the rod in? So we were both just staring at it, and he was like, I'm gonna ask him. I'm literally gonna ask him the next time I see him, because that's so, I want to know. So neither of us actually know why that slit was created. I assume that's where the rod was put in, because I don't feel, and I told P this, that I could not feel any stitches underneath my penis. So, you know, we're figuring it out too. He said my lift line looks good. My everything looks good. He said a few times that I heal really well, because I was also asking him like how long until I'm healed, weeks or months, and he said weeks. And like, you know, you heal real well. We do a lot of these, and you know, a lot of guys just have a lot of complications, but I haven't seen you since last time, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you haven't had any like issues, right? And I said, yeah, I've had 3 fistulas, but all of them have closed. Well, 2 of them closed, and then I explained the thing about how there was a 3rd fistula that I wanted to get fixed, and there was a miscommunication where Santucci was like, we can't do that surgery and the penile rod at the same time, so let's do the penile rod. But then I showed him that maybe there was a miscommunication where he thought, you know, Santucci might have thought that I had a fistula somewhere else, because the place that the fistula was, it's all sewed up. And P was like, oh, interesting, like, so urine was like coming out of there. And I was like, yeah. So might have just gotten it fixed. But yeah, I asked the typical questions that I have to, of like, when can I masturbate, and like, when can I swim? And he was like, yeah, don't jerk off until it's healed. You don't take it for a test drive. And he asked if I had a name for it, and I was like, nah, not yet, I'm still thinking. A lot of people want it to be hot rod, and he was like, yeah, you know, it is a rod. You can go with HR. You can go by 8. It's versatile. And when I came in, I had some gauze on it, and he asked if I wanted to replace it before I left. And I had assumed that he was going to tell me that, like, so I was like, do I have to keep wearing the gauze? And he looked at it and was like, yeah, through the rest of the week. And he gave me some nice soft gauze. He gave me some gauze that shouldn't stick. And I wish I had that kind. I don't know what that kind is, but I already bought the other gauze. I'm just going to use it up. And yeah, I only have it till the end of the week. So it would be silly to buy some that came in 2 days, and then by the time I need it, I'm done. That was nice, very nice experience. Everyone is great there. And in the lobby, I was waiting for my lift, and I saw a familiar name. And Laura's book was in there. She's written a couple. Very cool. Check her out if you haven't. I did a collab video with her back when Tell Me Why came out. So if you want to see something with me looking a little more baby-faced, and her talking about a video game with a trans male protagonist, go over to her YouTube. She's great, and she's written a lot of books, and she's very funny and cool and smart. I need to get that book. I started reading the beginning of it while I was waiting for my lift, and then was like, I should own this. But yeah, I texted my friends. They are on their way here, and thank God. Because before I left, I was talking to P, and he was like, are you coming for another appointment? When are we seeing you next? And then I was like, I assumed y'all would tell me that, because this is the appointment where you tell me whether I need to come back or not. And he was like, nah, I think you're good. I don't think there's any reason to see you again. You're looking great. So yeah, I'm going to be keeping the gauze on until the end of the week. Hopefully it'll be a few weeks until that's healed. And then I can walk and, not walk, I can run and jerk it, and do some swimming. I did not ask him when I can have sex. I should have asked that. Now I do have to ask. I'm just gonna ask in an email. It's awkward, but like, I need to know. I assume when it's healed. But yeah, my friends are headed over. The lorazepam is still working its way through my body, because it kind of just, it makes you tired. At least me, it makes me tired for maybe like 12, 13, 14 hours. It takes a while to get out of my system. But we're packing up all the shit. My mom's flight leaves tomorrow. She's staying here for one more night. And I'm excited to get back to work. I let my friends know, editing-wise friends, hey, I'm coming back tonight, so get ready for me to do work, baby. And we're gonna have Kirby Diner before we leave. I am excited. Everything's coming up, Jesse. Oh, I can't wait to go home. I'm gonna squish that cat. I'm gonna squish her little face and give it so many kisses she doesn't even fucking know. Yeah, this is maybe the last time you'll see this hotel. I don't know. What a good time we had here. I sat on that couch and then was like too hard. And came over here and sat on this couch and then was like too rough. And then we put towels on it and it was just right. A lot of times. Wrote a lot of cool shit here in this very chair. I will see you at my house, I guess? I don't know. Let's find out what the next footage is. I underestimated just how good it feels to be in my own home for recovery, you know? I got home last night and my friends were so gracious and kind in driving me back from Austin, and we hit up the grocery store on the way here, got some essentials back in the house, some milk and, you know, just general groceries, and I'm just so grateful for the support system that I have, because it's so hard for me to give up control. It's so hard for me to let people help me. And as we got the groceries, I realized like, oh shit, my two friends are going to have to help bring everything up because I can't do it. You know, as we were, the grocery store took a bit out of me, but you know, I luckily it's one of those things where you're like, you have all this mental energy, you're like, fuck yeah, I'm gonna hang out with my friends, we're gonna do this and this, and then I got home and was like, oh, I need to lie down. That you forget how tired recovery can be, how tired it can make you, because I usually have all this energy. I'm the one who has to carry all the chairs at the church social, you know, like I gotta be the one, I'll carry all my shit, and I'm not, even if I could, I'm not allowed to lift more than 10 pounds right now, and I can barely lift anything right now, and my friends know that I'm like that, and you know, I kept apologizing and thanking them for their help, because they had to carry all my shit up, my 2 bags and all the groceries, and it's so hard for me to ask for help. Like anytime that I like was trying to hide that I needed something, they could tell. I'm not a good liar. They were like, would you like this thing? And I said, no, I'm good. They were like, it seems like you need that thing. And I was like, can I please have that thing? Oh, but just I'm so grateful because they helped me up here, and I think there was an understanding of like, it's late, we should let you rest. Jesse should probably be sleeping sometime soon, or at least by himself, you know, just like vibing, getting things unpacked and all that. So they, you know, helped, and they also helped me get my my mail, because I realized as they were gonna leave, I was like, I don't think I shouldn't walk to my mailbox right now, and I've been gone for more than a week, so can someone check my mail for me, please? And they brought me my mail. They're the best. I'm really grateful for everyone who's helped me up to this point, you know, my mom, my audience who helped me raise the funds for the surgery, my friends, just I'm so grateful to have the support system that I have. My friend is a straight white cis dude, and he's a teacher, and he wants to, you know, he's developing a curriculum for one of his classes that's about queer stuff, and he hit me up to be like, hey, he asked in like the most polite way possible, so you can't say no. Like, and, you know, I appreciated that he asked the way he did. Because sometimes people just like hit you up in your DMs and they don't mean to sound this way, but they're like, hey, you're queer, can you give me free advice? Can you just like educate me on this thing that I could Google? But he asked very, very politely. He's a really good guy, so I didn't mind helping him. But he was asking, you know, if I have any suggestions for like media of any kind, like TV, books, movies that I would recommend for the class. And you know, I went into the depths of my mind And I also asked Twitter for some advice because I was trying to figure out like what do people like, and it's one of the things that I wrote in the message when I suggested some things was that so much of media portrays being queer as this like dark bad thing, and it's like, this is the story about a gay dude who gets outed and like this stuff happens, and I'm sad because I'm gay, and I'm sad because I'm trans, and life is pain, and people treat me bad, and all this shit. But that's why it's important that we show how joyful queerness can be. And so I recommended a book that's a compilation of stories by queer writers about experiencing trans joy. It's by my friend Laura. We did a collab video about Tell Me Why when it came out, so I recommended her book, and I also recommended Tell Me Why, because I have some nitpicks about the game, but overall it was like really good, and the representation was really well done. They consulted GLAAD, and you can tell. So I recommended those things, but I also wrote like a little paragraph about like, this is why I think it's important that you present your students with this kind of material, because like I didn't know that I could be happy and queer. This whole journey has really helped just solidify like how miserable I was in my previous life, and I've gotten a second chance at life, and I didn't know I could be happy. So it's important that we portray both sides of it. Like the first part, it's totally valid for like stories to be about how much of a bummer it can be when you like come out and people are shitty about it. But that's why it's important that we also portray the joy that we can feel, because like it's such a freeing experience, and you just gain a whole new lease on life. And it's important for everyone to learn about, but especially students who might not know that they're queer or they haven't come out yet, so that they know that there's a light at the end of the tunnel. That you can keep living. You can be happy, and that's what this is. I'm just so fucking happy. And I'm so grateful for the support system that I have, and for my friends and my family, and you who are watching this right now. I really appreciate you. I would still be doing this even if one person was watching, let alone like, I don't know how many subs I have right now, like 46,000, and I have like so many supporters on Patreon, and like Twitter followers and Instagram and all that shit. And social media isn't really important, but it is how I've tracked everything, it's a piece of history. Because I post when I have milestones and pictures and shit. So it is a documentary of types, So yeah, really, really fucking grateful. I slept so well last night. I stayed up longer than I thought I did. I thought I was going to crash right away, but I was able to have my codeine pill. And then that lasts 4 hours. And this is totally not any kind of medical advice that I'm giving. This is just a thing that I was trying, because I remembered that I have my pills from last year that I had stopped taking. It's the same pills, right? But I had stopped taking them because once I get too much in my system, it was making me sick. And I realized, like, I don't know how this is going to affect me, but maybe I should Google and see if the expiration date, how bad is it if I take pills past the expiration date, because they expired 3 months ago. And I Googled it, and apparently, like, when prescription pills past the expiration date, it's not a huge deal. It's kind of like they've tested the potency for pills that are like years and years expired, and it's still fine. So I was thinking like, okay, if I take one of the updated codeine pills that I got recently for this surgery, and then 4 hours later, I don't want like a full thing, so if it's a little low on potency, that's fine, but I'm gonna try one of those previous pills from last year that are expired, and we'll see if I get sick, because I was genuinely curious. And it was great. It was a great experience. I was able to just vibe for 8 hours, and I stayed up really late. I think I was up till like 5 in the morning or something, just writing, working on my poetry book, just feeling so good, because I love my mom, and I love that we were gracious enough, is that the word? Blessed enough, maybe, to stay in the hotel that we did. But there's nothing like being in your own space and being alone. I love living alone. I love that I can control what temperature it is. I love that I can just vibe with my pants off, with the lights on. I can just eat when I want and not worry about waking anyone up. And I just really enjoyed being on my own, and I slept like a fucking baby. There was no uncomfortability of me like getting the covers correct or anything, because I changed my sheets, remember, before I left so that I wouldn't have to deal with it right now. And also just my friends fucking rule, because they one of the things that's hard for me to let go of control, right, is that we brought the groceries up, we as in them, and I said, you could just put them in the kitchen and I'll put them away. And they were like, can you bend over? And I was like, no. And they said, maybe we'll put the groceries away. And I was like, that's fair. So I have a fridge of groceries. I can just make some easy lunch meat sandwiches. It sounds like an alien saying that. This is what humans enjoy, right? Lunch meat sandwiches. And I woke up at like 2 p.m. or some shit. I woke up briefly before that, and I took some pain pills and went back to sleep. But, oh gosh, when I laid down in that bed, nothing like your own fucking bed to lay in. I just sunk right in, and I felt so good. And I locked Khaleesi out at first. At first I was like, I don't want to risk her jumping on me, because my lift is here, and my penis is here and sore, and I don't want her jumping on me. But she was crying, and she was so sad while I was away. She really just missed me so much. So I got up and I let her in the room. And I kind of just established at first, when she tried climbing on me, I was like, we're not doing that. And I like directed her, so she plopped down next to me. And I haven't had any issues with that. Oh, hi. You're so cute. She's looking at me right now because I keep saying her name. You're so smart. You know I'm talking about you. I like your little beans. She's got little beans. But yeah, I'm so grateful for fast food right now. Before I left for surgery, I was getting a little, what's the word? Fatigued from McDonald's. It's the cheapest option, but, what is it, baby? You're so cute. Khaleesi, please, I don't want you anywhere near me right now. You're very sweet. If you can keep your distance, I would really appreciate that. Good girl. Okay, yeah, that's fine. You can curl up there. This is good. Thank you. Yeah, she can curl up there. That's fine. Please don't. Little baby, I'm gonna need you to move. I finished my antibiotics today. I had them with my meal, and now they are finished off. Also, I kept my pubes. That's something that we were talking about in a previous video, where I was wondering, like, the lift, does everything come with it? But yeah, it's literally just a rolling over of skin. So like, everything is in check with what I want and what I wanted to keep. They literally just got rid of a little bit of dead zone, you know, just by squinching the skin. So I'm very happy with this. I'm very curious what the scar is going to end up looking like, if it's going to be like raised or not, because I was talking to P during my post-op, and I was telling him, yeah, this other scar down here where the vaginectomy, is that the word? Every time I say, vaginectomy, is that the word? I'm pretty sure it is, but at this point, if it's not, then like I've said it a million times and been like, I don't know if that's the word, I'm gonna use it anyway. The line down here where that scar was healed really, really well. And he said, yeah, but you know, they're actually, you know, different. And then we moved on to a different subject, but I just wonder, I have no idea. I have no idea how it's gonna look. And specifically with that mark, I'm remembering that I think there was some stitching that was still left over in my body. And before surgery, if you remember, Santucci was talking to me about how there was still some stitching left in my body, you know, specifically in my arm. And he was like, you know, my skin just doesn't like it. It's just like was staying in there. I bet that's what this little incision line is right here, because there are not any stitches. I incorrectly assumed that they had to cut into that area in order to put the rod in. But if they had, there would be stitches there. It's just a little bit bloody, and I bet just like the teensiest bit. Enough that I looked at it while on drugs and while recovering and was like, yes, they must have cut into there again. I thought he just cut into the same incision line again. But no, there's no stitches there, so that doesn't make any sense. And so I was like, why is it bloody? Oh, there must have been stitch left over where they were in the operating room. And he was like, damn, this guy, his skin just like really does not like this stitching that we use for it. It's still in there, and he must have taken it out for me. Because now on day 9 of recovery, it's basically gone. So yeah, that is awesome news. Can we talk about shit for a second because shitting is proving difficult with my current toilet and my dick being hard. I was enjoying that I could sit on the toilet and let my dick fall into the toilet, and then I could pee and poop, you know, at the same time, because your body just wants to expel all the shit. Literally, the piss and the shit that's in your body, it's just like, let's get all of it out. But with my dick being hard and me not being able to adjust it, my dick is pointing out of the toilet when I'm shitting, and I almost pissed on the floor. I actually had a dream last night that I was pissing on the floor while I was shitting. So I guess it stuck in my body as something that I did not want to do. And I tried to just, because I had to shit, toilet sizes must be different, because at the hotel it wasn't a problem, and here it is. But I tried gently, like, redirecting, I was moving my body, I was like, I'm gonna piss and shit at different times, I guess, or maybe I could do it at the same time. I was trying to figure out what to do with this issue. So I tried adjusting my penis just slightly so it could, like, maybe just point in the toilet a little bit, but apparently I caused some stress on it because my dick hurts. But yeah, that's fair. I'm not supposed to be moving it. I figure it can't be too terrible for it, because, like, when I was in the post-op, P was adjusting it up and down. So, you know, it's... Oh, what? That's an OkCupid cutie fucking messaging me. They want to meet up once I'm more recovered. I love how that's how much pull I have, is that I'm just recovering from surgery and I have multiple people messaging me, hitting me up and saying sexy things. Ugh, this thing cannot heal fast enough. So I wrote a message to the Crane Center because I wasn't sure if I could continue my vitamins and my fish oil. And I also, while I was typing to them, I was like, also, when can I have sex? When it's healed? Because I assumed that would be like a couple weeks or whatever. And I got a message back, and I can continue my supplements, but I can't do sexual activity for 3 months. I was a little bummed about that, because I was hoping that I could have sex before or on my, ideally on my 30th birthday. But I did the math, and 4 weeks per month. The timing works out like almost totally perfect for me to have sex on my 30th birthday. So I'm doing some vetting, I'm preparing. I got 3 months to prepare, and I'm you know, figuring out what I should do for that. Ideally, I don't know, is that a weird thing to say? No, it's not a weird thing to say. I would love some innie junk. I would love to just, I miss cis women. Would love to just, no, I can't say what I was about to say. There's no non-douchey way to say I want to pound some pussy without sounding like a piece of shit. So, that's... Oh, I miss it. Should I just fuck a butthole? I don't know. It feels so good when there's lotion on my dick and I'm masturbating, you know what I mean? That I'm like, yeah, you want some puss. You're trying to say it in words that aren't terrible. You want to be respectful. You want to say things in these videos that you won't regret like 10 years from now. But like, if I'm honest, yeah, I'm scared of cis women because they've treated me terrible in the past, but I love having sex with them, and I haven't for the last 3 years or so because I am hurt, you know? But I've gone through a lot of character development, and I've learned that there are cis women who will not treat you poorly, and some of them are messaging me right now. So, and are actively like hitting on me in really respectful ways, and you know, am I boring you, Khaleesi? You're right, we should move on. I need to stop talking about what sex I want. Oh, and another thing I forgot to mention is that in the post-op appointment I'd asked about my arm, and I was like, when should I start noticing, you know, or has it gone down already because of the steroid injection? I was like, when should I start noticing a difference in that? And he said to give it a couple weeks. Because I told them, like, you know, I don't know if it's done anything, because watch pot never boils. How many times can I fucking say that in this series? If I'm looking at something every day, you know, it's difficult for me to tell. Wow, there are just little areas of my scar that I'm noticing right now that are much flatter than they were previously that didn't get the steroid shots. That's so interesting. Just getting better and better every day. You don't notice how stiff your legs are after surgery until you're like trying to lean down to pet your cat. Because while my friends were putting the groceries away, I was trying to kneel down to like say hey to Khaleesi, and oh boy, my legs were like, ugh, and I was like, I need to change position, so I switched to like flopping to my side and laying down like a mermaid. That didn't work either. And I really need this cat to stop pissing on my carpet, like especially right now. This morning, she had peed on the carpet in the exact same place. And once a cat starts peeing on a carpet in a specific area, like they will just keep continually going back to it because they smell it and they're like, oh, this is a safe place to pee. I've peed here before. And the night before I was like, you better not piss. You better not piss there because I can't bend over. This morning I came out and she had pissed in the fucking place that I keep cleaning over and over with cat cleaner so that she doesn't smell it. And I was like, fuck, I guess I'll do this with my feet. So I got some paper towels and I cleaned it with stomping on it, like, you know, layering a bunch of paper towels on it. I soaked up the pee while just standing on it, and then I put carpet cleaner on it, and then I dried it with some more paper towels. And the whole time she was just meowing at me because she wanted fed. And I was like, read the fucking room, dude. I'm mad at you. Maybe don't piss on the carpet and I'll give you some extra food, but what makes you think this is appropriate? Yeah, it's interesting that I was given like no information on what to do after this surgery. Like stage 1, there was so much info, so much info on like, don't do this until this many weeks, don't do that, whatever. And then this one, if I had not asked through email, can I have sex, they wouldn't have told me, I guess. So that's just like, I don't know if it's more weird or it's more interesting. Do they just expect you to just know that you can't have sex for 3 months? I don't know why I wasn't told this before. So I'm glad I asked, but like it would have been nice if I was like given a pamphlet of like information like I was after stage 1. What if I had just used my dick for sex after a month and I like injured myself and they were like, oh yeah, you're not supposed to have sex for 3 months. I was like, oh, thank you for telling me. Also, just a PSA that like being high off of your painkillers can fuck up your expectations. I was high last night, just vibing, working on my writing, and then all of a sudden I thought I could go for a little walk. And I realized, no, probably shouldn't. Like, you just feel so good and there's no pain in your body. And you're like, I'm gonna do a thing. No, you feel invincible. You feel like you could just like go out, go for a walk, go get some donuts, fucking walk to the grocery store. Maybe just a nice little walk. You know, walking is good after surgery. They wanted me to walk after stage 1, so like maybe I should. Don't let it influence you. Glad I have lots of experience with this so far to give me some proper knowledge on not hurting my body. There's, you know, I've accidentally injured myself after every surgery that I've had. Top surgery, stage 0, and stage 1. I pushed myself too much during the recovery process and I injured myself somehow. I'm not going to do that with stage 2. Knocking on wood, I'm going to knock on proper wood and not my boner because it hurts because I hurt it trying to shit. I was able to give PinkBlue episode 29, parts 1 through 4, Jesus, it's fucking long, to my patrons to watch while I was gone, and now I am uploading it proper for the main channel. Thank you again if you're a patron of mine, that fucking rules. It feels good that I'm getting back to work. I can, last night I spent a lot of time making folders and organizing my videos and pictures and Instagram shit by recovery day. Because God, going through the recovery stuff for stage 1 was like a mess because I dumped everything in one folder. And sometimes the dates didn't match up because it's like, this was modified on this date, but like you uploaded on this date. But maybe it was filmed before that, but you didn't upload it till 3 days later. So that like fucked with everything. And I am so proud of myself for getting through episode 29. It was so much work, let alone that it's so long. Like I can't, you could probably imagine how much work that took to make. To not only make a 4-part episode that like, I think it's like 16 hours of shit altogether, but also for it to not be straightforward, for me to have to sift through footage and recovery logs where I'm typing while high and in pain and I had to decipher what I was trying to say during some of the stuff. That was so much work and it felt like it was never going to end. And right now, it feels like high school, where you've been in school for so long that you just think it's going to be like that for the rest of your life. I'm like, I got to work on episode 29, but no, it's out, and I'm uploading it right now, and people are going to get it today or tomorrow, because it's a lot of parts. But whenever they get it, it's done. I don't have to fucking touch it anymore. Oh, and also it wouldn't render, because Premiere fucking sucks. I need to switch to DaVinci. Everyone who has switched to DaVinci is like, please switch to a DaVinci if you don't want fucking problems. Adobe should be ashamed that they make people pay for a product that like malfunctions and causes so much fucking stress as much as it does. I feel so elitist sipping my mocha frap and complaining about Adobe Premiere. But yeah, I'm feeling good. I made a checklist of all of the supplements that I have to take a day. I have to take my fish oil and drink a protein smoothie once a day. I wonder when I can work out. I should ask them that. It's also funny that I haven't been able to truly absorb that my dick has a head yet, because I'm wearing gauze on my penis, right? And so it's hiding where my head starts and where the rest of the penis goes. So for me, looking at it right now, it just looks like the elephant trunk that I had before, you know, just like a cute little trunk. I can't see the head, so but my brain knows that there's a head now, which is really interesting. Because I think in my brain it was always meant to like look like it had a head. My dick always looks like my dick. It's like before when I had any junk, and it didn't make me feel dysphoric really, because like I knew that I wasn't gonna have it forever. It just wasn't meant to look like that, so my brain didn't accept that it was there, or it accepted it, but it was more like, this is someone else's body, you know? It's not gonna look like that forever. So even though I can't see the head of my dick right now in my head, two heads are better than one. It has a head. I know that it has a head consciously. I just can't see it right now. We stopped at Buc-ee's on the way, because of course. I'm just really grateful, really happy. Happy to be vibing out, happy to just be here with my cat, who has boundary issues, and I'm happy to be able to sip on a mocha frap and do some editing. I have a video that I need to edit. I also have PinkBlue that I need to edit, which is a video, but you know what I mean. Like I have a video for other people that I edit that I need to work on also. So I'm gonna go get some work done and maybe take a nap. Tonight my ibuprofen and my codeine match up at the same time. I get to take both at the same time. So when both of those hit, I'm gonna be feeling good. It's so nice. It's so nice when there's no pain in your body and everything is good. I'm feeling so strong. Like every day I feel stronger and feel better. And we got a fucking hat trick. I did an Instagram post on it. We got a fucking hat trick. Let me read that for y'all, because we're all about emotional captions here. I always sucked at sports that involved balls. I played soccer as a kid, and despite being a bench warmer, something I tried to do every game was get a hat trick. I couldn't score 1 goal, let alone 3, but I always dreamed big. And also the name is very cute, hat trick. Like a magician pulling a bunny out of nowhere, making the impossible possible. Sometimes if I have a really distracting pimple or something, I'll chop it out. For these stage 2 pics, I edited out my chest acne, and then seeing them alongside the stage 0 and stage 1 pics, I put it back in. If it was just a solo thing, it'd be different, but I realized what I was implying having them all side by side, that I just stopped getting it over the span of 9 months, as if Fallow somehow made me complete and more attractive as a man, and everything else just followed somehow, like magic. Having a dick doesn't automatically make you a man, nor does it cure acne, I'm sorry to say. You gotta do a lot of internal work, process the bad shit rolling around in your brain, or it doesn't matter how much surgery you get, you'll never be happy. It's something I knew before, but this whole process really helped solidify it. I spent quite a long time very alone, but it absolutely saved me. I had to learn how to spend time with myself, something a lot of us struggle with. Sometimes you just gotta grind that character development until you level up to a point you're satisfied with. I'm the happiest I've ever been, majorly due to it. Until I looked up the dates to write down here, I didn't realize that stage 0, the first step, happened on August 3rd, 2021, and stage 2, the last step, was August 2nd, 2022. I completed my fallow journey from start to finish in just barely under a year. Some aren't ever able to do this, even with years and years of planning and delaying surgeries and factoring in complications and financial strains. I feel so lucky and blessed every day, but that made it really, truly sink in. I will never take it for granted. With the help of my friends, my mom, my audience, and my own pure determination, I made magic happen. I got my hat trick. I might work that into my poetry book because I do really like it. A lot of my Instagram posts kind of turn into poems or short essays, and not enough to fill a book, but sometimes I write Instagram captions and I'm like, I should write a book again or something. I'm just happy. And it really is nice to like post those pictures on my different social media sites because I also have it on Facebook, which I rarely use, but I have friends from a long time ago. I have friends from high school and middle school and stuff on there, and it's real nice to like get comments from people you haven't heard from in a long time, and it also helps you see things that maybe you didn't see before, where one of my friends was like, dude, you look so good, like with each progression of picture your jawline gets more and more chiseled, and I never think about my jawline being chiseled, but then I remember what I used to look like, and I'm like, oh right, yes, no, my jaw is definitely chiseled compared to that. Watch pot never boils. You see your face every day in the mirror, it's barely changing to you, but to that person you haven't seen in a while, they're like, Jesus. And someone on Twitter was like, you know what the best part about this is just how genuinely happy you look in all of these. And it's true. I'm kind of just on autopilot, just like taking pictures and doing the thing or whatever, and just living Moss, I don't know how to, I'm not good at math or science, but I can just talk. I can just talk to a camera. I can just talk about what I'm thinking and how I'm feeling and stuff, and that'll help someone. And so I just kind of do it, and sometimes I don't think about it, I can't do a lot. I can't do rocket science, can't do brain surgery, I can't sell real estate or teach a class on pottery, but I can just let you experience my life through my experiences, and it means something to people, and I forget that sometimes, but I guess I know it subconsciously. I gotta know on some level that it's important, otherwise I wouldn't be doing it. Like being an actor, I know we have to be like modest and be like, oh, I'm not good at this thing or whatever, but like I wouldn't be acting if I didn't know that I was good at it. I wouldn't be writing if I didn't think I was good at it, or that I can improve in some areas, or I want to explore something or whatever. It's so sad when I see a girl who is like the most beautiful person I've ever seen in my life, and she's down on herself. Like so much, like self-deprecating humor, I know it has its place and everything, but on some level you're enforcing it in your own head. When you put yourself down, you take it to heart eventually, like the cat in the sink. I use that analogy a lot, but little drips on your fur, eventually it's gonna sink in. I hate seeing an actor that's like, I'm bad at acting, I don't like acting, why are you doing it? And eventually those people usually quit. But yeah, I like what I do. I think that I am good at it. I get hired, so I'll continue doing it. This is important to people. I know on a subconscious level that this is important to people. I know logically, there's no education on the subject. So if we can just get information, the more experiences we have from different points of view, the more stuff that we have to work with, of course, there's going to be more education over time. Like I was talking about before, like most media is just like, I'm sad because I'm gay, or I'm sad because I'm trans. It's like, yeah, I know, like that, it has its place. I understand, there are frustrations, but we also have to show that there's joy in it, or we're just gonna, that's all we're gonna be, is just torture porn. I saw a post, this reminds me, I saw a post about how queer people always have to be portrayed in like romance stories. Or romance movies or shows or whatever, and like that's great, but like we're more than that. Like we need trans space explorers and like bisexual pirates and like whatever. And I'm so fortunate I exist at a point in time where we're actually getting that shit, you know? Our Flag Means Death has been renewed for another season. It's wildly popular. We've got trans characters in fucking Star Trek. We've got, I mean, there have been trans characters in Star Trek before, but now there's like trans actors portraying trans characters. There's so much that we can explore in media, and it doesn't have to be a love story. Love stories are great, but that isn't all we are. And I'm so blessed and excited that I'm writing the show that I am, because it is about love, but it's not a love story. It's very, you know, it's obvious in season 1 of my show that my character doesn't have any viable love interests in season 1. Like, he's got a lot of growing to do, and other people have growing to do too, and there's no one you can like realistically ship the main character with that it would take a lot of work to get them in a healthy relationship. And I think that's important. I think it's important to show that like you don't have to have another person to complete you in any media, even if it's not queer. Society has so much, it puts so much on us to like hate ourselves and be modest and don't love yourself, and you need a other person to like make you a complete person. You're fantastic all on your own. We need to learn how to love ourselves. We need to learn how to be alone with ourselves. Like I was talking about in my Instagram post. My camera died, but there's one last thing I want to say before we go out. Yeah, there's a lot of bad stuff going on right now in the world, but I'm so excited that I get to exist right now at this point in time. You know, there's a lot of cool shit we're doing. There's a lot of cool stuff that we've yet to do, and let's get out there and fucking do it. You know, I'm gonna go do some work. I'm gonna go put in the work. Let's fucking go. Khaleesi, are you sleepy? Oh, so sleepy. Do you want to say goodbye? Yeah, hi. You're so cute. You don't know what this is. You don't know what a camera is. You know I always put it in your face, but you don't know what to do with it. No, so sleepy. All right, I'll let you sleep. You're cute. Stop peeing on the carpet, please. This little baby is not allowed in my room while I'm recovering from surgery, because she doesn't know how to not fuck with me, you know, like dance on my stomach that is healing and all that stuff. So she is making me feel real guilty. Yeah. Oh. By curling up on my on my shirt that smells like me. You're so cute. I had a really good day. I spent today with my friends. It is week 3, but I wanted to cover week 2. But this will also cover a little bit of week 3 because I had my post-op phone call with Santucci today. But we will get to that in a second because that hasn't happened yet. We're reviewing week 2. What happened during week 2? And I love that I had stage 1 to really get down what I wanted to talk about and how I wanted to keep these logs in order. Because I don't need to say what happened every day for week 2. With stage 1, it was more like every day something was happening. So more of a need to report on that. Week 2, I'm just going to summarize it. I was editing the vlogs and there's a part where I was like, yeah, as soon as I get down how to properly wrap my dick in gauze, I won't need to anymore. And that's exactly what happened. I did it through the end of that week, just like they said, and then I got to not wear the gauze. And it is so cool getting to see my dick just walking around, because like I was talking about before, it had gauze wrapped around the head, like not the head, but like below the head and here, so it didn't look like I had the head of my dick. It just looked like my dick looked like during the recovery for stage 1, and so I didn't get to fully mentally accept what it looks like right now, and it's healing so well. I really am still shocked about it. I'm very stoked about that. I'll be back to jerking off in no time. Please. I've been keeping up with my protein smoothies. I've been practicing self-care. That's gotten back in order, where I'm putting acne stuff on my face, Curology. I'm trimming my fingernails. I'm doing the things, you know, I'm taking care of the acne spray for my chest. I'm doing the things that matter to me that I wasn't doing during the recovery so far. I've been neglecting some things that make me feel more human, and it's nice. I've also been existing on micro naps, like just throughout the day. Like I don't have a set time that I'm sleeping, I'm just letting my body do what it wants. And I'm so grateful that I work from home and that I'm afforded that. You know, like I'm editing for SaberSpark and Team 4-Star right now, and I'm about to do something for another client. And I'm so grateful to work for both of my companies and my friends. They're all of them are awesome and cool. So as long as I get the work done, it doesn't matter what time of day I'm working at. I can just video edit from 3 in the morning until 8 a.m. if I want to. If I just pop out a video, I'm like, there it is. They don't care what time I got it done. They don't know. They don't know my raccoon fucking schedule. I eat trash and stay up all night. That's accurate. The codeine pills make me sleepy. Sometimes I want to stay up and ride the high, but sometimes I'm like, I would love to rest my eyes for like an hour. And sometimes it is an hour, and sometimes it's all night. Sometimes I just go to sleep and I go to sleep because I've been ignoring my sleep schedule, so I don't realize, oh, I haven't slept in, like I haven't had a solid sleep in like the last 48 hours or something. So I'll just go to take a nap and then I wake up 9 or 10 hours later. But it's good. My body is, I'm so fortunate. I love that I can just let my body rest when it needs to rest. I keep a landing strip of puppy pad next to my toilet in case I swerve off, and no more than the usual. My urinating has gone back to what it was in between stage 1 and stage 2, which is great. You know, my body has recovered from surgery. Now we just have to address the problem of like, it takes me a little bit to get started and I go. And part of it I think is dysfunctional voiding. I think some of it is that. I also think some of it is because I have the fistula. And so I have to account for pee coming out of a hole near my scrotum. So I can't just drop my pants and pee and that's cool and I can relax my bladder. I can't do that because I have to make sure I'm not dripping, and I have 2 sprays, you know, I've got the fistula and I've also got my penis peeing. So I have to like balance on the balls of some of my feet, and I have to like lift one leg up a little like I'm a dog. So I think once the fistula is closed, it'll maybe get better. And I also think that because of something I'm gonna say later, but I can't skip ahead. We're talking about week 2 right now. But yeah, drink water and eat food if the codeine is making you sick. Like, it really is just that. I was editing the part where I'm like, man, water was all I needed. Yeah, just make sure there's enough in your body so your body isn't getting sick. It's also like this mental thing of accepting that my dick looks like this, you know? I've just been walking around and usually when I look at it, I'm like, I can't wait. Like, I keep this mental, just like with before stage 1, I had this image of what my dick is gonna look like in the future, which is that it is a fuzzy image. It's an image that I do not know what the final product is going to look like, but I know that this ain't it. And so I didn't really have a ton of bottom dysphoria except during sex, because when I would just walk around, I knew that this was not gonna be forever. Same thing with stage 1, walking around with my little elephant trunk for a bit, I was like, it's not gonna look like this, like forever. It's great, I'm so happy, but I didn't think of it as permanent. And now walking around, the other day I realized, like, this is it. Like, I can mentally accept it now. I don't have to just keep waiting and waiting and waiting. I got stage 2. This is what it's gonna look like, and it's healing so well, and I'm so excited. I just didn't know I could be happy. And that's like a little terrifying, but also just like, I'm just so thankful. A lot of stage 2 has just been me being like, I'm so thankful. I didn't know I could have a life. I didn't know that little Jessie didn't have to be sad all the time. Like, I think about just how sad my whole life has been. I was just miserable. Like, every second. I was upbeat and happy because temporary things made me happy. Like acting, ice cream, hanging out with friends, you know, little things like that. But I hated myself. And I didn't realize that you could love yourself genuinely, or for more than 5 minutes at a time, you know? I don't know, I've been thinking about that a lot lately. Just how sad I perpetually was. And I guess that's why I'm so happy all the time now, is because I'm living a life that isn't that. It's so cool that like kids get to grow up with like gay and trans role models and bi role models and role models that are people of color and black people, and just like things that we didn't have as kids. We all projected on other characters that were white and straight and cis, you know, like a lot of my childhood heroes are like cartoon characters that are cis men. Like, and it's so wild that, like, I'm going off on a tangent, but like it's so wild that like white people won't watch movies and stuff that don't feature a white character because they're like, I can't relate to this. And black people have had to watch white heroes their whole life and have been able to relate to it and have been able to like use them as heroes, you know, like, because it's they experience empathy, and also they have to. There weren't any shows about them. There weren't any pieces of media where they felt represented, so they were forced to. And when I was a kid, I didn't even know what trans was, and I'm so stoked. The world is still a bad place for queer people, but like, at least it's not what it used to be. Anything's gotta be better than that. Just like my life. Anything is better than just being so miserable every day. And of course this is better. I have my dream life and my dream body, and I have friends that give a shit about me. You know, I was hanging out with my friends today in a car, and I realized how healing everything was. Like, I'm still healing from things that I didn't realize were still locked up in here. People who like drugs and such, they can help you work through some things. They can help you tap into emotions. This is not me endorsing it or anything, but being on the codeine has helped me think about a lot of things. You know, it's basically impossible for me to cry. Like, I can watch, you know, sweet cat videos on the internet and tear up, or I can be playing a character and tear up. But I don't cry anymore. It's not anything I'm repressing, it's just that it doesn't happen. It's a possible side effect of HRT. And because of that, and because of like being in a high state of mind, I've been able to really think about friendship and that there are people who care about me. I'm working through a lot of trauma that I didn't realize I still needed to, because also the pandemic messed with things a lot. I was here with my friends yesterday talking, and I was like, this is going to be a really sad thing I'm about to say, but they were talking about this haunted hotel kind of thing, and they were like, we should go. And I realized in that moment that I've never really been able to just do something. I realized, like, oh, you can just take a trip with your friends if you want to. I was never allowed to do that, you know, with being abused for as long as I did. It was a situation where trips were this bad, stressful thing. We would be guesting at conventions, and, you know, me and my other friend would want to go party, and my abuser would say that it's okay, and then he'd just be calling and texting me all night, and then he would scream at me when I got home. And it made me miserable, you know, like trips were like a bad thing. There was no Sunday of the convention where he wasn't making me cry. Every single Sunday of the convention was the worst day, because I had to think about it, because like I said, the pandemic threw a wrench into things where I haven't been able to just take a trip somewhere. And that's why last spring when I went to California for a convention, I just walked around. I was able to like go to breakfast on my own, and no one was screaming at me, and I could just eat what I wanted, and I didn't have to feel guilty about anything. But abuse sticks with you, where I still felt guilty, and I had to process that. You have to like give yourself a little hug and a little pep talk and be like, hey, there's no reason to feel bad right now. You are here because people want you to be here. You can just eat your pancakes and your eggs, and you don't have to be sad all the time. You're free. You've been free for years. It's okay, no one's gonna hurt you. I can just take a trip with my friends if I want to. We can just go somewhere. We're adults, we have money. And when I was in the car with them today, I got scared all of a sudden, because being in a car, I have trauma related to that where, my abuser would get really bad road rage. Every time we were in a car, he would just scream and scream and slam on the brakes and stuff at inappropriate times. And it was really bad. I would get a lot of anxiety going in cars. And my friend now, like we were in the car, she's a really good driver and everything was fine. And every time I'm in a car, I think that we're gonna crash. And I just keep seeing it over and over and over. And I need to stop the repetitive thinking because I don't wanna like manifest shit, you know what I mean? Like I don't wanna just like think about it. And then even if we don't crash, I've experienced the trauma as if we had crashed because my brain is just going over and over the same thought and your brain can't tell the difference. And again, I had to give myself a little pep talk and be like, it's okay. You can be in a car and no one is gonna scream at you. You can just drive in a car. And it's just like little simple shit like that I thought I would be fine by now. But it sticks with you, and I healed a lot from a lot of the stuff, but I was on codeine and I was just thinking about how nice my friends are to me, and I started tearing up. Like, they're so nice to me, and it's, why am I scared? They're being so nice to me, and it makes me feel like they want something, but they don't, Like, in my previous life, everyone wanted something from me. Everyone was just being nice to me, and then I transitioned, and then they turned into fucking monsters. So I had this feeling, this like sad, bad feeling, like something terrible is going to happen. But it doesn't. We just hung out a lot, and we got food, and we talked, and it was really nice, and it was fun, and nothing bad happened. So why do I feel guilty right now? Why do I feel like that's wild. Abuse fucking sucks. Like, why is it? It's been years. Yeah, that was a thing that I was processing. Just sitting in a car, a little bit high, just so grateful and happy that there were just people just being nice to me. And I don't know the abuse I went through. Like, we touch on trauma subjects, but when we talk about that stuff, but they don't know what I went through, and I don't know what they went through. I'm sure there's things that they don't tell me about, and we can just be friends and hang out. And that's like such a foreign concept to me, that you can just have friends and hang out, and they're not gonna scream at you, and they're not gonna hurt you. Thinking about how that's such a foreign thing to me is like, damn, how long has this been buried in there, and now you're dissecting it and thinking about it. But it was good. I feel so good. I got home and I had a shower, and it was just really nice. And people can just be nice to you and not want anything in exchange. They're both such genuinely good people, and they're just nice to me because they like me. And then thinking about that made me think about how I haven't gotten close to anyone in years, because you can't really. When you've been through losing so many people that you thought were good people, like, what's the point? What's the point in building up a friendship with these people when they're just gonna turn their back on you once you get happy, once you become confident? So I guess I just want you to know that if you are still processing trauma years later, that's normal. No one gets 100% better all at once. Sometimes there's things in your noggin that you didn't even know were there. Like, I thought I'd healed from most of those shit, and then something like that will hit me all of a sudden. It's good to have people who have a healthy sense of communication to be there to help you talk through stuff. Because I haven't told them everything. I didn't tell them about, me tearing up, thinking about how nice they are. But the first part, talking about how you can just go somewhere. You just go somewhere and no one's gonna hurt you for it. They were like, oh yeah, we should definitely go somewhere then. Now we're planning a trip. Just keep going. If you're going through hell, just keep going. The only way out is through. I feel like so much more of a complete person since I processed that, you know. It's still gonna take some time, maybe, but making progress is great. Let's see what else is on here. I talked about how there's still a little bit of dye left on my like inner thighs and on my dick. I think there's just a teensy bit left of the dye left on my leg. The surgical glue is coming up, and it's making my skin a little bit itchy, a little bit sensitive. Day 13 is when I tried laying on my left side for the first time, because the left side has the little stitches in it, so I didn't want to lay on it because I would agitate it. But day 13, I laid on my left side, and I was fine. Day 13 is when a lot of good stuff happened. Like, it was the first day that I woke up and felt like myself. I looked in the mirror and just saw myself. I was able to stand up straight. It was the day where I really got into self-care. I felt you feel good about your body, and like, you know what? I'm gonna wear deodorant today. I'm gonna treat my face good. I'm gonna put the Copenhagen grooming on my face. I'm gonna put the silicone strips on my scars. It's gonna be a good day. Yeah, that surgical glue is it's making my skin flaky, and normally I can put lotion on it, but I don't want to fuck with anything, you know? I can wear underwear correctly now, and that feels so good. Like, I have the lift scar here, but as soon as that heals, like, I'm just wearing underwear like you're supposed to, up to the height that it's supposed to go up to. Very euphoric, very cool. My friends took me to the grocery store. They've been helping me, you know, get groceries. That's another place where I was healing. So they asked me how many groceries I was getting, and I was like, like 6 or 7 items or whatever. And they were like, okay, we think, you know, you could use one of the little carts, you know, the little automatic carts that you can sit in and drive around. I think that'd be good for you if you want to use that. And I'm like, you can just use that? Like, I felt like someone was gonna yell at us the whole time. But like, I got surgery a couple of weeks ago, or a week ago maybe at that point. So I, you know, but I have an excuse, but no one talked to us. I look young. I thought they might think I'm like a 15-year-old fucking around, but no one had a problem. And it was fun, and you know what? I was being careful with my stitches, and it was a good time. So today, technically yesterday, was 2 weeks post-op, so I had the call with Santucci that I was going to about dysfunctional voiding. He asked how I was doing, and I was like, yeah, pretty much the same as, you know, it's improved since surgery, but I am having a little trouble peeing like I was before stage 2. And he had me fill out a little chart of like, how satisfied are you with your peeing, and like all this stuff. It was very detailed, and he was going over the answers with me. And he was like, yeah, you're on the scale, you've scored, I forget what word he used, but like, it's a problem. Like, I understand, I hear you, that like, it's a problem, so we want to make sure we take care of that. Severe, that was the word. So I'm in severe distress. So he wants to make sure we can help me with that. Because he was going over my actual urine peeing into the cone test. And talking about how it, you know, it takes me a bit to get started, and then I pee a little, then I pee a little more, there's like little mountains of pee, and then it takes me like 2.5 minutes to pee. He asked if this was new for me, and I said, yeah, this is a new pattern since phalloplasty. And he's like, damn, yeah, that makes it harder to diagnose. But he said we're gonna take 2 steps. The first step is to start taking Miralax every day, because like most of the peeing problems can be linked back to shitting problems. So I'm going to start taking Miralax every day. I took mine for the night, and I'm just gonna shit. Just gonna do a lot of shitting. I'm gonna be so clean. You're gonna be able to eat out of that asshole. If I went on Grindr, a lot of people would want to do that. I wish I liked someone eating my ass. They're so excited to, you know? And I let them, because I get excited when other people are excited. I'm like, you go, hell yeah. If licking my butthole gives you a boner, I'm all for it. But yeah, he asked if I was constipated, and I was like, I don't think I am, but you know, sometimes you can't really tell. And he's like, yeah, it's kind of like you might be pooping regularly, but it might just be that like the last 2 cars aren't leaving the station, you know, like it's just like the last bits. So we're just gonna get you real regular. So we're gonna do that for a month. And then step 2 we're gonna try is he's gonna prescribe me something called Flomax, which will relax the muscles of the bladder neck. And we don't want to start them together. You know, we're gonna do a month of Miralax and then the trial of Flomax, because we want to make sure, you know, if something is working and we do both of these things at the same time, we're not gonna be able to properly diagnose what has helped. Highly afflicted. That's the phrasing that he used here also, yeah. And he was talking about there's not much I can do personally, like Jesse, like me as in Jesse, there's not much that I can do to like help the pee problem. Because like if you lift your leg, you tell your leg to do a thing. You need to lift your arm, you tell your arm to do something. It sends a magical signal through the brain. It is really common to have a problem with peeing. This is not something new to him. We're going to take care of it. I'm going to be taking the Flomax at nights. There are very few side effects. He said usually he likes to tell people the side effects with what he prescribes, but it's really not a huge issue for this, He also asked me how my scars were doing. And I said that I was starting to notice that they were smaller. And he was like, great, that's awesome. So like next time you're in, next time we get you into a surgery, we can do another shot of that. Because like, the tight scars, we might as well put some stuff in there that can help you while you're under anyway. And I'm like, hell yeah, that's great. And the way he said that, as in like next time, I was like, do you think this fistula is going to close on its own? And he was like, unfortunately not, because you've had it for such a long time, So you would need a surgery to get that fixed. But it's totally up to you, like you could just live with it, or we could get in and fix it. It's totally your comfort level. You decide what you want to do. And I thought about it and I was like, yeah, I just should. Like the hard part is over. Stage 2, stage 1, I got it down. It's really encouraging that any surgery I get past this point is just going to be repair stuff for complications. And I'm fucking ready for this fucking fistula to be gone. I want to be able to pee. Well, that's what I was saying before. I don't know if I finished my thought before, but I was saying that like it might be like part of it is peeing problems and part of it is I think that like I'm balancing on my leg and I'm like trying to make sure the two streams don't leak onto the floor. So once the fistula is closed, I might be able to just relax and pee. Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that be great if I just had one place that urine was leaving my body? So I have messaged the scheduling department and I'm gonna be scheduling that. We're gonna do it 6 months after this situation has healed. Just make sure everything's all good. And he said in the meantime, if I do want to use something to plug up the fistula, because it's fairly small, and it's funny because I asked him, I was like, I don't know where the fistula is. Is there a way you can tell? And he was like, oh yeah, it's like, it's difficult for you to see because you can't lift up your penis, but I can see it perfectly fine down there. It's like a little to the right. It's doing this, and like he gave me the exact coordinates of where my fistula was, and I was like, oh, you can see it, and he's like, oh yeah, I know exactly where it is, and I'm like, oh, thank God. Okay, cool. Because I've been trying to look at where the urine is coming from, and I can't. My stupid dick is in the way. But he said if I wanted to use something to plug it up in the meantime, there's something called Hydroseal or Tegaderm. It's like a clear cellophane Band-Aid that you can stick on there, and I think they last for like a couple days or something. And that's good to know, but if I'm honest, I can't find the fistula myself, so I don't think I'd be able to like plug it up with anything, so I'll just live with it for now. 6 months, we can do it. Yeah, really small operation, just a 1/4 inch operation space. And the only thing is that he said that I will need a suprapubic catheter for it. Because I asked him, like, what's the healing time like that? And he's like, yeah, no, it's not bad, but you, and then he thought about it. He was like, you will need a suprapubic catheter. And that does make sense. So that means I also might need a bowel. I'm blanking on the word for it now. Bowel exiting to do surgery good. Bowel release. What the fuck? Why am I blanking on? I've had to say that so many times. This is why I make videos, because my memory is shit. Brain, why do you absorb trauma and not what I actually need to fucking remember? Bowel cleanse. Oh God, what's it called? No, screw it. I emailed someone about asking, if I have to do it. Where are my sense emails? Bowel prep. Yes. It's a bowel prep. Because the bowel prep was real tough on me the first time. But, if I gotta. This is the last time I can power through it. Let's do it. And while I'm under, we're gonna give me some shots in my arm. So that'll be great. If I could just put up with this, I can just get it done. So I was like, yeah, let's schedule it. Let's fucking get it done. So that's gonna be scheduled 6 months from now. It's a real small operation, just like a 1/4 inch operation. And then I was like, I have a couple questions, if that's okay. And he's like, yeah, go ahead. And I said that you had talked about like working out, you want to start low and go slow, but I'm a little worried about my stitches ripping or something. So do you know when you would recommend that I should be able to start like 3 or 4 weeks or whatever, because it was something I wasn't worried about. But then I was talking to someone that I've been talking to off of OkCupid, one of the cuties. I don't know if I've talked about them here yet, but they were texting me and they were like, so you can't get back to working out for a bit because of surgery? And I was like, yeah, which sucks because I love working out. And they were like, oh yeah, you don't want to start too early and then like rip your stitches and get them infected or something. And then I thought about that for the first time and was like, oh no. But Santucci was like, that's not those stitches, that won't be a problem with that. I forget what he said, but basically they didn't go in all the way to like, they didn't go through the abdominal wall or some shit. Basically he was like, that's not, you don't have to worry about that happening. That's very unlikely. I'm like, tight, all right. I asked about STDs and STIs, how that works, because like in my head, I was thinking I have to have some kind of resistance to them, right? My penis doesn't function in that way, like a cis penis, I would imagine. So I asked him about that, and he was like, yeah, most STDs have like, they have to attack a mucous membrane. I don't know how to describe it, because I was busy paying attention because it was really interesting to me, unless typing it down. I forget. I wish I could tell you exactly what he said. But basically it's like something about pink soft tissue, like there's some tissue that's in your mouth, and that's not what's... My dick is mostly skin, basically. So I do have a resistance to STDs. I have a mild degree of protection. But he was like, the best way to avoid STDs is just not get one. So just wear a condom. But that is good to know that I have a resistance to it. I have a little bit of a leg up when it comes to cisgender penises. And, also if I want a fluid bond with someone, that'd be great. I don't know if we've talked about fluid bonding here. It's when you want to have unprotected sex with someone, so you go and get tested together to like make sure everything's good. It's basically a nice romantic way of saying, I want to hit raw. You good? Because I'm good. And I said, it's been 2 weeks. Can I adjust my penis? Because it's at attention when I'm walking around, and it'd be nice to put him down a little bit. And he was like, yeah, it's been 2 weeks, so you can adjust it. I also asked about masturbating. I was like, I know that I'm supposed to avoid sexual activity for 3 months, but masturbating, I could probably, like, once this is healed, I'd assume, because that's what P said before. I could just masturbate, right? And he was like, yeah, just don't be tugging it, if you're, because it's sewed in there with titanium stuff, but you just wait 3 months before tugging on it. And I'm like, you got it. And then this is before I had spent the time to be able to think about the surgery and like fully accept, like, okay, yeah, I can do this. I was thinking about it and I was like, damn, it sucks that I'm gonna have to get the suprapubic catheter scar again. Like I just got it removed during stage 2. And then I asked him, I was like, doesn't hurt to ask. Or I was like, you can't remove the suprapubic catheter scar again, can you? Is that a thing you can that's possible? And he was like, oh yeah, I don't mind doing that. That's that's a really small surgery. That's so quick. And I was like, yeah, okay, awesome. And that really cemented it in my head, where I was like, fuck it, yeah, I can absolutely do this. I can put up with temporary pain. I know what to expect. I know not to go to just any emergency room because they didn't know what to do with me. And the real tough part about the suprapubic catheter was not the peeing, because it was actually kind of nice to just not have to focus on peeing. I could just go to a toilet, pop the thing off, and just piss. The main thing was like towards the end when the pee crystallized inside my body and I had to go to the emergency room and all that. So I know not to like just go to any emergency room. They're not going to know what to do with me. And I can come home for 2 weeks and then go back to get it removed. That's going to be good. I can do this. And I'm fucking stoked. Let's fucking go. So if all goes according to plan, I will in 6 months have the fistula repair surgery. Then I can have the teeny tiny surgery to get the suprapubic catheter scar removed. And we're gonna see if I need my mom to fly in. I guess it'll only be for a week. I want to avoid bothering her if possible, but I was thinking about me going to a hotel by myself. And I think I just wouldn't be able to like go get food. Like how would I wouldn't. I need someone to take care of me. Sucks. I want to do everything myself. But yeah, I left that phone call feeling pretty good, and then after thinking about it for a while, I felt even better. So because I got the all clear to move my penis, to adjust it, I went in the mirror and I was like, all right, let's do this. And I grabbed my penis and I tried moving it down, and it went, ow, why did you do that? And I was like, oh, fuck, I'm sorry, they said I could. And it was like, don't do that. That hurt, dude. And luckily, I was able to take my codeine pill like 30 minutes after that. But like, oh boy, my penis hurt for a bit. So just because you can do something, maybe that doesn't mean you should. So we're just gonna let it decide. We're gonna let it speak to us. And when he's ready to be moved, he shall be moved. Just like I've been listening to my body and taking micro naps, this guy, he'll tell me when he's ready. You know what? Let's not rush him. And it's so fucking wild because like I look in the mirror sometimes and I just look like a cis male, especially with low lighting, because I really think it is like when I'm in well-lit places is when I judge my dick. And I'm not judging it because it looks amazing. But you can see more detail when it's like in the light and there's direct light on it, and I haven't grown my pubes back yet. So once my pubes grow back, it'll be fine. But for right now, I'm just a little... It's even too much to say I'm judgmental. I'm not judgmental. It looks amazing. I'm so fucking happy with it. But when I'm in low lighting and stuff, like specifically, sometimes I'll be backlit, where light will be coming from here or there, and I'll be in the door frame of my bathroom, where the light's coming in from behind and I can see myself in the mirror. And I just look like a cis man, just standing there with my dick out and my body the way it is. Like, it's so wild to say that I wouldn't change anything about any of this. I didn't think this was possible. I didn't think there was a future where I could just love my body unconditionally. There's nothing I would change. I didn't think this was a future that I could have. I've been doing well keeping up with my vitamins and stuff. I think I have enough for another week, maybe less, of codeine pills, the way I've been spreading them out, keeping up with my protein smoothies. I'm so fortunate for everyone. My friends did a little laundry for me while they were here. Speaking of laundry, so my friend goes in there because they're doing laundry at my place, and they're looking at my soap, and they're looking at it, and they're like, is this all you have? And I was like, yeah, it's like free and gentle, you know, so it's free of dyes and scents and stuff because I have sensitive skin. And they were looking at it, and they were like, Jesse, this is fabric softener. This is just fabric softener. And I was like, no. And they were like, yeah. And I was like, but I've been washing my clothes in that for months. So yeah, where the mistranslation came from is Tide has a white bottle that has free and clear or whatever the fuck it is, like free and gentle, where it doesn't have any dyes or scents in it. And me wanting to save money, I saw another company that had a white bottle that said free and gentle or free whatever the fuck. And I was like, this one is cheaper. I will get this one. And I read it. And then basically we gotta wash all my clothes again because fabric softener isn't good for it in the long run. Like, it just coats it and shit. And also it's not detergent. Fucking himbo brain. So I'm grateful for my friends. Because that's the thing, is that I understand why people think I'm a straight, white, cis male, like when they first meet me. I'm very straight-coded. I have a mattress on the floor. I use fabric softener, and like I live alone, so like you don't know you're doing something wrong until someone comes along. But yeah, that's what's happening with me. I guess I'll see you for week 3, but I'm feeling confident, I'm feeling good. This is all doable. This is all definitely doable. I am so happy and proud of myself, and everything is going way better than I expected. Showering is so good. Oh, my balls. So I'm getting a lot of erotic sensation from my scrotum. Because right now I can't jerk off. I can't put lotion on there, but I'm thinking like I would like to do something productive to stimulate the nerve endings and all that, connecting and doing all the good shit. So I've been lightly stroking my penis, you know, body down, just kind of like lightly doing that to feel some sexy feelings. And then I started touching my balls, and I have way more feeling in them than stage 1. And I'm not a ball scientist or anything, but my theory is that like because the implants are in there, maybe the skin is stretched a little more, and so more things are happening. It gives it more of a chance for nerve endings to spring up. I could be totally wrong about that. I don't know why I have more feeling right now than I did stage 1, but that's just a game theory. But yeah, it's touching my balls is not like a, oh fuck yeah, that's so hot and sexy, I'm gonna come, like, kind of feeling. It's more like between stage 1 and stage 2, like near the end of stage 1 there, where I was getting lotion and like jerking off the head of my dick, like in this motion, where it's hot and it feels good, but in more of a like, oh kind of way, where it's not like, fuck yeah, I'm gonna fucking come. It's more like, this is a good thing that's happening to me, and it's like a slow build up of like, this feels nice. It does feel erotic, but it's not. Ooh, I do like it, and I would like you to keep doing it. So that's fun. That my balls feel so nice. Yep, things are great. I have no complaints, and I would not change anything. So let's fucking go, buds. Let's fucking go. I'll see you for week 3.
There is nothing more humbling than getting both stages of phalloplasty, feeling so good in my body, feeling so comfortable in my mind and my state of everything. I'm feeling the sexiest I ever have in my life. And then I get Gunnar glasses to help me with editing and, you know, filtering out blue light and helping my dry eye symptoms. And I look in the mirror and see myself like this. There's nothing more humbling than that. I think I can't get too big of a head. We can make this work. Hey, some of my partners follow me on here. Would you still fuck me if I... if I sent you a picture of me shirtless? Just like that? Like with that face? This is hot, right? I totally don't look like I run an incel convention. You know, the reason women won't fuck me is because feminism has ruined America efficiently. Substantially has just ruined how America views cis white men like us. And why do we have to call ourselves cis, you know, in the first place? I think that, you know, the transing of America has truly done a number on, I can feel my penis shrinking the more I play this character. I can't. While I've got you here, I don't want you feeling like shit if you have a below than average penis, because that's been the best sex of my life. When I have had sex with people with penises, it's usually they've been around 3 to 6 inches. And why is that? Let me tell you. People with bigger penises, hello Khaleesi. This is, didn't know you'd be here for this conversation, but do you have to be here for this conversation? Because of how culturally we have, like, especially in America, we've accepted that, like, oh, a big dick means you're good at sex. Because of that, people with bigger penises usually, the sex is worse, because they just assume people just want a big penis inside of them, and they don't think about how they can pleasure their partner. They don't know how to, like, suck dick, or eat out people, or anything like that. They're just like, they just want me to, like, fuck inside them. So, that's great. Like, if you have an average penis or below than average, that's awesome. Belower than average is a thing I just keep saying. I guess that's just a thing I say now. And because incels cannot stand being bullied, they assume that they are bad at sex or that people don't want their dick if it is small. Therefore, when we say small dick energy, I've heard from people that's transphobic, and it took me a while to, like, understand why. And I was like, oh, I get it now. What we should be saying is, like, incel energy, you know what I mean? Like, your penis has nothing to do with the quality of person you are. So, just fucking live, you know? Like, it's confidence, 100% confidence. I just got phalloplasty. I had a T-dick before this, you know? If I could get anyone with a 1-inch penis on confidence alone, you can do whatever the fuck you want. You know what I'm saying? You can fucking dick or no dick, you got this. I hope you're having a good day. Number one most common thing people say to me when they see me for the first time at conventions or whatever, I thought you'd be taller. Number one most common thing. And, you know, like, I've heard from people, it was like an insult at first, where I was like, it was, you know, but then, you know, my friend Mark was like, Jesse, you have such a tall personality. Like, I also thought that. You roam this world like you're 8 feet tall. And then I got it then. You know? On personality alone, I just act like I have a 9-inch penis. And I'm glad I don't. I think that would be too big. I'm glad I don't have a large penis. Like, or I wouldn't know how to eat pussy. Anyway, there's blessings in disguise. I've gone on a rant, but I do just want to bring some body positivity to your feed and let you know that you're cool. You will never see this because you don't know who I am and we didn't talk about that kind of stuff. But if you're my fuck buddy from West Philly who has a 9-inch dick and always sucked my dick before we did anything, really appreciate you. You're the one exception. You always made sure I got off. You were always, like, the first thing we did is you pulled down my pants and sucked my dick. Really appreciate you. You're the exception to the large dick people who are bad at sex. You're great. Really appreciate you, bud. We didn't really know that much about each other, but I appreciate you. I know you're a dad. How are your kids? You'll never see this. I hope you're doing well, though. I follow a lot of Instagram accounts on here for like bodybuilders and stuff and working out. And so Instagram is always trying to market supplements and stuff to me. And some of them are like, hey bro, you want your T levels up? We can hook you up with some supplements for that. Bro, you'll hit mad gains if you just let us raise your T levels. I'm like, I'm good, man. Trust me. They're out here trying to make me produce estrogen. They're gonna put so much tea in me. Hey y'all, hope you're having a good night. I recorded a little rant that includes topics such as suicidal ideation, self-harm, depression, stuff like that. So I just wanted to tack this disclaimer on the beginning. It's a long boy. Y'all never see me angry, and perhaps you never will, because I angry for me is like, oh, I'm steamed. It's literally the testosterone in my body. I'm very grateful for it. Before transition, I had anger issues. And I would self-harm in ways of just like slamming my hands on shit and like beating the shit out of things around me. And it was bad. But I'll explain why I'm talking about this in a second. But I've been working on the PinkBlue vlogs and something made me angry. And it made me realize how subdued my anger is right now. Like in the past, it used to make me feel better to like my hand by like hitting a wall or smashing my fingers on a table or some shit. I would like work out my anger and feel better. But now I was so angry. I was the most angry I've been in months, and it did not bring me pleasure. There's a part of me that had to mourn that part of my past self, if that makes sense. The freedom of being angry and being able to do something about it. Now I just get angry and I feel like I'm blue-balled by anger, where my anger does not explode out of me like it used to, if that makes sense. Like people who deal with suicidal ideation sometimes, like I did pre-transition, I was very suicidal all the time, very sad boy, just miserable every single day of my life. I did not want to exist. Now, transition, I'm happy, I'm healthy, I have a support group, my friends and family love me. And so I do not, since transition, I've never felt like killing myself again. And it's weird, like there seemed to be like a freedom of like, if it gets so bad, at least it'll be over one day. But now there isn't when I'm sad. And I don't know if that'll make sense to people who have never felt that. Being trans and physically transitioning or mentally transitioning or whatever is going on with you is a constant process of finding joy in your true original self, but also thinking about how life was in your previous life and how we can become nostalgic for things that aren't healthy, if that makes sense. But yeah, I know this will go in PinkBlue at some point, and I wanted to share it with y'all while I was thinking about it. Because all this to say, I have been having really bad problems with my cat lately, where she has been peeing outside of the litter box, and once they start doing that, they will not stop. and I'm recovering from surgery, and like this started happening before I was going out for surgery, and I was like, I need to fix this before surgery happens, or I'm just gonna be cleaning up pee with stitches in my body, and that's what ended up happening. And I have done everything possible to stop this fucking cat from peeing on the carpet. I clean it constantly with pet stain remover. Eventually, I started putting puppy pads down and taping them down with paper tape on the spots that she would pee. And today, there was a black mat that collects litter right before the litter box there, and she peed on it today. I was having a sad day. I jerked off. I was like, an orgasm will fix this, and I ordered some food. I was like, you know what? We're gonna take it easy. And then I come out, and she's pissing not on any of the spots, but now she's pissing on the black rug, and it made me so fucking mad. I have not been this mad in recent memory. I think it's been years since I felt this anger, and I couldn't do anything about it. It was like there was a plug. My anger has been nerfed. I couldn't even yell at her. I couldn't hit things. I couldn't do anything. It was like trying to yell, and I had no voice. Like no voice would come out. Where I saw her, she knows that she did something bad, and it brought me no pleasure to yell at her. I had to like force myself to yell at her so that she knows that she did something bad. You know, but it's more like in the terms of like, I'm raising my voice and I just say random things. Like, I love you very much, but I have to show that I'm angry or you won't learn that this is a bad thing you've done. You know, like in a very silly style. And I thought, I felt like I was vibrating. I was like, I need to get this anger out, and there's nothing that would bring me pleasure. There's nothing that will make this anger feel good. You know, if I were to, then I tried like hitting the couch, and it didn't do anything. And there's a part of me that's like, you know, like I said before, you can become nostalgic for things that are bad. You can become nostalgic for things that are abusive because it was comfortable. If abuse is all you know and you get out of the situation, we can, you know, what we know is that the situation we were in is familiar and that makes it comfortable to us, but that doesn't make it correct. There are parts of abuse surviving that come with, you know, guilt. Sometimes we feel guilty from getting away from abuse, which doesn't make any sense. But there's a part of us that, you know, we're nostalgic for the good parts. We're nostalgic for, you know, when I used to feel suicidal, there's a part of me that's nostalgic for that, but immediately it goes away once I realize what I'm thinking. And it's one of those things where society does not understand people with mental illness, and it doesn't understand abuse victims the way that it should. We're not provided the proper care. But I came on here to talk about something else. But yeah, this turned into an introspection on abuse and suicidal ideation and getting healthy, and phantom guilt, I guess would be a term for it. And I hope this hasn't come off as, you know, I talked about mental illness, and I talked about suicidal ideation, and I talked about abuse. I hope you know that if you're an abuse victim, you don't necessarily have mental illness. You know, abuse can lead to PTSD, which I was diagnosed with once I was able to get away from my abuser. But that is not what we're talking about. What I wanted to talk about is I've tried everything to make this little cat stop peeing everywhere. And what we're doing now is I was so mad, and I couldn't do anything to make myself feel better. So I was like, what I'll do is I will clean. That's what I'm gonna fucking do. I'm gonna do everything possible to make sure that I've done everything that I can. That little thing plugged in the wall is releasing pheromones or some shit that's supposed to calm down the cat. I bought that like a week ago, and it's been doing its thing. I threw away the black mat because now it smells like pee, and now I guess she can't use it anymore because she'll just piss on it because she's got a little cat brain. Where are you? Your little little cat brain. I have removed all the puppy pads. I vacuumed this entire fucking area. And I'm using the stain and odor eliminator. It says on the back I can let it soak into the carpet for an hour if I'm having problem areas. And then I can soak it up. And I'm going to go across every fucking inch of this damn carpet. It's specifically this area that's like, you know, going... Can I point? yeah, this area. I'm gonna spray fucking all of it. I'm gonna let it sit for an hour. I'm gonna clean and soak every fucking part of this carpet. Because what else can I do? I've tried absolutely everything. Please stop peeing. We're still figuring things out. We're still figuring things out, even years into this transition. I don't know how to let my anger out, but what I've tried today is I'm like, let's clean about it. Because it's so funny, because like, it was such a big part of my life for so long that I would just yell and cry and hit things. And I felt no urge to do any of those things. But the instincts were there because I had done it for years and years and it made me feel better. But I stood here and I was so flabbergasted. I was like, there's nothing that can make me feel better right now. I'm just angry. And it's really, really angry. It's really, really rare that I get angry. Usually the testosterone makes it so that if I do get angry, I get really, really angry for like 10 seconds and then it just disappears. There's a part of me that longs for the ability to just scream and hit something because that's easy. It's an easy way to not feel angry anymore, and it worked in the past. There's a part of me that yearns for the ability to have suicidal ideation because that's easy. Killing yourself is easy. It's hard to live. And that's how my brain worked, you know, and now I'm just happy. I'm just happy and I want to live and I want to exist. And what do we do about that? What do we do about that when we're angry? And, you know, cleaning, it's put the power back in my hands, and it is making me feel better. So I think I've added something to my tool belt. You know, everything is tools. We have to figure out how to use each tool. Usually if I'm upset about something, I'll take a shower, I'll jerk off, and now I know that I can clean. You know, scrubbing and soaking something. It's all part of the learning process. Everything is experience. No matter what you do in this life, you will learn something from it. It is valuable because you will gain experience from it. And, you know, the older we are, the more we experience life, the more things we experience, the more experience we have, the more tools we collect, the better equipped we are for certain situations. You still doing it? She's doing the thing where the food has already dispersed, but she's just shoving her little paw up there so she can grab some more. Why won't she stop peeing? I need to get that smell out. I don't smell it. She sure does, though. If you're going through hell, keep going. Right now, I'm the happiest I've ever been. I'm still learning things. So, I hope you have a good night, and I hope I can win. Also, I know some cat expert is thinking it right now. Yes, I have replaced the kitty litter. Yes, I've added more kitty litter. There's more kitty litter in there than she needs. There's not, I'm cleaning it. I'm scooping the poop. She's just a little monster. When will my pain end? Oh!
Pop quiz. If you're this far into PinkBlue, you know what has happened every single surgery. I found myself depressed. I was laying in bed, like the last 24 hours have been so draining and bad. And there comes a point in being depressed. Khaleesi, I don't need you right now. You are so sweet. I need you to take a few steps away. Daddy's mad. It's mad daddy time. Well, you took that seriously. It's okay. I'm not mad at you. Yeah, everything's fine. Daddy's mad for comical effect. It's nothing with you. You're perfect. Well, you're not perfect. You have been pissing everywhere. Yes, you have. There comes a point in being depressed when you realize you're depressed, where cat in the sink analogy again, I don't know how many times I can fucking make this analogy. I'm pretty sure I've made this analogy about depression before, because it slowly sinks in. Like, you don't realize you're depressed until hours and hours in. Sometimes 24 hours will pass by, and then I'll be like, oh, I'm depressed. That's what I've been feeling. I've had no motivation to do anything. I've just been getting slower and slower. I took a lorazepam last night, so I thought like, oh, maybe I'm just sleepy and I'm getting this stuff that makes me sleepy out of my system. But no, it just kept going and going, and I was laying in bed just feeling so shitty. And then finally it hit me. I'm depressed. Well, this sucks. And then I tried thinking of all the reasons I shouldn't be depressed because, oh my god, my life is so fucking blessed. I have an amazing penis that my insurance is covering. Well, once they give me the fucking money. Half of it has been covered so far. I live in an amazing apartment. I have a wonderful cat. I have a wonderful life where I get to entertain people for a living. And after Khaleesi peed, everything just got so overwhelming and I just laid in bed just feeling so shitty. And I had just woken up from a nap. I thought a nap would fix things. Usually like a nap, a shower, a jerk off, that's what I need to really restart my day. If it isn't going well, that's what I do to like jumpstart it again. I had no motivation to eat. I had no motivation to drink my protein smoothie. And then I realized in that moment, the thing that I realized every single surgery, which is that I'm depressed because I haven't been able to work out. Jesse, this happens every time. It should not be a surprise by this point. There's nothing wrong, sweetie. You just haven't worked out, you dumb boy. You know what got me to remember is that I am very blessed in that I'm able to just take drugs and go through withdrawal, and then that's it. Like I've been on the codeine pills, and I feel no need to seek out codeine anymore. I have a very non-addictive personality, and so it has allowed me to walk through life easier than other people's paths have been. But we are not all immune to something that gets us up in the morning. And my thing is working out. I need to work out consistently. Before I was working out every other day, and now I have been in the recovery process long enough that I don't have my main outlet. I love writing, I love video editing, I love acting. And I've been doing a lot of writing. I'm working on the movie that I work on this movie once a year, and it has changed and developed throughout the years because it's a Christmas film. It's a parody of Hallmark Christmas movies, and I'm having a great time with it. But then I just got so sad out of nowhere. But yeah, I was thinking about what I needed. I was thinking about what my body needed. Was I depressed because I didn't have codeine in my system anymore? No, I don't want to get more codeine. Okay, it's not that. What if I smoked weed? I don't like weed, so that wouldn't bring me joy either. And I was going through the cycle of like addictive sources or things that like I wouldn't want to put in my body unless they were okay and they were not addictive. I don't want to do poppers. So what do I want? What does my body want? And then I remembered exercise exists. And then I remembered I haven't done it in a while. So yeah, I think we're gonna go through this every time. Jesse, I need a sign or like a little scrap of paper that I can open up that says break after 3 weeks post-surgery, and the little note will say you're not depressed, you just haven't worked out. Because yeah, you're depressed technically, but you could just fix it by working out, and you cannot. So just hold it there a little longer, bud. This happens every time. How can you forget every single time? Himbo's gonna himbo. You know what I realized this morning is that my mom, I love my mom, she's amazing. But when I was growing up, she was like the attractive mom. Like all of my friends were just in love with my mom. If you grew up with everyone calling your mom a MILF, I think you will understand the struggle that I am talking about. My mom is really pretty, so of course she was super pretty, like back in the 90s and 2000s. She's into fashion, so she wore like nice clothes and stuff. So there's been jokes about even like old friends of mine that wanted to bang my mom. It's just a thing that you grow up with, and so it is normal for me to be like, yeah, my mom's attractive, I know she is. She's my mom. And she's very smart in her own way. But it's kind of like Karen is smart in Mean Girls. You know what I mean? And that's not to discredit my mom. She's like really smart, but in special, specific ways. She's so good at winning people over. She's like so nice and kind. And she runs her own clothing business. She knows how to market to specific people. She's really smart, but just not in certain ways that are like socially accepted, like math and science and all that, much like me. And so I was thinking about it, and if we were to describe her back when she was younger in terms that my mom was a bimbo, she would be classified as bimbo if we were using the terms. And bimbo is not a nice word, but the internet right now is taking it back. Just like himbo and thembo and all that shit. So it's very funny that I'm a himbo and I came from a bimbo. You see what, like, the lineage is very clear. And realizing that fucking blew my mind. Because if you take the genotypes and all that, is that the word for it? I don't fucking know. The family tree, you know, where it's my birth father and my mom. My birth father was super talented, very handsome guy, ice skater that I think he was gonna go to the Olympics and he tore something or some shit. He played professional football, he was a bodybuilder, he was an actor. He has all this talent. And then you have my mom who also has acting ability. It's more just focused in public speaking and that kind of thing. Super pretty bimbo category. And they came together to make me, a himbo who acts and works out and does online entertainment. And I think that is very funny and explains a lot. But anyway, today is the first week of week 4, which means we're gonna be discussing week 3. My body is so flaky because the surgical glue is like fully coming off now. There's still some definitely here, but it is hanging on for dear life. Wow, that's interesting. I'm noticing that the lift site, some parts of it have been really dark in color, some have been black, you know, because it's like a scab, I would assume, or something like a scab, is forming where the stitches were, and now in the middle, it's like cracking and breaking off, and there's like pink skin underneath. Very cool, very cool. I got a message back, and I do not need a bowel prep for surgery, so that's fucking great. I'm so glad that these surgeries, it's gonna suck having the suprapubic tube, and it's gonna suck that, the thing I've realized, I've asked my friends if they would take care of me and help out while I'm recovering from surgery. I forget if I've said this here or in Instagram stories, but they are gonna have to see my penis because, you know, just hanging out with everything healing, they will be in the room with me, and that is something I'm coming to terms with. But you know what? It's okay. It's okay if your buds see each other's genitals. I'm so grateful that they are able to take care of me, and it won't be weird because I will be on drugs. I will be on codeine, and it'll fly by. I won't even be thinking about how my dick is gonna be out in front of my friends. I think I'm gonna get comfortable real quick. I think I have no choice. You know what I mean? It's fine. Oh, something I had forgot to mention before. You know how I'm doing a month of Miralax and then a month of Flow Max? I think that's what it's called. Do they both have Max in them? Well, whatever it is, I'm doing the month trial of each. And when we were talking about that, he said that if the Miralax works, I might just need to be on Miralax for the rest of my life. And honestly, that's fine, because I drink creatine every other day. And that's the fucker that I got choked down. Miralax and creatine are both an unflavored powder that you dissolve into your favorite drink, or it could just be water. Creatine can be flavored, but I get the unflavored kind. And you can put both of them, you know, like in glasses. Usually what I do is I put them in cups. I'll put water in there, and then I'll put like Gatorade in there. Usually so it dissolves properly, I'll do like a 2-to-1 ratio of water to Gatorade. And then you just you stir that shit. Let's mix that shit. Let's stir that shit. I feel like that's a Vital Scratch line. Spin! Oh, it's spin. Vital Scratch's voice actor, like 9, however many years later, trying to remember famous lines that I've said. I think I said I'm afraid of snails. Why does it always have to be snails? Is that the line? I'm old, leave me alone. I'm collecting my residuals. But yeah, I can deal with being on Miralax for the rest of my life if I need to. Oh no, I'll have to be regular. Oh no, I need to drink this unflavored powder that I won't even notice is in my drink of choice. We're gonna be fine. After 20-some years of constipation issues, I will not spit in a gift horse's mouth. Unless he likes that. Ah, yes, so I have it in my notes here, so I did not tell you about the friends seeing my penis thing. I got my date for my surgery. It's going to be in February, and my friends are going to help me with it because, you know, they live here in Texas, and I don't want to make my mom fly out another time or whatever, so I'm going to get a cheap hotel, just vibe, stick around for like a week, go to my first post-op, then we'll drive back to where we live, hang out for 2 weeks, and then they will drive me back. Get that thing pulled out of me, drive back home. It really is the next step of friendship though, isn't it? You know? Just being able to vibe with your junk out, with your friends, because that's, how comfortable do you have to be all right with that? I met friends that I'm fully in a peaceful state, and I will not spit in the horse again. We found a horse that's like really, really into that, I guess. That's That's fine. No kink shaming here. No clop shaming. Moving on. So week 3 is where I've hit a level of horny where I don't mind edging. I was just edging a lot, just like getting ramped up, thinking sexy things, and then just not coming. But day 18 is when I decided to jerk it. I looked at my dick, and I decided that it is healed enough. Because that's what you gotta do. No one's gonna come to your house and examine your penis and clear you for jerking it. And I was careful not to tug, because that's the one thing, you know, because I was thinking about like, ooh, I'd love to use one of those masturbation sleeves or whatever, those toys that I got during stage 1, but I was too soft to go in them now. Well, guess who's hard, baby? But no, that would tug on my dick too much. But I'm looking forward to using those when I can. They might not work for me, but it's tempting to see. So I'm jerking off. I'm so excited, and I know that because I haven't jerked off in a while, I'm gonna come fairly fast. And usually I make an experience of it and I try to ramp myself up so that I orgasm better, because I do want to, you know, jerk myself off and produce pre-cum fluid so I can use that and jerk off with it. Because, oh man, that feels way better than lotion. But I start with lotion, so usually the two mix together and so good. But right now, speed is what I'm looking for. I want to spend the least amount of time jerking my dick as possible, because it's still healing technically. I don't want to spend all day with this. I just want to come and go, like the gas station. And I'm jerking off, I'm feeling so good. I'm about to climax, and usually when I climax, I have to definitely close my eyes and like picture something sexy, like a dude who's coming with his cis penis or whatever. That was said so clinically, but I have to focus on someone else's pleasure. But this time, I'm about to come, and I open my eyes and I look down at my dick, because I'm lying on my back while I'm jerking off. I look at my dick, and it's hard, you know, because it's hard, and this is the first time I've jerked off with a hard dick, and it makes me come, because it's so sexy. Like, I feel so good. I didn't have to picture anything else. I didn't have to picture a hard cisgender penis in order to orgasm. I just looked at my own dick, and I was able to orgasm from my own body. And that was just the most amazing fucking feeling. Like, you gotta be so comfortable in your skin to be able to do that. So that was really, really good. The orgasm itself was okay. It's basically like my first orgasms after stage 1 were, where you really have to be comfortable and calm in your body to like get good orgasms out. The main thing is just the stitches around the head of the penis, because they don't hurt or anything, but it's kind of like a sensory issue. It might just be because I'm autistic, where fabrics and like things around me are holding me, or like, you know, like tags in the back of a shirt. That is a mild annoyance for a neurotypical person, but for an autistic person, it's like, get this fucking shirt off of me. I know what it is, I know what you're doing. So I'd be holding my dick and jerking off, and then I would just occasionally, like every few seconds, like feel a little sharp thing, and it didn't hurt. It was just like an annoyance. It takes you out of the moment. I'm trying to focus on jerking my dick, and I just keep feeling it, and then I keep feeling it, and then I keep feeling it. I try to focus as much as possible on just the shaft of my penis, the the part below the head, but it does feel really nice to like feel the head also. It's so soft. My dick it feels so nice, especially with lotion on it. Because of the positioning, I was not able to produce pre-cum, and also because of the speed. It takes me a bit to like ramp up and produce the pre-cum. I get it through edging, so like if I'm trying to come as fast as possible, my body doesn't have time to keep up with me. I'm running. I'm full speed running, and it's like, wait, hold on, we need to produce some lubrication, and I'm like, there's no time! We gotta go now, we gotta do this now! But when I went in the shower to shower off afterwards, it was dripping out of me. So yeah, that's where it is. When I orgasm, it will produce the fluid, and it felt so good to see cum fluid leaking out of my hard dick. Just so good. I'm so glad, because that'll take some tension off now that I can jerk off. I was a little sore for a few hours afterwards, which makes sense. My body's just gonna be sore. There's stitches under my dick where they put my testicular implants in, so I just need time to heal. I feel just so much sexier and happier. Like, I didn't know I could fall in love with my dick anymore. Like, stage 1, fucking loved it. Now stage 2, I find myself just touching my dick, because I'm not wearing underwear usually around the house to heal it, because when I'm putting any kind of pressure or fabric on it, it hurts a little bit because it's healing. I'm keeping up with my ibuprofen and my Aleve, but you know, it might get sore if I've been walking around, if I was at the grocery store or whatever. A guy was over here yesterday and I was sitting on his lap, and I keep forgetting not to do that. I was so used to just sitting on people's laps before, because I'm small, I'm compact. People enjoy me sitting on their laps, like facing each other. And after stage 1, it stretched my dick, because it's like, you know, if the dick is here, it's gonna go this way, because that's how things work when you're sitting on someone's lap. And this was the first time I was doing it with a hard dick, and it did that. And I can't feel it when it does that, so I was just sitting on his lap like that for, I want to say, half an hour. And then afterwards, my dick hurt the whole night, because you shouldn't do that, especially when it's healing. Maybe it'll be okay to do it once it's healed, but not right now. But yeah, I'll just be sitting at the computer, and because I'm not wearing underwear, that made it sound like I was sitting on someone's lap without underwear, didn't it? I was clothed. This is a separate thought. I'm not wearing underwear around my house, and so I'm sitting at my computer chair, and you're just sitting there, and you're just looking at a hard dick, and sometimes I'll just like touch it. And it's not like a fuck yeah, gonna come sensation. It's more just like, oh, this is nice. This is a nice thing that we're, you know, doing. I enjoy my guy. I enjoy my special boy, my cheese. What's that quote from What We Do in the Shadows? What We Do in the Shadows, special boy quote. My sweet cheese. He's my best friend. He's my pal. He's my homeboy. My rotten soldier. My sweet cheese. My good time boy. Oh my god, it fits really well. He's my good time boy. Yeah, just walking around keeps me aroused. I just feel sexy. I can't wait until I'm like all healed and I can really go at it and I can really feel sexy. And it's great because the part of my dick that I was insecure about, a week later, it's fine. It was just looking odd because it was in the healing phase. Like, what a fucking relief. But it's really interesting because the head of the dick, the thing, the ridge of the penis, I don't know what to call it. You know, you got a penis and then you got like a little thing that goes around it. It's a little Saturn ring. The ring of my dick. My cock ring. That can't be confused for any other thing. So the cock ring, it perfectly matches up with the incision. Like when they cut into my dick in order to put the rod in, they didn't cut all the way around. They didn't cut this thing and then pop it off and then put a rod in and then put the top back on. There's a landing strip of skin that has not been cut at all. And it's so nice and good and very sexy to play with. So I'm honestly glad that they didn't cut all the way around. Like this little landing strip, I don't know why, it's full of nerve endings. It feels really good. But yeah, that was interesting to discover because I was wondering why they didn't make the ring go all the way around. But then I realized it is perfectly matched up with the incision site. I love this fucking thing. I would not change anything about it. It is so pleasurable and nice. And there's barely any hair growing on my shaft. And that's, you know, the part that was taken from here. I discovered some new chest hair, which I'm excited by. I've been using Copenhagen grooming on my chest, but like barely, because I get breakouts sometimes. But now I think I've finally got down a routine where I use Copenhagen grooming on my chest a little bit, like 2 or 3 times a week tops. And I'm also taking care to use the anti-acne spray on my chest. And honestly, I had kind of given up on Copenhagen grooming for my chest specifically, because it's not meant for your chest. It'll never grow, but they can't endorse it. It's mainly made for the face. But then I noticed a bunch of chest hair, like little patches, that had emerged. And I forget it's there because it doesn't show up in camera and it doesn't show up in photos. So I can only see it when I'm like looking in a mirror, and there's like, I know right now that there's like a patch here, maybe there's like a patch there. There's just a few stray hairs. The point is it's working. The place it's been really noticeable has been my lower stomach, where my belly button is, like all around this area. I have a lot of tummy fluff there, and I think it's because when I would use it on my face, I would also wipe off the excess there. So yeah, I'm continuing with that. That's really cool. I'm 4 years into transition stuff, and now I'm hitting the chest hair thing. My dad is apparently very impressed. My birth father is impressed by like my armpit hair and my stuff, because he was apparently called the hairless wonder. I think it was difficult for him to grow body hair or face hair, but everything kind of filling in. So yeah, sometimes it takes a while. I'm years into this transition and it's happening now. Thank you, Copenhagen grooming. Intranasal testosterone is a thing. I thought it was a joke at first. I was on Instagram and it was this trans guy who was trying to take a break from injections, and so he was using intranasal. And it was the comments were all these people being like, that's fascinating, do you prefer that over it or something? And him just being like, no, I was out of my injections, or I didn't want to do the injections, and I had to do the nasal while we get more. With the nasal, you have to do it 2 to 3 times a day. And that just seems ridiculous, so I understand why he was like, I don't really recommend this. But it is really, really interesting to know that you can just, it just looked like he was trimming his nose hairs. It looked like a thing that you just hold inside your nose for an amount of time and then you switch nostrils. That's crazy. I had a breakthrough of like healing that I've been processing the last couple days. And it is that people helping me makes people mad at me in my brain. Because I escaped from my abuser, my partner at the time was doing all that they could to help me. And I was a little fucking monster, and I was greedy, and I was just fresh on testosterone, and I was codependent, so I was just a little jerk. And finally they had enough and been like, I can't help you anymore. And so it built this thing into me where I was already in a traumatized part of my life, and then if I let people help me, they get mad at me. That's what my brain is saying to me. That's why I feel so uncomfortable when people try to help me. Like, even today, my friends are so generous and sweet. They saw my story about the cat pee situation, and we're like, hey, we're brainstorming ideas. Tomorrow, I'm driving down anyway, so we're gonna go to a place to rent a steam cleaner. We're gonna steam clean the carpet. Khaleesi also might need another litter box. We've been brainstorming, and like, we'll take care of this. We're gonna make this work. And I was so depressed in that moment because I was still having my depressive spiral. But I got so scared, and I was like, oh, what have we been processing the last couple days, Jesse? Letting people help us makes the people go away. And that's not the case. That's not the case. You can let some people help you. I know that logically as I'm saying it out loud, but in my brain I'm still like, no, we can't let people. I'm still healing. I know logically what the solution and what the end of this story is going to be, and what the moral should be. But in my head I'm like, no, we can't let anyone help us. So at least we're aware of the problem now. I'm so uncomfortable with people helping me. It's really bad, but we're aware of the problem, and maybe it'll just fix itself one day. Right? And that's why we've been handling all our trauma. While the little baby's sleeping. Oh, baby. Baby, that's the camera. Maybe you don't touch that while Daddy's recording. Baby, come here. Hi. Who's this? This is Pumpkin. Hey baby, let's not chew the camera. Yeah, let's not chew the camera. I figured, I got a new dick, might as well get a new pussy. She's 5 months old, and I found her the same way that I found Khaleesi. As a rescue myself, it makes sense that I would want to have other rescues around. So we solved Khaleesi's pee problem. I had gotten a lot of people, helping me over Instagram when I was talking about it. And someone was like, hey, I don't know if you've changed Khaleesi's litter or not, but like the scents can do things. And that made me realize, like, wow, yes, actually 2 months ago I did, but that was so long ago that I had forgotten. And, she had a scented litter before that, but I changed it to a different scent. And sometimes cats, they're just like, my pee doesn't smell like this. I'm upset. I don't know what's happening. So she just started pissing outside the litter box. And I love the power of social media. That, like, I could search all over the internet and ask all kinds of cat experts, and no one could figure out what was up. But then just one person out there figured it out. So cheers, buds. I appreciate the help that I get when I ask for it on the socials. But yeah, so my friends and I, we went to a pet store to get some unscented litter for Khaleesi and see if that would fix it. And while we were there, we passed, as a reminder, Khaleesi, I had found in a pet store when I was living in New York because she was a rescue animal, and there were, rescue animals on the shelves. Like, they display them. It's kind of like a tie-in with the pet store to be like, hey, these are animals from this shelter here. If you want to adopt one, whatever. And Khaleesi was the last one left. It was kitten season, and she was 10 months old, so technically she was a kitten, but she was old enough that, like, no one wanted her. They want the tiny ones, they want the cute ones, So it doesn't matter that Khaleesi's, like, so unique and smart and fucking weird. Khaleesi's weird as fuck. And she's so cute, but no one wanted her, so I was like, yeah, fuck it. So I'm here, yeah. She's so full of energy. I'm just a proud dad just watching my kid bounce around. My mug says world's grandpa greatest. None of my children will have children. They are fixed like me. But you know what? I can be a dad. I can be a dad to these two little fucking weirdos. We go to the pet store to get some unscented litter for Khaleesi, and we pass this, you know, big plexiglass window where like pets would normally hang out, you know, that could be adopted. And this store closes at 9 o'clock, and we get there at like 8:45 p.m. We walk towards the litter aisle, and my friend Marina is like, "Oh wow, that's that's where they keep the animals, if there were any, if I had one." And the guy who's working at the store hears us say this, and is like, "Oh, there is one," and we're like, "What?" Because we look in, and there's no one there, but we see her. This little cat is on the top shelf, and when she sees us, she just comes right up to us, meowing away like she's been waiting for us. And the guy's totally chill, lets us open the cage. I guess it is a cage. We slide open the door, and she just comes right out. She's so friendly, and she's just, "You're so cute." She's looking at me. She hears me talking about her. She's like the most gentle animal I've ever met, where she starts making bread on us, but like so gentle. She's not digging in with her claws. She knows to be gentle with skin. And that's one of the things is that like I was thinking about another cat, you know, maybe sometime in the future, but like with my surgeries and stuff, I didn't know when I could handle like a kitten, because kittens sometimes, you know, if I was raising one, I would be scared that they'd be like children, where they are unpredictable and they might hurt me accidentally. But this little kitten was so full of love and like so gentle. She was so gentle with my scars, just purring up a storm, just so happy to not be in the glass. And she was the last one left. And I think it's because she's a little bit of a weirdo, as you could probably tell. She has a face like a medieval painter who painted a cat, you know what I mean? Where they paint with a human face. They're like, I've seen what a cat looks like once. But she's so cute and so unique, and she's so tiny. I'm gonna look back on this video years from now and be like, oh, she was such a teeny tiny thing. They're gonna get big. Maybe you'll get bigger than Khaleesi. So I've been isolating them. I know this isn't gender talk or surgery talk, but I wanted to explain why there's a cat here. I'm so happy to have her here. And you know, Khaleesi in the past has been kind of a bully to other animals in the house. But she's been so chill, because I realized this is the first time I've introduced Khaleesi to another cat when Khaleesi has been on the pet CBD. And I've also started giving Khaleesi some wet food again. In the past, she's had diarrhea issues where we were giving her too much wet food, and she was just like scooting, which if you've never owned an animal, it's where the poop is like, they had to drain her anal glands basically. She just started like just wiping her butt on the carpet. If you've seen a cat do that, it's wild. But because of that, I cut wet food out of her diet, because I didn't want her to have the bad poops. But I gotta give this little kitten wet food, and of course, Khaleesi's the fucking sea meat mean cat, so she can clock me opening up a fresh can of that stuff from a mile away. So when I give the baby wet food, I gotta give Khaleesi some wet food too. And you know what? Her mood has just improved so much. She's so chill, and she's playing again. She's full of more life. So I think the CBD, the wet food, and also changing her litter to an unscented kind has really just revamped her life. I haven't seen her this like active and with this much personality in like years. So I'm slowly integrating them. They haven't met each other yet. You gotta like slowly get cats used to each other, used to each other's scents and all that. But I'm actually having high hopes. The other day, Khaleesi kind of snuck into my room where the baby is for a split second, because Khaleesi's just waiting near the door like, oh, it's time for dinner. And they didn't freak out. They didn't attack each other. I got Khaleesi out of the room, and I was like, are you okay? And she was like, yeah, is it time for dinner? Like, she wasn't even, I don't know if she even registered that the baby was in here. But we'll see what happens with that. That's real cool. And it's so nice. It's so nice to be in a state of healing. It was like the perfect time where I've healed enough that it's not a huge concern that I have a little baby kitten in here. It's so nice while you're healing to like lay in bed and have a little buddy just curl up next to you and purr and do a sleep. The Miralax is going well. Hi baby, what's up? Hi. I think I've got like 2 more weeks of Miralax, and then we're gonna try the Euroflow. Is that the stuff that'll relax the bladder neck? Don't talk to me until I've had my Miralax. I gotta chug this actually, because in a couple hours I'm gonna be shooting some behind the scenes stuff we're filming the rest of Unabridged, slowly but surely, and I'm in charge of unabridged behind the scenes stuff. I don't know if we have a word for it yet, but I'm honored that they wanted me to do that because I love behind the scenes stuff. It's some of my favorite parts of media, is seeing the deleted scenes and seeing the bloopers and seeing like how things were shot. That shit is so fascinating, like as a filmmaker or as a consumer or whatever. Anyway, I talked about my fucking cat for a while. Let's see what's on the docket. Just euphoria stuff, but like me getting ready for this video. I've been walking around naked still, healing, which has been great when you have a kitten, by the way. Apparently, so my dick is perma-hard, right? So it's just kind of sticking out. And cis men apparently have this issue too, where if you have a cat or a kitten, sometimes they just see it and are like, oh cool, a toy. And boy howdy, that happened to me once, and that was enough. Once was enough. Once was enough. I just got this thing. I had to go on the computer immediately and be like, how do I stop my kitten from doing this? Please, for the love of God, this is like $125,000. And I got to a thread of lots and lots of people with penises that were like, yeah, this is how you stop the cat from doing this. That's been the only bad thing about this cute little kitten, is you gotta teach her that this is not a thing to do, please. It's a balance though, right? Because I read all these posts by guys that were like, okay, what you don't want to do is immediately after the cat fucking knocks your dick, you don't want to right away go to playtime, because then they learn, oh, if I punch dad in the dick, that means that I want playtime. Dad will play with me if I punch his penis. They're saying you want to like act hurt, you know, just ham it up, just be like, oh, you know, like just really act like you're hurt, and they will understand. Ignore the cat for a while, and then go to playing with it with toys and stuff. And I'm so glad the internet exists. So glad, because oh, there's so many people who have had this issue. And I had never heard of it before. And you know what? We did it once. She once was looking at it, and I was like, no. And she has not done it again since. So, beautiful, wonderful. Please, God, never let it happen again. But yeah, like I was saying, gender stuff, like I was looking in the mirror to get ready for this video, and my chest hair is starting to come in, which is tight. And also, I'm, 4 years on T. Ooh. You're right. Thank you for correcting me, Pumpkin. I'm 3 years on T. I believe I'm a going to hit the 4 years next year. And baby, you're so good. You're so tired. And my chest hair is only starting to come in now, and it's definitely in part by Copenhagen Grooming. They, they don't make a product for your chest, but I've been using the beard serum on my chest. On their site, they have a thing where someone is like, can I use it to grow hair on my head? Can I use it to grow hair here? And they're like, we've seen good results in that, but we can't legally say that it's for that. Yeah, it's been working for me, and it's nice because the area that is especially getting thicker is like right here on my chest. So I'm able to put on a tank top and I just see it. And that's fucking really cool. And everything's just coming together. The combination of like a nice haircut, some chest hair popping through, my arms are looking great. Like all of this is just, I looked in the mirror before this and I felt very sexy and cool. What are you winding up for? You're so cute and weird. Yeah, let's just relax, huh? You were just playing for like 20 minutes straight. What if we slept? What if we took a little snooze? My dick is sore. I woke up with a little bit of soreness just because I'm jerking off now, and so there's gonna be some soreness. As a reminder, I have just in real life started week 5, which means right now I'm talking about week 4, which should be called week sore, because enough of my body is starting to wake up and being like, oh, this is great, but also, oh boy, it's a double-edged sword. I'm not sore in some, I'm not numb in some places, things are waking up, but when the nerve endings are waking up, that also means that I am feeling sore, because I can feel things again. Oh, it's a good news, you can feel things. Oh, it's a bad news, you can feel things. Jerking it is great so far. I'm still not to the point. Once this soreness stops, I will get back to the points of like having real good orgasms. As it is right now, just seeing my hard dick while I'm working out and stuff, because I did start working out again, has been awesome and very sexy. Just seeing your hard dick in the mirror while you're working out, I cannot describe how wonderful that is. I forget if I've talked about this before, but I have really realized, like there are stages of realizing that my dick is the perfect size, And looking at it in underwear is really like, oh yes, I would not want this bigger than it is. I haven't gotten to wear much underwear since, I've been healing and all that, but now I've been going outside and doing shit, which means I've been putting on pants and I've been putting on underwear. Because before this, it was still making my genitals a little sore to wear. I would say halfway through week 4 is when I hit a comfortable enough balance of nerve endings connecting and all that, where my dingus does not feel sore anymore. She has a toy. It's a little chicken, it makes chicken noises. So now when I wear underwear and I wear pants, it's less of a concern about my dick being sore. It's more a concern of my lift line being sore now. All the scabs have fallen off. I helped a couple of them along, but because the scabbing is not on the lift line anymore, that's less of a layer of protection, So now it's just like exposed, sore skin that my underwear or pants are pressing against. Yeah, most of the scabs and surgical glue has fallen off. Also, the puppy pads are no longer necessary. I don't know when that started, but I'm peeing a lot better, and I think it's due to the Miralax. Pee problems are related to poop problems a lot, so there we go. Yeah, because I've gotten back to my daily routine, playing Halo with my friends and watching things online with my friends and just getting used to doing the things that I was doing before stage 2, I keep accidentally hitting my dick during them because I'm not used to my dick being elevated. So I'll be playing Halo with my friends and my controller's down here, and then I don't notice when I'm doing it, but I just keep I will bump it downwards and hit my penis, or I will rest it there while I'm playing. And I was getting distracted by it and I didn't realize why. I was like, what is happening? Then 2 games in, I realized, oh yeah, it is higher than it was before. It is at an angle that I'm not used to. I tried putting a paper towel on my lap to separate it, so my controller hits it and there's a buffer. But then I was getting sensory issues with that because the paper towel resting on my sensitive penis, I'm gonna feel that. I replaced it with a tissue, Yeah, I'm watching through a show with my friend online, and so if I, we can't see each other, but if I make a motion or I'm talking animated with my hands, you don't realize how animated your hands are until you're bumping your dick. Sometimes I'll just slap myself in the penis and be like, I've also gotten back to going for walks. I'll walk to my favorite donut shop and I can feel my balls between my legs. Now that they're plumper and juicier, I just walk and I can feel them brushing on my inner thighs. And it's not, I don't think chafing is the right word, but there's a feeling, And it's very gender euphoric. When I'm working out, it also does that too because I'm working out naked. I thought I would have sensory issues because of it, but no, I've been cured of fucking dysphoria 99%, so I guess whatever I experience from my dick is just going to feel cool and good. Very euphoric to feel my sweaty balls as I pump some fucking iron. I'm really just toxic masculining it up, but I guess it's not toxic. I guess it is just masculining it up. Yeah, bro, what's up? Let's fucking get sweaty and pump some iron. I'm gonna down this creatine while my dick swings through the air. My hard dick. I cut a little bit of the remaining stitch out of my side stitch, where the head of my dick came from, because my skin just doesn't like these stitches, and I remember last time that I had to, remove some of them. Oh, and I made a note here, day 26 is when I worked out. God, saying day 26 triggered something inside me, because I had to do the recovery logs where I go, day 26, day 27. Ugh. Oh, okay, so this part might be a little cringy. I'm gonna talk about something that involves a scab on my penis. I was in the shower, and I kind of, had this thing, This is toxic masculine. Maybe a little bit. Where I was horny early in the day, and I was, trying to prove to myself, I want to be up to speed. I want to recover as soon as possible. I want to go back to being able to jerk off in the shower. I wanted to do it with my hard dick, I want to be like other guys. Cis dudes jerk off in the shower, so I should be able to jerk off in the shower. And it was nice, to be honest. I was thinking about how the advantage to jerking in the shower, as opposed to here with lotion, is that I can, get some soap. I was thinking about what cis men do, so I got some soap and I lathered it up and I was, fucking jerking it. And it was nice, it's really nice, and I don't have to deal with, the cleanup, and I will be able to just wash myself again afterwards. And it was taking a while, because the first time jerking off in any kind of interesting position, you might be a little nervous. But I was pumping it for a while, I had to get some more soap, and I was really just pumping it. And I was finally able to do it. After shifting positions a few times, I finally was able to come in the shower, and that fucking ruled. And then I was like, okay, I'll wash myself off because I did get a little sweaty, I'm sure, from doing that. I had to stop the shower at some point. Sometimes you just gotta, like, figure out what's working. I was like, oh, the water is going down on me. And that's, like, affecting me. Like, I think part of it is, like, sensory issues, like autism shit. You know, if something is happening, it might distract you, so try turning off the shower, or try moving positions, or whatever. I laid down at a certain point. I laid on my back. Like, it was just a lot of trying shit. Because it's new. Try shit. You don't know what might make you come. Maybe you gotta do a fucking handstand. But afterwards, the scab, you know, the healing process that is happening around, like, the midpoint on my dick, it's more towards the head, wherever the incision thing was. Incision thing. I noticed that the scab was coming off, like, 50%. And I realized in that moment, oh, that's probably why they don't want you to, like, go in pools or soak in water, because the scabs will get softer and they'll come off. But luckily, nothing was bleeding underneath. It was just a process of, like, okay, now you're gonna have less of a protection layer there, because scabs are nature's Band-Aid. You know, they will go there to protect your body so that healing stuff can happen under it.
Maybe that's your Halloween costume.
I do need to... Her name is Pumpkin. Of course, this has to be her costume. I was taken home from the hospital on Halloween, and I was in a pumpkin costume, so... But yeah, so the scab is not there anymore, and it's healed beautifully. And it probably was going to come off any day, so it's not, like, a huge deal or anything. And it is really, really nice seeing the skin underneath. I didn't realize, like, how good it would be to see everything more as it's going to be permanently. Really starting to see it as it's going to be. Oh, and also, one last thing. I do not know if I've mentioned this before, but cum leaks out of the fistula. I don't know if I've said that before. So the little hole where urine is escaping, when I orgasm, sometimes cum will come out of it. And that's how I've been able to, like, really see where the fistula is. Because I go to pee, I whip my penis out, and there's, like, a string of cum fluid that's emerging from under my penis, and it pinpoints, like, you know, it's like a string of any kind of, like, viscous fluid. So I wipe it with toilet paper, and it strings out, and it, like, pinpoints, and I can see exactly where the fistula is. Hopefully her toy isn't too annoying. I apologize if it is, but also I will not stop her. She's very cute and good. Would it help if you're able to see her? Maybe that's it. But yeah, that's all my notes right now. I've just reviewed week 4, and I think that might be it. You know what I mean? There's no blueprint for this. I figure out as I go how many days I want to talk about. Stage 1, there was way more to talk about. I was making daily logs. Every day I had something to write down and something to say about what happened or what my body was going through. And now with stage 2, I kept waiting for more to happen, but, you know, pretty good. I'm getting the fistula repair surgery in February. And then after that, at some point, I will get a very teeny tiny in and out surgery to get the suprapubic catheter scar removed that will be caused by that surgery. And during both of those, I'm going to have some steroid shots put in here. Oh, I'm also going to ask if I can get steroid shots put in my lift line to see if I can get that scar smaller. If not, it's not a huge deal. And I'm so fucking glad I've gotten to a point in my life where that's totally fine with me. When all this started, I was really trying to prevent as many scars as possible. I was insecure, I wanted to appear cisgender. I opted for whatever the surgery is, the top surgery that, I got top surgery with Dr. Elliot Jacobs in New York. And his isn't exactly perioral, whatever the thing is where you go in through the nipple. It isn't exactly that because I was a B cup before, so I was too large of a size to get that surgery. But he does one where B cups are fine because he's... I don't know the name for it. He went in under the nipple and he also did 2 scars that were here and here, but they just aren't visible anymore. And he said they wouldn't be. He said, like, those are just gonna go away. And especially this one, I can't see it anymore. I can look really, really carefully to find this one in order to, like, put my scar treatment on it, but, like, as it is, I just they're not visible. But in the beginning, I was really more sensitive about scarring, just because I also just was. You're earlier in on your journey, and you're not sure of yourself. You don't know who you are. You're really trying so hard not to be perceived. You're like, no one look at me. No one acknowledge me. You're trying to blend in and keep your head down and just like get through the day. And now I'm at a point where I'm like, I really genuinely do not give a shit about my scars, and I kind of like them. And I think that's something that a lot of people don't understand about some trans people, is that like we're not here to impress anyone eventually. At the beginning I was trying to impress people, but now I'm at a point where I love myself so much that of course little silly things don't fucking matter to me. The little shit just doesn't matter anymore once you find people that give a shit about you, or in my case, once you pass enough that like I just forget that I'm trans. I was talking to a friend and I almost offered to be a sperm donor. Like, I just didn't think about the fact that I can't. And that's so wild. That's wild that I could just forget. I just forget that I'm trans. Because that's the thing, is like I go outside and I'm sounding full of myself right now, but I can go outside and people are attracted to me. People want to talk to me. People who do not know who I am or that I am trans, I just am an appealing person. I'm not just an appealing trans dude, I am an appealing person, a human being. So of course it doesn't fucking matter if I have like a little scar here or a scar there or whatever. So I'm gonna ask if he can put some steroid in the lift line scar, but it honestly does not matter. One, because I don't give a shit about the scar, really. But number two is that literally no one will be able to see it unless they are naked with me. It is a scar that is literally below my underwear line. So if I'm wearing a swimsuit, people can't see it. If I'm wearing underwear, people can't see it. If I'm wearing pants, people can't see it. So what a lovely thing. What a lovely thing that I've gotten to a point in my life where that just doesn't matter. Oh, baby. No. Let's not drink Miralax. Do you want to say hi? She doesn't like being held, and I've realized it's because she wants to... Oh yeah, just put your dirty fucking paws on my face. You don't put it in my mouth. So look at she's so weird. She really does not like being held. That's the one thing about her. But she's so lovey. I think she wants to be in control, you know? If you lift her up, she can't control the situation. But she will just sit here and make bread on me for hours and be very upset when I move. She's like, she gets legit upset and she starts crying once I try to leave the room or once I try to stand up, because she just wants to sit here. And she wants to hold your hand too. It's so good. She makes bread really softly with her little paws, right? So she'll like put her paws in your fingers and intertwine them, and she'll just want she just wants to massage your hands and hold your hands. She's the cutest little thing. But yeah, I'm really happy and comfortable with myself. So of course it doesn't matter what I'm wearing or what I look like. I could put on a dress and feel super comfortable. I could put on pants and feel super comfortable. I can show someone my penis and feel super comfortable. I've got 2 months until I can go to the bone zone. And I realized that's just penetration with my dick, right? My friends and I went to a sex store last night, and I found some lube that is edible, that tastes like bubble gum, but can also be used for penetration. And you want to be careful with those things just to make sure your partner doesn't have an allergic reaction to it without you realize, like, neither of you might not know about an allergic reaction, potentially, but until it happens. So maybe try a little sample of it before or something, just to make sure you don't put the full thing on and then have an allergic reaction. Wonder where I would have learned that. Maybe from the Tamanu oil on my arm. But I realized that would be nice for, like, you know, getting a hand job, and then if I also want to penetrate them after that. But that made me think about, oh, I can still have sex. I just can't penetrate someone with my dick for the next 2 months. So I have a date tomorrow, and then I might have another date next week. We haven't scheduled it, but they're both real cute. And maybe I'll get lucky. Maybe you don't get what you want sometimes if you don't make an effort to get it. You know what I mean? Like the last 3 birthdays, my birthdays for year 27, 28, and 29 of my life are the worst that I've had. Whether I have been surrounded by people who don't give a shit, and I was just trying to be friends with them too much, and it was, you know, desperate and weird, or I was in my fuckboy phase, or I was still being controlled by my abuser, or I was completely alone. Those are my birthdays. Some were both, some were neither, some were a combination. But for my 30th birthday, I'm making a list. There are 3 things that I would like. I would like to go bowling. I'm gonna go bowling and drink with my friends. I would like tiramisu, and I would like some birthday sex. These are the things that I would like. And if I make an effort, I will schedule, I will see who I'm currently having sex with and be like, hey, I could use my penis to penetrate, and I would like to do it on my birthday. And it might not be the best sex of my life, but it will, because, you know, usually you gotta ease into it. It's gonna be my first time using this thing. It might be not the best, but it will be an experience, and I will have it with someone that I care about. But we're making a list, we're checking it twice, putting our intentions out there, and we'll see what happens. The only thing I'm hoping for right now, before I get a blowjob, is that the stitches around the head of my dick fall out before that, because I want it to be as pleasant of an experience as possible for people, and I feel like I would be distracted if I was sucking someone's dick and there was little hard bits of string on it, you know what I mean? Hello. Yeah, he's a baby. So ideally, I would like those to fall out before I put my dick in someone's mouth. But I can do that before I have penetrative sex, so that'll be fun. I tried jerking off the way that I did after... Yeah. I tried jerking off the way that I did near the end of healing from stage 1, right before I had stage 2, and that's been great. I can also jerk off now just lying on my back, jerked off in the shower. Just a lot more positions are available. I just took a second to stop recording so I could go take care of the Miralax working through my body, and that's great. I'm glad my pee problems are a lot better now. Like, look at this. She's just very gently making bread on my leg. But anytime I'm jerking off, you know, I still feel just the little bit of, like, the hard string around, you know? And I assume it should fall out any day now. So once that happens, things will really be smooth sailing. And if I were to guess, part of it is just letting everything heal before you have penetrative sex with someone, but I would also assume part of it is waiting for the stitches to fall out so that, like, if I'm fucking someone's hole, you know, I don't think it'd be very comfortable to have some hard bits of string in there. That's my... Don't step. Do not step on that area, please. But yeah, I think that's all I have for now. We'll see when the next update is. I guess if I have something to say, I'll say it, or maybe this is the end of the video. Who knows? Don't put that in your mouth. You wanna say goodbye real quick? Bye-bye. You're so tiny. She loves me so much. She just hates being picked up. But you know, that is one of the things you have to get kittens used to, is getting picked up and touching their paws. And you know what? She loves when I touch her paws. Well, whether this is the end of the video or not, I hope you have a good day. Oh, you're so purry. You're so sweet. Oh, okay. Oh. You are so good. You just want to curl up and sleep, huh? See, the thing is, I'm done with the video now, but, like, I don't want to get up to turn off the camera because you're purring away. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the kisses. I have to stand up now, okay? I have to stand up to turn the camera off. Oh, you're gonna hate that, won't you? Here I go. I'm getting up. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry. Oh. Oh. Well, I'm here, so I guess we're doing another one. I remember I said last time, I was like, I don't know how long I'm gonna do these. And we're doing another one, because I wrote down, hey baby, I wrote down all this shit. This is gonna cover recovery weeks, This is going to cover recovery weeks 5 through, what is it even now, 9? Jesse, put on the screen what week this is gonna cover. It's weeks 5 to something. I should have checked this beforehand, but I've been busy. Also, I apologize. My leg is all fucked up. I don't know. Why am I apologizing? You won't be able to tell. I need a haircut. I'll apologize for that. I look like a fucking nerd, but I can't walk to get a haircut because my leg's all fucked up. I forget if last time I was talking about it, but briefly after I started working out again, I fucked up my leg. I pulled something in the, like, abductor, the band, I think. It's like ooh. Me even just talking about it just fucking hurt. My right inner thigh, basically, I fucked up. Doing pull-ups, of all things. I guess I just tensed in the wrong way, and I was just getting back to working out after surgery. So weird injuries can happen. My leg has been like this for the last 3 or 4 weeks. And I'm starting to get a little worried. So I got a massage gun. I looked online and I found videos of like what to do to treat this thing. I've massaged by hand. I've done the side shit, you know how the band goes this way, you're supposed to do sideways. I did that. I got a machine gun. I got a massage gun and did that. I also got a foam rolly thing. I tried that. My leg is just fucked up. And apparently, if I've tried everything, I just need rest. And it does make sense because when I'm like out and about and I'm walking on it a bunch, it feels like shit at the end of the day and I can barely walk. I'm limping most places. So I do need rest, and that is not something I really know how to do. Speaking of which, it was my friend's birthday the other day and we went thrifting, and this was my very good find from the thrift store. This is the only thing that I got, and it's all that I need because it is a treasure. I peaked with this. I don't think I could have found anything better. It is October. It is Halloween month. I'll get to the weeks in my notes in a second, but like to set the scene a little, because it's been a while. Today is October 9th. I'm watching so many scary movies. I'm watching so much spoopy content this month that I'm very excited about. I saw Halloween last night for the first time, and oh boy, that guy, that Michael Myers, he can pull pranks. I'm used to killers just killing people and just like leaving their bodies, but like he surprised me. He's going to, spoilers for Halloween, if you haven't seen Halloween by now, I recommend it. It's a crazy movie, like insane as in watching a movie that was done in the 70s and they're lingering on shots for way too long. The movie's an hour and a half and it could be cut down even another half hour just because they're just lingering on shots for way too long. But yeah, this dude does not just kill people. He like collects the body afterwards. He'll set it up in an elaborate way. He's pulling pranks. He brought props. Like he kills there's a dude and a chick who have sex, and the guy leaves, Michael Myers kills him, and then comes into the room dressed like a ghost, and the girl's just talking to him as if he is the boyfriend, and he's just silent. It's like the funniest fucking thing. What a crazy shenanigan movie. And you know what, Michael Myers? Maybe not that bad. He just wants people to be good babysitters. You know, if they're having sex and they're smoking cigarettes, he doesn't want that. No sir. I'm watching the second Halloween, and he's just punishing nurses who are bad nurses. So, you know, and doctors, you know, there's a doctor who, spoilers for Halloween 2, there's a doctor who was getting drunk instead of like being on duty, and he kills him. There's a nurse and I think a male nurse. I don't know what's happening with those two, but they're having sex in like a hot tub thing, and he kills them. I think he just has a trigger that is like people who are supposed to be caring for children or people and not doing a good job. If they're being irresponsible, he kills them, and that's his trigger. And you know what? I can't argue with that. That's my take. Maybe Michael Myers is actually a good guy. I don't know. I'm gonna watch these goofy movies and we'll see what shenanigans this weird, silly man gets into. You know, in the first movie, there was no proof that he kills that dog. Okay? He just gives it a hug. There's a lot of implied violence because, like, you know, they could only shoot what they could shoot. Maybe he just gave that dog a little hug, and then it stopped barking because it was excited about the hug. I'm gonna get to my notes. So week 5, my lift site was super itchy. I took an allergy pill because I wrote to them online and was like, hey, it's really itchy. Can I put cortisone cream on it or something? And they said to drink plenty of water to help with tissue hydration, but not to put cortisone cream on it because the cortisone can thin tissue. So they suggested to try an over-the-counter antihistamine and see if that helped with the itch, and it did. And they didn't say this, but I'm sure you can, you know, ice it also to like help with that. It seems like a general thing is like if something's itchy, you can put ice on it. I'm not a doctor, you shouldn't take that as like actual advice, but every single time something's been itchy, they have recommended to ice it. Like, even I got my monkeypox vaccine the other day, and luckily I haven't had much of a reaction at all. It's you know, I don't know if you can see that, but it is a little red here, but like barely a bump. It's just a little annoying. And if you're watching this at a time where the monkeypox virus has been wiped out, hooray, we did it. We did it, y'all. We did it, Reddit. But right now in the present, you know, a lot of people are getting the monkeypox vaccine, and the reactions have just been all across the board. I have friends who got the vaccine and like it's like a huge fucking bump. They've had a big reaction to it. It's really itchy, and there's still a mark there weeks later. Some people have had no reaction. Everything's fine. Mine was a little bit of a delayed reaction, which I had heard was also how a friend of mine handled it, where they had a really big reaction to it, but it took a couple days. But for me, this is 3 days afterwards, 4 days afterwards, maybe, and it's still just not much there at all. So fingers crossed, knocking on wood, that this will stay the same size, because it's not really bothering me. But I asked the person who gave me the shot what to do if it's itchy, and they said to ice it. So it seems like the general rule that if something is itchy, you may ice it, but you know, Google it, talk to your doctor, whatever. It just seems like the advice everyone keeps giving me. Oh, and at this point in time, I still had my tip sutures. It's so funny looking back, like, because this goes back, like, I'm 4 weeks away from week 5 or something at this point. So it's interesting to see what I was suffering with then. But I still had sutures in my tip, you know, I still had some stitchies in the tip of my dick, and I wanted to get, you know, blowjobs and stuff, and I didn't want... I thought that would be uncomfortable if there was like little pieces of plastic in someone's mouth. So I was like, hey, when are those gonna leave? And they said they will start sloughing off shortly. You can gently rub them with a washcloth to help them fall off. Nothing aggressive, but a gentle wash with a cloth. So it took a bit. I won't jump ahead in the story, but yeah, God, I need a haircut. I can feel I have bangs. That's how I know I need a haircut. So I realized my toilet is small. I think a bit ago I was talking about how it's difficult for me to shit and piss at the same time because now after stage 2 my dick is hard and I can't like just drop it into the toilet before I could just like piss and shit at the same time. But now it's more difficult, and I've realized I think I just have a small toilet because I went to my friend's house and it was no problem. I think their bowl must have been a bigger size. And I'm going to experiment with that. I need to like double check and like, you know. Well, the thing is, I was about to say, I want to check with other toilets, but I don't really shit other places is the thing. Like, I had to shit at my friend's house, and that's why I sat on their toilet. But for the most part, I shit at home. I'm a home shitter. I don't enjoy shitting in public bathrooms. I don't know if anyone does, but not my thing. Do not enjoy it. So, you know, I haven't sat on many other toilets, but I remember in the hotel while I was healing from surgery, I feel like I was fine. I feel like I was fine putting my dick in the toilet at the same time that I was shitting. So I think I just might, unfortunately, have a smaller toilet that doesn't allow me to do that. But what I've learned, I've adjusted. Hello. Right now in the story, I think I've learned how to, like, take turns about whether my ass or my penis takes priority in who gets the most access to the hole, as in the toilet. What a conversation this is. But yeah, just you know, sometimes I'm like, you know, you reposition. I'm able to hike myself backwards back against the toilet enough that I can shit, and then just hike back and then drop my penis in and I can pee. So there's that. There's way more information than you probably needed on that, but I'm sure that will help one person out there. Being able to wear my pants at my correct length has been great for my dysphoria. I didn't realize like that was bothering me, but being able to wear my pants at the correct height, just way better. Really cool. I can just look in the mirror and like something, I didn't know anything was off. I just keep learning to love myself even more, which is, I did not know was possible, but there's another thing. And now we're at the start of week 6. The lift line looks great. I might not need any work on it, you know? I thought that it was going to be like a thick scar, but it seems like it's getting flat. And spoiler alert, it is getting flat. It's a very flat scar. I have some redness on my penis, like on the top, but that is, I believe, and I am correct in this, that it is just trauma from surgery. You know, it'll just go away with time. And spoiler alert, it has gone away. On day 39, which was week 6, I wrote that I enjoy getting blowjobs, but I really enjoy handjobs. And I do remember that. Blowjobs are cool, but like, I don't know. And I'm also getting like I can tell that I'm getting like the best blowjobs that anyone can fucking give. Like the people who are sucking my dick are doing a fantastic job. They're like porn star level good at blowjobs, and I can tell. But I think I just like, I feel like handjobs are just more my thing. And it's no offense to them. I'm very glad they enjoy sucking on my penis. I do just want you to just rub it with lotion. I think that would be great. But I shouldn't feel any guilt about that. I think this is just a conditioning thing, Like blowjobs are the thing that everyone like kind of like craves or wants, like in porn or society wise or whatever the fuck. I think we're trained to think that blowjobs are a step above handjobs, because they are in some ways. It involves a lot of trust and a lot of communication. I don't know. If I like handjobs better, I like handjobs better. That's what I'm trying to say. On day 42 of week 6, I said jerking off is feeling normal. I started wearing underwear consistently, and my dick is not overstimulated from it. That's great. Week 7, I started thinking about my surgery in February. Oh, sorry. I took a lorazepam, so I think I am kind of fighting the clock on this one. I'm starting to feel a little bit of the good lorazepam feelings, but that does mean that I might get sleepy. So let's fucking go. Week 7, I was thinking about my repair surgery in February, and I realized I literally won't have to do anything that I've not done before. Everything that the surgery requires, I've been through it, I've had the suprapubic catheter, I've done the little stitchy, if anything, it'll just be a less intense version of it. So you know what? Nothing to be scared of. I already wasn't scared, but now I'm even less scared at week 7. I also put on a condom for the first time because I was going through my condom stash and one of them had expired and I was going to throw it out anyway. And I was walking to the garbage and then realized I've never worn one after stage 2 before. I'm curious about that. And it was tight. I was like sensitive, like the band around it, it felt tight and it felt uncomfortable. I don't know if I'm gonna need a bigger condom size just because of the band part, right? Because like I tried, it hurt. I tried to like forget that I was wearing it and I couldn't. So that's a little concerning. I fit fine in the rest of the condom. I just might buy a Magnum and see if that feels more comfortable. And this is not helping to feed into the narrative that I have an average sized penis. I swear to God, I have an average sized penis. I don't want people to think I have a huge dick, because I don't have a huge dick. I might just wear Magnums because they feel more comfortable. We will find out. But I have an average penis. Because I don't want people to think I have a huge dick, because then if they're in a private time with me, then my dick will seem smaller by comparison. You want to downplay it. You want people to think you got a small dick, and then once they are in a private area with you, they will be surprised and aroused by the difference. And not that there's anything wrong with smaller dicks, but I believe that I don't want to over-exaggerate what my dick size is, and it's difficult. It's difficult when I say that condoms hurt because they're too small. Week 8, a few days into it, I started feeling jock itch. I started feeling the why do I hurt all the time? Jock itch is kind of like depression, where by the time that you feel it, it is too late. By the time that I notice that I'm depressed, I'm already 4 days into it, and I'm like, oh right, that's what that is. And it's the same thing with jock itch, especially because I don't have full feeling down there, I got feeling, but it's a little delayed. So by the time shit starts hurting, it's really hurting. But luckily, because of my last bout with jock itch, I accidentally have a bunch of pills, fluconazone or something like that. It'll be here, this word. I had some extra of those pills and they hadn't expired yet. So I was able to start myself on the dosage of 2 of those a day before I, contacted my doctor. Well, the kitties are playing. But yeah, I also shaved my pubes a bit, like just on my ball sack. I shaved those down a bit because I started using the spray again, just the over-the-counter spray. And I realized that if it can't access all of the skin, that's it'll be less effective. So got rid of some of the hair, and then the spray was able to reach more surface area. And that also helped with applying the cream that I got from the doctor. I took the pills on my own for 3 or 4 days and then got a doctor's appointment because I was like, here's the thing. I have enough pills that like with pills like that, you want to finish all the pills for the whole time, you know? If they prescribe it and you're supposed to take those pills twice a day for 2 weeks, you should finish the whole 2 weeks, even if you feel like you've beaten it by day 11 or something like that, because the symptoms can come back. And I realized with the pills that I had in my possession, I only had enough for 11 days. So 4 days into the regimen, I was like, wouldn't hurt to contact my doctor. And I realized, oh, I can get an appointment with my doctor because I've reached my deductible for the year. And fuck yeah, if you have insurance, reaching the deductible, you know what that means. That means I could get a doctor's appointment for cheaper. So yes, I was like, this is the time. Nothing to lose. I just have to do my copay and I can get this doctor's appointment. Fuck yeah. So I had a phone call with her. I didn't even have to go into the office. I had a virtual visit. Not webcam, but phone webcam. FaceTime? I don't have an iPhone, but I think that's what it's called. We talked, she prescribed me the pills, and she also got me a cream because she asked if there was anything else that she could do for me. And I said, yeah, like, is there anything that's stronger than the spray? Because it's not helping. I'm in so much pain. And jock itch, it is some of the most annoying, terrible pain I've ever felt in my life. I don't understand why it's not a bigger deal, why I've never heard anyone talk about jock itch not being this terrible before. Maybe it's just because I have less feeling down there, so I have a really bad case once it starts, you know? If you catch it right away, you could probably treat it right away, but with me, maybe I'm like 4 days into it, like I said before I realize that anything's wrong. So maybe I'm just starting with like really intense versions of it, and maybe that is why mine hurts so badly. But the over-the-counter spray was not fully doing it, and she was like, oh, I can prescribe this cream, and I was like, if that's the cream I got last time, it didn't really help. Is there anything stronger than that? She's like, yeah, we can bump you up. So she got me a stronger cream, and that did work this time, which, like, thank God. I didn't write this down, so I'm gonna just skip ahead in the story a little bit. While I was treating myself with this, I was using the spray and the cream because I was in so much pain. And the cream you're supposed to apply 3 times a day, and the spray you're supposed to do twice a day. And I was applying all this shit so much that like 3 or 4 days into it, I went to lay down in bed and I was going to sleep, closing my eyes, and 5 minutes into it, I felt my genitals burning. And I was like, oh fuck. Like, I know exactly what has happened. I've overstimulated my body. When you're putting a lot of shit on it, if you're putting cream and spray more times than you're supposed to, just because the pain is so bad, your skin is sensitive, or it's going to become sensitive because of that. So I hopped out of bed, turned on the shower, went in there, washed myself down, got all that shit off me, and then just chilled and let my skin rest without any cream or any spray on it for like 5-10 minutes, just let it like relax. Then once it was feeling like more calmed down, I put a light spread of cream on it, and that was good. I did not use the spray again because it's a lot. If there's a lot going on with your body, a lot of reaction might happen. So I mentioned to my doctor that I'm just going to be getting jock itch over and over until my repair surgery in February. It seems like it's just making an environment that it's just going to keep happening. And she said, oh, well, what we can do is we can have you take the Fluco whatever pills once a day or whatever, you know, to make... How many times am I going to say whatever? You can take those once a day to help prevent the jock itch from happening. Because if it's constantly in your system, you know, then it won't be able to create it. And I was like, oh shit, that'd be great. I did not know that was an option. So that's going to be awesome. I have to wait until we sync up where, you know, because I started taking the pills that she doesn't know that I had. I started taking them a few days early. So now I have to wait until we sync up and the day has happened where she thinks that 2 weeks has happened. Because she did say that if this didn't get rid of the jock itch, I would have to get on a steroid next. But yay, it's gone. Now I just have to wait until the 2 week period is done so I can say, pills please. Luckily I still have some extras, so I will be able to take them until that point. Okay. So I don't know I filmed this, and I believe it was either right before stage 2 or right after. But I thought that I had lost half an inch, but it turns out that I just measured wrong. And when I shared this with the internet, people were like, this is the most himbo thing to ever happen, ever. Listen, math is hard. Math is hard, and I'm an English major, and this is why we don't do math. It's unnatural. I'm not meant to do it. What would you judge a fish on how it can drive a car? No, you would not. That fish can't reach the pedals. I'm a fish on the driver's seat, just flailing my little fucking fins. It's not gonna do anything no matter how hard I try. I can't reach the pedals. I can't flip the turn switch on. Blinker. It's called a blinker, I think. I don't even know. I'm a fish. Anyway, I measured correctly. And I am 4 inches. I accepted it perfectly fine. The portion that I filmed, I believe it was the night before my stage 2 surgery, because I'm trying to recall what the background was, and I think it was the hotel. And it's so wonderful that I love myself and I'm so confident in myself that it didn't matter at all to me that I lost half an inch. I want this to be authentic. I want this to be my reactions as they are happening. There's a lot of false information in PinkBlue because I thought those things at the time, or I felt a certain way at the time. And as you watch, you can see me correct myself. So I think that I want that to be one of the things where that might help someone, you know, where they thought they lost inches and no, it turns out you just don't know how to use a ruler, you silly boy. Can't fucking believe that. I can't fucking believe it. There was a period of like 2 or 3 months where I thought that I had lost half an inch. And people on Twitter were like, hey, like the dick skin technically starts a ½ inch inside the body also, so you can count that length. And I was like, fuck no. No, I am the length that I am, okay? I have an average penis, and that's great. I might already need to use a bigger condom. I'm not gonna add, I have an average penis. It's average. So, if you'll remember, I was supposed to do a month of taking Miralax and a month of doing the bladder relaxation pills in order to see what would fix my pee problems. I did the Miralax, it worked great, and it's also awesome to keep my shitting regular, so that's just like 2 good effects with it. So I was like, I'll just do the Miralax. But I did have the bladder pills, and a couple days ago I was like, you know what, maybe I'll give it a try. Wouldn't hurt. Let's just do it for funsies. Now, on the bottle, it specifically says, take this before you go to bed at night. So I did. I took the pill, I went night-night, and I woke up in the morning, and I was like, cool, my bladder's gonna be so fucking relaxed. This is gonna be the most relaxed bladder in the world. I'm gonna pee like no one's business. So I walk to the bathroom, and I pee, and as I'm peeing, I feel myself getting faint. And I realize in that moment that I am going to pass out. And this is totally normal for me. What I'm about to describe might be horrifying to other people, but I had my fainting condition I've had since I was 3 years old. It's not a big deal to me. I had to deal with from ages 3 to 27 or 28, whenever I started, 26? Whenever I started taking testosterone, is when, the before that point, the tea made my body better and healthier. And before that, I just was faint and sick all the time, and I just passed out all the time. I'm just used to it. But I'm a little out of practice as of now because I'm much healthier than I used to be, but I still got the feeling. You don't forget something like that. I can feel it coming on, and I'm like, I need to get my blood pressure pills because this is happening because my blood pressure, something in those pills, the bladder relaxing pills, has made my blood pressure drop. And when it suddenly drops like that, I pass out. So I need to get to my blood pressure pills that raise my blood pressure. So I start making my way, I can feel how intense the fainting spell is going to be. And I can feel in that moment it's going to be a 7 or an 8 on the scale of intensity. 10 is just like, I pass out and that's it. Like lights out, not a lot of warning. But this is like an 8, so I can feel it coming along. I'm slowly losing my vision. I'm slowly losing the ability to control my limbs and my balance. So I support myself on the walls as I'm like leaving the bathroom, and I get all the way over here to where my pills are, and I do fall. I usually don't fall, but it's like an 8, so it's up there. But luckily I've done it a million times. I turn and I land on my arm, but my whole body just goes flat, and I'm like, oh, that's embarrassing. Because also, like, I'm losing, I'm not all there. There's not a lot of blood going in my, not a lot of oxygen in my brain. So I don't notice until like 5 seconds after it's happened what an embarrassing thing I've done. I'm like, well, at least no one saw it, and at least I didn't like trip on a cat or something. But I get up, I take my pills, I gulp that water down. You gotta force the water in your mouth to like, you know, get the pills down. And then I make my way back to my bed, and I lay down, and I just relax there. And I just wait for it to pass. So, I will not be trying the bladder pills again. I don't know what that was. But I'm feeling like I don't want to do it again. Maybe it'll work for someone else. But for me, that's a no. And it's so curious, because I wonder what does that, you know? Because they said specifically take this before bed. I don't know. But I'm doing good on the Miralax, so let's just keep taking that shit juice. Now, it wasn't until day 13 of the jock itch pills that I started to feel somewhat normal. It was hell until that point, which is what I was just talking about. Why don't people talk about how intense jock itch is? Like, you expect taking the medicine that your condition will slowly improve over the days, but no, it's just hell every day until you're almost through the pills. Like, I was on day 13 of a 14-day regimen of pills before I felt somewhat normal. Just very intense and very bad. But I'm done with the pills now. I'm taking one a day just to like maintain and keep it away. But oh boy, I am so grateful. I'm so grateful for my nuts not to hurt anymore. How gender euphoric. How gender euphoric for my ball sack to hurt so badly. But also, please not again. Thank you. My dick is also so sensitive right now, and I don't know if it's because of the jock itch or it's because of the fistula. I think it's both, and I'm leaning towards it being more the fistula, because if there's a tiny hole where the skin is supposed to be connected, it makes sense that like tugging on it in any way where if you're standing up or sitting down or whatever you're doing, I'm sure there's going to be some pain involved. So I can't wait for that repair surgery in February. I'm gonna kick its ass. I am starting to, for the first time, get serious about bulking. I say it's bulking, but it's not, because I don't consume a normal amount of calories. I was thinking about Mean Girls, and I was like, these Caltine bars, they must exist in real life. So I did some research, and there are meal replacement bars. Most protein bars taste like ass to me, so it was really important that I found some that tasted good, and I did. What are they fucking called? Met RX? Are actually good. I stocked up on them. I'm gonna try to have at least one of those a day. I've hit a plateau. I'm working out every 3 days now. I've switched it from once every 2 days to once every 3 days, and I'm just not getting any bigger. And I think I'm just out of fuel. I'm out of energy. I'm not consuming enough calories to keep up with my body. So I'm getting serious about that. So that's the first thing that I'm doing right now that is kind of new for October. And the second thing is that I've halved my testosterone shot amount. I'm usually on 0.3 milliliters. I'm doing 1.5 milliliters every 4 days instead of 3 milliliters or 0.3 milliliters once a week. Man, I'm sure I'm fucking up saying those things. I'm sorry. Did I say the thing about the lorazepam yet? I can't totally blame the lorazepam either, though, because, like, I'm normally bad at math. What were we talking about? I am a fish. So even without the lorazepam making me sleepy and a teensy bit high, I would not, I probably wouldn't be talking good math anyway. God, I love my shirt. I really love this shirt. This is official Sesame Street merch, and I found this in a thrift store. It's one size too big, but I don't care. I love it. But yeah, there's been some studies that, keeping our testosterone at a constant rate, and this is just, I believe the study started with cis men, and then they applied it to trans men. I could be wrong about that. I'm not a scientist. I'm a fish. But keeping your testosterone at a constant level is better than, like, peak highs and peak lows, because, like, there are some shots where they give you, depending on what part of the world you're in, actually. I was reading some comments, and depending where you live, someone in America versus someone in the UK can have a totally different amount of testosterone that goes into their body if they're trans male or trans masc specifically. There are some people that get like a big fucking shot that lasts 3 weeks. They like pump all the tea into you, and then it slowly dissipates or goes into your body over the course of 3 weeks. And for some people, they do gel. Some people, in the gel you have to do multiple times a day. I think 3 times a day you have to apply the gel, depending on the amount and who you are as a person and your body weight and age and all that shit. Some are intramuscular injections. Some of them are sub-Q, which is what I do. And if you remember, back before I had phalloplasty, before I had stage 0, the hysterectomy, that got rid of that part of my body, way back. I say before the hysterectomy, but I stopped having periods like years ago. And it was because when I started T, 6 months in, they still hadn't stopped. The cycles had not stopped. So my doctor put me on a bi-weekly shot instead, because whether you have a cycle or not is determined by your highest level of something. I forget what it is. But that means that they were packing in twice the amount of testosterone that I needed, and I was only giving myself a shot once every 2 weeks. So it would slowly get into my body over the course of 2 weeks. And because of that, my sex drive was through the roof. My acne was a lot worse. All these things. It was way harder to cry. I did not have a lot of emotion at all. My ability to feel romance was like gone. A lot of these traits that are like super powered, because when you're putting all the T in your body, it intensifies that. So these studies have shown, like, hey, instead of doing a shot once a week, what you can do is half the amount and do it like 3 to 4 times a week. And then that will keep your body at a constant rate. Now, the people in the comments, it's funny, I saw 0 people that this did not help, which is interesting. The people that tried it, it worked for them and they just kept doing it. And these are people who had big reactions, like big side effects because of the testosterone, which I don't really experience, which are like, really bad acne, mood swings, lows and highs of like energy levels. So I don't really suffer from any of those things, but I figured like, hey, if it can help me with my acne, sure, let's try it. And maybe it'll help me in other ways. Maybe it'll be easier to cry. Maybe I'll be able to get on the level of like what I'm meant to be if the testosterone is going to give me a constant level. So I just did my second shot of doing it that way. And I do like it. You're able to, it's the downside is you have to give yourself twice the amount of shots. But the bright side, I think I'm mixing up analogies. On one hand, let's use all the analogies. The bad news is you have twice the amount of shots. But the good news is you are putting half the amount of testosterone in your body, so the shot doesn't last as long. So I feel a lot more confident and a lot more powerful putting it in my body, if that makes sense. Because before I would have to slowly get that needle in me and like really just like keep pushing that needle, keep doing it to like get the T in me, because it's a viscous fluid. And that needle is tiny because I'm doing a sub-Q injection. For the intramuscular, it's going to be a bigger needle, but for this one, it's tinier, so it takes longer for the T to release. But now I know that I'm only getting half the amount in there, so I'm confident. I get the needle all the way in there, and I'm like, this is going to be over in a second, and it is, and it's great. A trans fitness trainer that I follow on Instagram was the one who originally talked about this and linked the study and stuff like that. And he had talked about how this constant level, doing the 2 shots instead, is also better for muscle growth. Yeah, he said it's better for muscle building, specifically. Workouts are better because his testosterone stays level and doesn't drop. The appetite stays higher, the lifts feel stronger, the pumps are better. And some people were a little confused about like, okay, when should I have my doctor check my T levels though? Because as a reminder, we get our T levels checked once every 3 months just to make sure everything is Gucci. And depending on when your shot day is, it kind of fucks with things. So my old shot day used to be Tuesdays. So depending on when I get my blood work done, what day of the week, if I get my blood work done on a Thursday or Friday, that might be better, because if I get it done on a Monday, the day right before I'm about to get my shot, I'm at my weakest point. I'm at the least amount of testosterone in my body. So the results are going to be a little skewed. And if your doctor is good, they will factor that into it and figure out what the best day is to get your blood work drawn and done because of that. So people were asking about that, and he was like, it's good to get the test 5 days after injection. So now we know. And I was reading a comment that someone on it, they said that their doctor said that they're a fast metabolizer, so that's why their doctor recommended doing the 2 shots instead of the 1 shot. So this is a new venture. I think it's interesting because like before, if you had asked me about microdosing tea years ago, I'd be so scared. I'd be like, no, I need all my results. Like I don't look a certain way. I you know, me talking back then, I don't look a certain way. I'm scared. You know, I need to get all the tea in my body. I want to maximize how much testosterone I can get in my body without it turning back into estrogen. I want to look the most masculine that I can because I'm insecure. Pew. I just want to blend in and I'm afraid of my masculinity and my femininity. No one perceive me. I'm glad that we are at the point right now where I am actively like, yes, let's microdose tea. That sounds great. Things are so good. The main thing, this is a little off topic, but actually no it isn't. The election here in Texas is next month, whether Abbott is going to stay in power or if Beto O'Rourke is going to kick his ass out of office. And Beto, what a good guy. I really hope he wins. And before it was more of a big deal if he won, to me personally invested, you know, the company invested because we're going to relocate the company if he doesn't win because like it wouldn't be safe for us here. All of us that work at Team 4-Star are queer ourselves or are very good friends with queer people, or it's, you know, our lives are going to be harder if we exist here. And that was the case for a bit, so a lot was leaning on it. But, you know, the CEO of our company is married to a man and lives here, and now, you know, he's expressed that even if Beto wins, you know, he's looking to leave in the next couple of years or so, and that means I'm going to have to leave, and I just don't want to move again. But California, you know, LA is going to be way better for me. Trans-wise also, you know, like I will have better access to doctors, people who know what the fuck they're talking about. Right now, my doctor, I'm like her only trans patient, and that can be intimidating. And she's been great so far. I don't have any complaints. It's just that, you know, there's a difference. I do want someone that I feel knows about me, you know. She's a great doctor. She's been great so far. But it's different when someone has studied your specific life experience. It'd be great if she knew about microdosing tea and maybe suggested it to me, or maybe talked about, you know, something else that maybe I'm not thinking of. That's what my doctors in New York were capable of because they worked at a specific doctor's office that had a lot of trans patients. And I've kind of resigned myself to like, my show is going to shoot in LA. And that's okay. That's great, actually. I've realized that that's better because I'm going to have a lot more access to the filming locations and stuff. We might not have to deal with filming in a school, you know, all the time. We can just like, they have little set pieces that you have access to. Like, oh, I just need a row of lockers. Can we just get like 5 actors in a row of lockers for an hour, you know? I have access to LA talents and my friends. The show is going to be non-union, and I have some friends there that I have had in mind for casting in my shows since the beginning. I've written parts for some of them, so like, it's going to be good. Today is October 9th, and on the 25th, I will be able to start my sex time. It's written on my calendar as sex time starts now. Then a couple days later, it's my birthday, and then the week after that, I get to go to a convention and hang out with my friends. And this will be my first con with my dingus hard. I'm sure this will come out afterwards, but I'm just being cautious because NDAs and stuff. I haven't been announced for this convention, so I can't say which one it is. But I've been there before, and I'm so stoked to come back. I don't believe I've actually ever been a guest. I believe I went as an attendee, and I had a fantastic fucking time. So much so that I was like, I'm willing to guest at this con. This is great, you know. I just get to go and like hang out with my buds, and we'll see what shenanigans me and my dick get up to. I need to figure out my condom size. Can you just buy a Magnum condom? I just want to buy one to see if the size would be better for me. Yeah, I'm thinking about my bodegas. Back when I lived in New York, you could get a chopped cheese and a Magnum condom. I miss bodega cats. Oh, and the other thing I'm doing for Halloween month, which is what I was about to just label October, but you know what it is? Fuck it. For Halloween month, it's the change in testosterone schedule, and I'm also, for the first time, actually taking it seriously that I need to consume more calories. Since recovering from surgery, this recent surgery, I have switched from working out every 2 days to every 3 days because my body is just not strong enough. Like, I've plateaued. I'm working out so much, but I'm not consuming enough fuel, so I'm burning out. I have peaked. I am not reaching any more muscle gain. I'm not getting any bigger, so I do need to do what I'm calling a bulk, but it's not a bulk. I'm just going to be consuming a normal amount of calories for a normal human. I don't eat enough. It's really hard for me to eat. A lot of it has to do with spectrum stuff, you know, being autistic. It's sometimes difficult to like get food down, and I didn't realize that was an autistic thing. But it is difficult for me to eat. So sometimes I just don't eat. But I was thinking about Mean Girls, and I was like, those Caltine bars, they gotta exist in real life, right? So I did some clickety-clack. I hacked into the Matrix and I did some research, and protein bars just taste like ass. So it was important to me that I found a meal replacement bar that actually tasted good. And I found, what are they called? MetRx. They actually taste not bad. This is non-spawn. I just am excited about it because you can just, they taste, they're like not the greatest thing in the world, but they're the best tasting protein bar I've ever had, period. Where you can just like consume it without thinking about it. And that's what I want. I don't need it to be the tastiest thing on the planet. I just want to be able to put it in my body without thinking about it. So I'm doing a mini bulk, just trying to put enough calories in my body to keep up with my working out. So those are my two things for Halloween month. I'm going to be hanging out with my buds on my birthday, yeah, but also Halloween. I have to figure out what I'm going to wear. Like, I've just been planning on wearing my Spider-Man costume. But yesterday I was thinking, oh shit, like, my dick is not going to be able to fit in the costume. I gotta get some padding. I need to get a dancer belt or something, or I'm not going to be able to wear that suit anymore. I don't think you can just bring out the crotch. Bring out to the crotch! Funny enough, there was a company called Jockmail that I was looking at because I used to wear their stuff pre-transition, because they had my favorite thing that I would wear to the gym, which is an underwear, a male boxer brief that has a pouch in the front where you can put like a soft cup that's it's bulge enhancing, but trans men will wear it just to have a little bulge there, and that was perfect because I didn't like Packers back in the day, like autistic sensory shit. I didn't like things touching down there. Because I could feel it and I would be aware of it. But the cup was great because it's just a cup and it's not touching anything. And now I'm revisiting their site and trying to find that underwear because I have a cup left over, but I need the special underwear that goes into it. Because now I have a penis and now I need somewhere to put it. Just a fun Aurora Borealis. Oh god, what's the snake eating its own ass? Ouroboros. Aurora Borealis, Ouroboros, just up in the air. It's like a beautiful beautiful landscape with lots of colors, but it's also a snake eating its own ass. Oh boy, maybe the lorazepam is kicking in. Anyway, I gotta figure out how to tuck this dick away, because it doesn't bend down is the thing. It hurts to bend down, so I just need something to contain it. I can't push it down. I need the soft cup to like hide it. Oh, I learned something. So if you're consuming too many vitamins, you will pee them out and your piss is just going to be bright yellow, like neon yellow. And my friend told me this in passing because they were just talking about their own experience. And then I am here trying to consume all these vitamins being like, heal, jock itch, heal! I'm drinking protein smoothies that I have gotten enriched with stuff. Like Smoothie King, you can ask to like put ginseng and like whatever the fuck. Like you can put enhancers, vitamin enhancers. So I was drinking that and I was also taking my vitamins and my pee was bright yellow. And that's your body saying, I'm getting rid of all this vitamin shit because I can't absorb it. You are taking too many vitamins and I can't keep up. So it's not going in your body, I'm just pissing it away. So there's a fun fact for people that you might not be aware of. Whew. Life's been good. Life's been really good. And I need to remember that. Despite my leg being fucked up, despite the jock itch, I've gotten everything I've ever wanted. I had to think about that the other day. I saw an inspirational Instagram post that was like, name 3 things that you've always wanted that you actually got. And yeah, it's like my life. My whole life. Sometimes I just feel like I'm waiting for my life to start, because I know my show is going to jumpstart my career, my acting career specifically. And so I feel like I'm just waiting for it to start. I'm waiting for us to shoot the pilot so we can submit it to film festivals. We can get our stupid little wreath. Don't go over it. I'm waiting for that. But I can just enjoy things on the way. I can plan for it and just enjoy my life as it is right now on the way to that. Because life isn't about destinations, but that is a destination that I want. It's like a little destination that we're going to keep moving on to the next one, on to the next destination. But things can be more than one thing. I can be excited for the future, but I can also understand that I'm not going to get there overnight. Certain things have to happen before we can shoot the show. And my dream cast is coming together. And I'm not talking about the video game console. I'm working with people I genuinely give a shit about, who I trust. And I'm so happy. I'm so happy that I didn't get what I wanted. Because that's a lot of the cases with me is I thank God for all the times I didn't get what I thought I wanted. The future is bright. Goodbye. Thank y'all so much for joining me to talk about my recovery through stage 2. The next one shows that, 9% still is a 9%, and we're gonna go through another thing, and then we're gonna go through another thing, and you know what? It's Halloween, so it's spooky themed. Spooky penis. Anyway, yeah, I'm recording this at 3 in the morning. I don't know if you can tell. Thank you so much for watching my videos, and if you are new here, I am completely Patreon funded, which means I don't have to worry about YouTube, the algorithm, or any of that shit, fucking with things. I could just put out my videos. I have everything disabled so that no one can comment or do things with you could just be on my Patreon and just see the things, and you get rewards. I'm just explaining Patreon to you, but you know what? Maybe you don't know what Patreon is. You're great. You're so great. It's 3 in the morning. I want to give a super special shout out to my silver sponsors, especially. Oh, we're getting deep and sexy with it now. I don't know what this is, but I'm into it. Here are my silver sponsors. Are you ready? Alex Buhner, Andrew Dunn, Bria Katrina. I don't know if I should stick with this voice. I have to commit to it. Okay, I gotta commit to it. Cyberlink 420, Dan Millington, Dane McRae, Gatarine, Giselle Nera, Marie Byrne, Mike Burnfire, Neve Kinor, Pocket Jawa, and Sam McDonald. Oh, thank you so much for being my silver sponsors. You know who's next. It's my gold sponsors. It's just Sam Bartram. Thank you so much, Sam. Really appreciate you, bud. Last but not least, my diamond sponsors. Fucking you rule. EPAM, Getty Skog, Tsukiyomi, and Breadsith. Really appreciate y'all supporting my videos. And you know what? This is some ASMR for people, and at least we're doing something different. I want to make sure I'm mixing it up, and I'm doing different things so it doesn't get boring. So, hey, let's join me in the next video for a super spooky Halloween time. It will be episode 32. Can't wait. I will see you in the next one. The count.